In the Dragon Ball world West City. About 100 miles from West City lies a mountain range rarely visited by people. Within one of the ridges a young man of about 18 or 19 sat quietly. 3 years. It's been 3 years since I transmigrated to this world. Yifei looked up at the sky, still struggling to accept the reality. 3 years ago he had crossed over only to find himself trapped here from the very beginning. According to the system, he had to cultivate here for 3 years. Only after the system activated could he leave. Every day he moved within a radius of a few hundred meters. Over these 3 years Yifei knew exactly how many blades of grass grew nearby and how many ant holes dotted the ground. As for cultivation, Yifei had no interest whatsoever. He didn't even know how to train. Today was the last day of the 3 years. Dusk fell, night arrived. Midnight passed, and at the exact moment the 3 years ended, a synthetic electronic voice echoed in Yifei's mind. Ding! System loaded successfully. Does the host wish to activate? Activate. Yifei didn't hesitate. He had been waiting for this day for 3 years, so there was no reason to delay. As long as the system activated, he could leave. Ding! Congratulations, host. System activated successfully. You have obtained the divine selection system. Please choose your identity. Option 1, candidate for God of Destruction. Option 2, candidate for Kaioshin. Option 3, Saiyan with Super Saiyan 4 transformation, initial battle power 1 billion. Option 4, Jiren, the strongest human. Hearing the 4 options, Yifei was visibly stunned. God of Destruction, Kaioshin, Saiyan, Jiren. Isn't this the Dragon Ball world? Did I really transmigrate into Dragon Ball? Yifei was momentarily dazed, slow to process the revelation. Please choose host. The synthetic voice repeated, ringing clearly in Yifei's mind. Both the God of Destruction candidate and the Kaioshin candidate are decent, but compared to them, I prefer the Saiyan. As for Jiren, though he is incredibly strong at first, the Saiyan's growth potential is much greater. Besides strength, what really matters is that the Super Saiyan 4 transformation looks cool. Power is one thing, but as long as it looks cool, I choose 3. Without much deliberation, Yifei made his decision. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. As the synthetic voice faded, a strange and powerful force surged into Yifei's body. The power was immense, instantly transforming Yifei from an ordinary earthling into a Saiyan. Even his hair changed to the typical Saiyan style, and a tail grew behind him, an essential condition for transforming into Super Saiyan 4. So this is what it feels like to be a Saiyan. Yifei clenched his fist. After becoming a Saiyan, he could sense an increase in power, but it didn't seem particularly extraordinary yet. Boom! Before Yifei could think further, a violent surge of power erupted from within his body. The power was so formidable that even with his newfound Saiyan body, Yifei felt a great jolt and a sharp pain surging through him. Fortunately, the agony lasted only a moment. Though intense, it didn't linger long enough to cause serious concern. Soon the power inside Yifei stabilized. His eyes now blazed with intensity as the 1 billion battle power circulated within, filling him with immense confidence. The Dragon Ball world. I wonder which era this is. If it's the Frieza era, I can easily dominate even without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Yifei murmured to himself. Battle power in the Dragon Ball world became almost meaningless after the Frieza saga. But if it is indeed the Frieza era, his current strength would already be invincible, even without transforming. Or more accurately, as long as it was before the emergence of the God of Destruction, Beerus, his current power could easily handle any threat. Glancing around, although he could leave now, Yifei was more eager to know just how strong he could be at full power, especially after transforming into Super Saiyan 4. He was intensely curious and desperately wanted to find out the extent of his Super Saiyan 4 power. Ding! Divine Selection System. When the host faces a powerful enemy, the system will randomly grant rewards based on the opponent's strength. The synthetic electronic voice echoed. This doesn't seem great. Yifei rubbed his nose, but didn't mind. Now that he knew this was the Dragon Ball world, and his current strength was considerable, he had full confidence in growing stronger. As for the system, it was no longer of vital importance to him at this moment. Now let me test exactly how strong I am. Yifei's eyes gleamed with determination. 1 billion battle power was just an approximate number. Only by fully unleashing it could he understand its true might. Clenching both fists, a terrifying force erupted from his body. The 1 billion battle power roared to life, turning into a storm that exploded outward from Yifei. Boom! A massive pillar of energy spread out, engulfing the area for tens of zhang around Yifei. Cracks appeared on the ground, and nearby rocks shattered into dust, scattering with the wind. So this is the power of 1 billion battle power. Yifei surveyed the aftermath, his expression calm, but filled with anticipation. This is only 1 billion, my full power in base form. A Saiyan's strength lies in transformation. I wonder how powerful I can become after transforming into Super Saiyan all the way up to Super Saiyan 4. Yifei's eyes brimmed with hope. Boom! After unleashing his base full power, he clenched both fists again and began to raise his energy explosively. Oh! A low roar burst forth. With the roar, Yi Fei's aura surged to an unimaginable degree. Bang! The powerful energy radiated, giving Yi Fei an overbearing presence that defied imagination. Huh, that power is... Vegeta, who had been training, suddenly froze, his gaze snapping toward the distance in shock. A Saiyan's energy. And it's a very unfamiliar one. Who could it be? Vegeta was taken aback. Without a second thought, he vanished in an instant, speeding toward the source of the energy at incredible velocity. Swish! Vegeta moved with incredible speed, dashing out in an instant, frantically heading toward where Yi Fei's aura emanated. Meanwhile, on Mount Pozu, Sun Wukong was sound asleep, but suddenly opened his eyes. What's wrong? Chi-Chi asked with confusion. Chi-Chi, I sense an extremely powerful aura, and it's very unfamiliar. Vegeta has already gone there. I need to go too, Sun Wukong said, looking at Chi-Chi. Science, honestly. Chi-Chi shook her head. Dad. Just as Sun Wukong stepped out of the bedroom, Sun Wufan had also gotten up, having sensed the powerful aura. This aura is very strong and unfamiliar. Sun Wufan looked at Sun Wukong with a serious expression. Although I don't know whose aura this is, I don't sense any evil in it. Maybe the situation isn't as bad as we think. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wufan, raised his right hand, and placed 2 fingers on his forehead. Wufan, he called out. I want to see who it is that possesses such a powerful aura. And judging by the aura, it should also be a Saiyan. How strange. Vegeta was very puzzled, somewhat confused, so he really wanted to go see. After all, in Vegeta's memory, there were not many pure-blooded Saiyans. Could there be a Saiyan he didn't know about? Swish! Vegeta moved extremely fast, covering 100 miles in an instant. It seems someone is coming. Yi Fei was about to transform into a Super Saiyan, but at that moment, he suddenly frowned and sharply looked into the distance. He could clearly sense a powerful aura rapidly approaching from afar, closing in an instant. Is it Vegeta? Yi Fei murmured. Who are you? At that moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared before Yi Fei. It was Sun Wukong and his son Sun Wufan. Sun Wukong, Yi Fei said, looking at him. Upon seeing that Sun Wukong maintained his Super Saiyan form, Yi Fei knew this was the Cell era. And the current stage should be before the Cell games. You know me. Being called by name, Sun Wukong was clearly taken aback. But looking at Yi Fei, Sun Wukong couldn't recall where he had seen him before. My name is Yi Fei said calmly. Swish. The sound of air being torn could be heard, and at the same time a streak of light shot over from afar, instantly arriving close by. Vegeta. The newcomer was exactly Vegeta. Kakarot, you're here quite fast. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong. Who is he? Vegeta didn't look at Yi Fei, but spoke to Sun Wukong. In his view, since Sun Wukong had arrived earlier, he must have already gotten some information about Yi Fei. I just arrived too. I only know his name is Yi Fei, and he's a Saiyan like us. Sun Wukong glanced at Vegeta and said, Saiyan, although I don't know how you appeared, where you came from, or what purpose you have here. I don't care about any of that. I just want to know about your identity as a Saiyan. What exactly is going on? Vegeta stared at Yi Fei, extremely curious about this. After all, he had never known of a Saiyan named Yi Fei. Vegeta, there are many things you don't know, and I have no obligation to tell you. Furthermore, I hope you understand that this is Earth, not a Saiyan planet. Yi Fei's gaze turned cold. Being suddenly scolded like this, I think no one would be happy. Although your strength is decent, don't think you can do whatever you want here. Vegeta snorted, arms crossed, completely disregarding Yi Fei. Even though Yi Fei's strength was indeed formidable, so what? Vegeta was very confident in his own strength. Although he was no match for Sun Wukong or Cell, when it came to Yi Fei, he truly didn't take him seriously. After all, Yi Fei had not transformed into a Super Saiyan. In that case, even if Yi Fei's base power surpassed his, he was still no match for Vegeta. Vegeta, that's going too far. Sun Wukong frowned. He felt Yi Fei was unusual and gave off a very dangerous vibe. Besides, Sun Wukong also thought Vegeta's words were indeed too much. Kakarot, you mean to teach me a lesson? Although Vegeta couldn't beat Sun Wukong, his words were very tough, as if he was ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. You know, that's not what I mean. I just think that since we're all Saiyans, there's no need for such hostility. Can't we just get along? If you want to teach me a lesson, shouldn't you first defeat me? Otherwise, shut up. Vegeta showed Sun Wukong no respect at all. You? Sun Wukong was a bit upset, but in the end he didn't lose his temper and just shook his head, falling silent. Vegeta, what exactly do you mean then? Yi Fei glanced at Vegeta. With his current strength, he didn't take Vegeta seriously at all. But now it seemed that his low-key attitude didn't earn him respect, but rather became a reason for others to look down on him. Yi Fei didn't care much about such things, but this situation and Vegeta's condescending, interrogating tone was somewhat unacceptable to him. My meaning is simple. The Saiyans are almost extinct now, though only a few remain. What Kakarot said is not wrong. Since that's the case, you can stay on Earth if you want. But there is one condition: you must demonstrate sufficient power. Otherwise, even if Kakarot objects, you must leave. Vegeta's words were decisive. Interesting. Yi Fei sneered, his gaze at Vegeta, filled with mockery. A single cell has you all running around in a panic. I really wonder where you get the courage to say such things. Is it your Saiyan identity or the confidence the Super Saiyan form gives you? Yi Fei shook his head, his words calm, but the coldness in them was clearly revealed without any concealment. Cut the crap. If you can defeat me, I won't stop you. Vegeta clenched his fists and his aura exploded outward. Boom. A powerful roar of strength, and with a yell Vegeta's aura surged again. A golden light radiated and Vegeta's power instantly reached an astonishing 1.8 billion. This power far exceeded Yi Fei's, as Yi Fei's current power was only 1 billion, naturally no match for Vegeta's 1.8 billion Super Saiyan level. The gap was huge and very obvious, not something easily ignored. Yi Fei, show me your power. Vegeta, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, spoke to Yi Fei. Vegeta, do you truly believe this is the extent of my power? Do you think I cannot transform into a Super Saiyan? Yi Fei's consecutive questions left Vegeta momentarily stunned, for he had indeed thought so. Could it be that you? Vegeta gazed at Yi Fei, realizing his assumption was flawed. Yet having already uttered his boastful words, retreating now was out of the question. Not only were Son Goku and Son Gohan present, but his own pride and dignity as the Prince of the Saiyans would never permit such a regretful act. If that's what you think, you're mistaken. Dealing with you doesn't require my full strength, because... Yi Fei paused, then, after a moment, a faint smile graced his lips as he continued. Because you are not worthy. Yi Fei's words made Vegeta's expression shift. Enough talk. If you have the skill, show me your true power. Vegeta retorted coldly. Though his situation was precarious, there was no turning back. Let me grant you a glimpse of my power. You are the first to witness even a fraction of it. Yi Fei spoke slowly, then clenched his fists. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from within him, transforming into a fierce gale that swept across the surroundings. So formidable, and this is merely his base form. After Yi Fei unleashed his full power, Son Goku's expression changed. I wonder how terrifyingly powerful he would become upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan also watched Yi Fei, his heart brimming with anticipation. At that moment, far away, Cell suddenly shuddered. This power. Cell's face showed caution. Though he hadn't approached, he could sense an incredibly fearsome aura emanating from that location. This aura was immensely powerful, surpassing even his imagination. When did such a formidable being appear on Earth? This. Cell couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Though intensely curious, Cell dared not approach. As Yi Fei's momentum continued to surge, the pressure he exuded became astonishing. Yi Fei let out a mighty roar. Simultaneously, a golden radiance emanated from his body. Gold, Super Saiyan. As the golden light burst forth, Yi Fei's entire being erupted with power, instantly amplifying 50-fold. With a base combat power of 1 billion the moment he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his strength soared directly from 1 billion to 50 billion. This immense combat power immediately radiated outward. Vegeta and the others caught in its path felt their expressions shift. Impossible. Son Goku was astounded. He had imagined Yi Fei would be powerful as a Super Saiyan, but never to such a degree. This level of power exceeded his comprehension, or rather he simply couldn't fathom it. So strong. Son Gohan glanced over, his expression one of sheer awe. Vegeta's pupils contracted, revealing boundless shock. He had never imagined Yi Fei's strength could reach such heights. Faced with the current Yi Fei, Vegeta's fighting spirit evaporated. What's wrong? Didn't you want to fight? I'm here now. Show me your strength. I eagerly await, hoping you can defeat me. Yi Fei smiled faintly, his words dripping with sarcasm to Vegeta's ears. Yi Fei beckoned with his finger, taunting Vegeta. Damn it. Though Yi Fei's power vastly exceeded his own, a battle with him held no hope of victory. Yet having already spoken so boldly, there was no taking it back now. Moreover, since Yi Fei had already transformed into a Super Saiyan, even if he wanted to back down, Yi Fei might not agree. Under these circumstances, only one path lay before him. Vegeta, it's best not to act rashly. Son Goku addressed Vegeta. In his view, admitting defeat wasn't shameful, especially when Yi Fei's power so clearly eclipsed their own. Enough chatter, Vegeta said coldly. As the words left his lips, he clenched his fists tightly. A surge of immense power erupted, and Vegeta shot forward, hurtling toward Yi Fei at incredible speed. The distance between them was short, and in an instant Vegeta was before Yi Fei. With a shout, Vegeta's right hand clenched into a fist, concentrating tremendous force, and he hurled a powerful punch at Yi Fei. Is that all the strength you have? Facing Vegeta's attack, Yi Fei remained calm, utterly unconcerned. Though this was Vegeta's most powerful strike, to Yi Fei such an attack posed no threat whatsoever. It was arrogance. That might be one way to put it, but it also demonstrated just how weak Vegeta truly was. Yi Fei sidestepped, effortlessly evading Vegeta's incoming fist. Nanny. Missing his punch, Vegeta's expression changed. He spun in midair and brought down a kick. Your speed is too slow. Yi Fei yawned and took a single step to the left. With this simple movement, he once again dodged Vegeta's attack. How is this possible? He dodges my attacks so easily. This is beyond belief. Vegeta's pupils contracted. Yi Fei's strength had surpassed his imagination, reaching a realm he couldn't comprehend. Vegeta's attacks are completely ineffective. He can't even touch Yi Fei. This. Son Goku spoke in astonishment. Though I hate to admit it, it's akin to a human fighting an ant. No matter how fast the ant moves, a human can effortlessly avoid it. While this analogy is unkind to Uncle Vegeta, the gap between them is indeed that vast. Perhaps even greater. Son Gohan spoke softly. Son Goku fell silent, knowing that as Son Gohan said, Vegeta's speed and power were insignificant before Yi Fei. I wonder how he trained to become so powerful. A gleam of light shone in Son Goku's eyes. For him, power was everything, and witnessing someone so strong only fueled his excitement. A series of violent explosions echoed, shaking heaven and earth. Despite Vegeta's frenzied assault, no matter how wildly he attacked, it was futile against Yi Fei. He couldn't even lay a finger on Yi Fei. Damn it. Vegeta felt a profound humiliation. In his battle with Yi Fei, he had no initiative whatsoever, completely toyed with. Such a situation was utterly unacceptable to Vegeta's nature. Though Yi Fei's strength surpassed his, this treatment was something he could not tolerate. You can defeat me, but you cannot insult me. Such was Vegeta's character. Vegeta, weren't you quite arrogant before? What's wrong now? Or is this your limit? Yi Fei's voice was calm. Though your strength is formidable, insulting me like this is worse than killing me. Vegeta stared at Yi Fei. As the prince of the Saiyans, when had he ever suffered such indignity? Even under Frieza, he still held on to his Saiyan pride. Thus Vegeta could not accept this. Do you think I won't kill you? A glint flashed in Yi Fei's eyes. Oomph. Vegeta snorted coldly, then charged forward in an instant. A powerful aura enveloped his body, boosting his speed significantly. Whoosh! Vegeta appeared directly before Yi Fei, sweeping his right leg in a midair kick. This strike was immensely powerful, tearing through the air with a sharp sound. However, Vegeta's opponent was Yi Fei. Such an attack might work against others, but against Yi Fei. As the kick descended, Yi Fei raised his right hand and extended his index finger. Bang! Vegeta's formidable kick collided directly with Yi Fei's finger. Though Yi Fei's finger appeared delicate upon contact with Vegeta's leg, it unleashed an unimaginably terrifying force. Nanny! Vegeta's expression twisted in pain as he staggered back several steps. Ada-da-da-da. After retreating, Vegeta lunged forward again. His golden aura erupted continuously, his momentum shaking the heavens. Yet before Yi Fei, no matter how hard Vegeta struggled, the outcome remained the same. The gap in their strength was simply too vast. Vegeta unleashed hundreds of frantic attacks in an instant. But against such onslaught, Yi Fei blocked every single strike with just one index finger. The disparity was starkly evident. Final flash. Vegeta roared, channeling all his power into his hands. A pure energy wave materialized, instantly surging toward Yi Fei with world-destroying force. Vegeta, you. Seeing this, Son Goku couldn't help but speak. He believed this was merely a spar between the two, not requiring such intensity. Though victory mattered under such a vast gap, defeat could also be a form of growth. At least that was how Goku saw it. One who cannot accept failure is destined never to become a true master. This was common knowledge. Boom. As the final flash unleashed, it erupted with terrifying might. A colossal energy sphere shot forth, hurtling toward Yi Fei with cataclysmic force. Interesting. Yi Fei shook his head. His current power far exceeded Vegeta's, so he held no expectations for this battle. Yet upon witnessing Vegeta's ultimate attack, the final flash, Yi Fei, though unconcerned, felt a slight stir. For your strength, unleashing a final flash of this caliber is truly remarkable. Yi Fei spoke calmly. He acknowledged the power of Vegeta's final flash, but that didn't mean he would let Vegeta win. As the energy wave thundered toward him, Yi Fei raised his right hand and pointed. Boom. A finger pressure shot forth, colliding directly with the final flash. The heavens and earth trembled. Though it was merely a finger's force, its power was undeniable, its might beyond imagination. Break for me, Vegeta roared. He poured all his remaining strength into the final flash, pushing its power to the peak. The energy sphere swelled rapidly, radiating destructive force. Yet even so, it could not shatter Yi Fei's finger pressure. No matter how hard Vegeta tried, he was no match for a single finger of Yi Fei, a crushing blow. Vegeta let out a furious roar, channeling immense energy into the final flash. The gap in strength is too enormous. No matter how hard Vegeta tries, it's futile. Goku spoke softly, observing clearly as a spectator. Though the outcome was certain. Vegeta, do you have no more power left? If so, this battle ends here. Yi Fei shook his head. Nanny. Vegeta's expression shifted in confusion. Boom. In that moment, Yi Fei pointed his right hand forward. The finger pressure surged instantly, overwhelming and shattering Vegeta's final flash. Bang! The final flash exploded in ruin. Before Yi Fei, it had no right to exist. Whenever he wished, he could obliterate it effortlessly. Massive energy scattered in all directions, shattering nearby rocks, and splitting the mountain peaks with huge fissures. Vegeta's body trembled as he stumbled back several steps. Though this outcome surprised him, given Yi Fei's strength, it seemed only logical. Yet witnessing it now, the melancholy and loss in his heart were beyond words. Yi Fei, let it go. This is just a spar. There's no need for ruthlessness. Let it end with mutual respect. As the final flash dissipated, Goku and Gohan flashed in, appearing before Vegeta. You two wish to stop me. Yi Fei looked at them. Though they were stronger than Vegeta, he remained unperturbed. If possible, would rather not. Goku spoke, making his stance clear. Kakarot, this is between him and me. It's none of your concern. Vegeta rose, battered but unharmed by Yi Fei's attack. Thus he still had strength left. And as he said, this was his affair, his battle wasn't over, so why should Goku interfere? You're no match for him. The gap is too wide. Goku glanced at Vegeta. Precisely because of that, I want to see just how strong he truly is. A gleam of light shone in Vegeta's eyes, filled with anticipation. It seems you haven't abandoned your Saiyan pride. Yi Fei gazed at Vegeta. Had Vegeta lacked such resolve, Yi Fei would not have intervened. But then Vegeta's strength would forever remain stagnant, never destined to reach the pinnacle. Yet now, though he lived on Earth with a wife and child, Vegeta's character had indeed transformed considerably. Still, certain things ingrained in his very bones remained unforgotten. This was the glory of the Saiyans, their pride. This is what Vegeta could never forsake, and what was most precious and invaluable to him. Enough talk. I know I'm no match for you, and the gap is immense. Since that's the case, let me witness your power. Vegeta declared with unwavering eyes. You shall witness it. Yi Fei smiled faintly, his expression serene. But before that, I want you to understand that ki is not meant to be used the way you do. Yi Fei glanced at Vegeta. Nanny, what do you mean? This. Vegeta's son Goku and son Gohan were all taken aback. Their combined strength could be considered immensely formidable. They had vanquished countless powerful foes. Yet now Yi Fei claimed their method of using ki was flawed, which was undeniably peculiar. If anyone else had said this, they might not have taken it seriously, even deeming the speaker mistaken. But the one speaking was Yi Fei. Recalling his prowess, they couldn't help but furrow their brows. You say our method of using ki is wrong. How is that possible? Goku looked at Yi Fei, utterly bewildered. Let me show you now. Ki is not used that way. It's used like this. Yi Fei clenched his fists, and instantly immense ki erupted from his body. In a wild descent, it crashed down upon Vegeta and the other two in a single moment. Boom. The violent ki surged forth with a roar. Nanny. As Yi Fei released his ki, forming a storm of destruction, Vegeta bore the brunt. The overwhelming force blasted him back several steps, his face pale. Such formidable ki, simply repelling me with such ease. This is utterly inconceivable. Vegeta stared at Yi Fei, his expression one of sheer horror. Yi Fei's display completely surpassed Vegeta's imagination. He had encountered many powerful beings, but never one who wielded ki to such a degree. Truly extraordinary. I never imagined it could be done this way. Goku was also astonished. Yi Fei's move exceeded his expectations. And most remarkably, achieving what Yi Fei did was not exceptionally difficult. The true challenge lay in possessing enough raw power. That was the hardest part. Ravaged by Yi Fei's ki, Vegeta's face darkened as his inner energy churned, causing him great pain. The mere outward release of ki holds such power. It nearly overwhelmed me. Vegeta was aghast, and fear of Yi Fei began to take root in his heart. Now let me show you my power. A cold glint flashed in Yi Fei's eyes as he stepped forward. With that single step, Yi Fei appeared directly before Vegeta, his speed reaching an unimaginable level. Such speed. Vegeta's expression shifted as he tried to retreat. Yet the moment he stepped back, Yi Fei was already behind him. You're too slow. Yi Fei's icy voice rang out as his right hand pressed against Vegeta's back. Boom. Yi Fei's palm was gentle, seemingly devoid of any force. Yet as the palm landed, Vegeta shuddered, feeling an unimaginable surge of power blast into his body. A gush of blood erupted from his mouth as Vegeta stumbled back, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan form, reverting to his normal state. Bang! Vegeta's body slammed into a mountain. As the echo of the impact reverberated, he was deeply embedded within. Vegeta? Goku roared, unleashing a burst of immense power. Whoosh! In a flash, he appeared before Yi Fei. Swoosh! Gohan followed closely behind. What's this? It seems you two wish to fight me. Yi Fei addressed them. A warrior of your caliber is naturally one I long to face, even though I know him no match. Goku's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Despite the vast disparity in power, it did not deter him in the slightest. Like Vegeta, battling a far superior opponent was an exhilarating prospect. Your strength is far too weak now. Fighting me is not out of the question. But with your current power, you clearly lack the qualifications. Yi Fei lowered his right hand. He had never intended to kill Vegeta from the start. A simple lesson would suffice. That it's not wise to fight him now. Tomorrow is your showdown with Cell. Compared to Yi Fei, the Cell matter is more pressing. Gohan pondered before speaking. At the mention of Cell, Goku's expression shifted. You're right. Cell is the priority. Goku nodded, acknowledging Gohan's reasoning. Yi-Fei, tomorrow, a martial arts tournament crucial to Earth's fate will take place. Are you interested? Goku looked at Yi-Fei. Though he had decided to let Gohan face Cell, if Yi-Fei joined, no matter how powerful Cell became, he would be unable to defeat Yi-Fei. Goku was confident of this, yet he had no certainty whether Yi-Fei would agree to participate. You want me to join you for the Cell games? Yi-Fei was taken aback. Yes. Perfect Cell is immensely strong, so I hope you'll come with us. Goku looked at Yi-Fei with eager anticipation. Hesitant Yi-Fei was indeed powerful, and inviting him was a good idea, but that cockroach. Vegeta was also stunned. He hadn't expected Goku to make such a proposal, and couldn't help but smile wryly. Someone like him would never agree. Vegeta murmured. No problem. You go ahead tomorrow, it'll be a bit late, but it'll definitely come. Yi-Fei considered, and then replied. Yi-Fei's reply took Sun Wukong, and the other two, by great surprise. They had expected him to refuse, but to their astonishment, he actually agreed. And he agreed so readily. Excellent. I believe that as long as you go, Cell will pose no threat whatsoever. Sun Wukong spoke excitedly. Don't get too happy just yet. Although I've agreed to go, I may not necessarily choose to intervene. To defeat Cell, you must rely on your own strength. Yi-Fei glanced at Sun Wufan as he spoke. We will do our best. Besides, I already have an idea for dealing with Cell. Though I'm not entirely confident, the chances of success are still considerable. Sun Wukong patted Sun Wufan on the head as he spoke. No one understood Sun Wukong's thoughts except Yi-Fei. That's for the best. Yi-Fei nodded, then glanced toward the direction of West City. See you tomorrow. After his words fell, he raised his right hand and waved it, instantly vanishing. Instant transmission. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed in surprise, never expecting Yi-Fei to master instant transmission as well. Yi-Fei's strength is immense. Though we are no match for him, now who can say what the future holds? Besides, we are all Saiyans. In other words, if we train diligently, can we not one day reach Yi-Fei's level of power? Sun Wukong's mind was surprisingly sharp at this moment, able to think along these lines. You're not wrong, but clearly it's no easy task. Vegeta spoke after a moment of silence. Though he found Sun Wukong's reasoning plausible, it was ultimately just wishful thinking. It sounded fine in theory, but the reality was far more problematic. At the very least, attaining Yi-Fei's level of power would be no simple feat. I don't know if you noticed, but Yi-Fei wasn't using his full power earlier. He only exerted a fraction of his strength. Sun Wukong addressed Vegeta and Sun Wufan. Nonsense. Vegeta frowned, the thought of Yi-Fei's power filling him with a sense of helplessness. You misunderstand. What I mean is that Super Saiyan transformation isn't Yi-Fei's limit. If I'm not mistaken, he possesses a transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan. A gleam flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. The transformation he had long sought but never attained. Perhaps Yi-Fei had already achieved it. A transformation beyond Super Saiyan. Vegeta was taken aback. He had only recently achieved Super Saiyan and had never considered what might come after. But hearing Sun Wukong's words now left Vegeta stunned. That's right. I've always believed that Super Saiyan is not the end. There must be an even stronger transformation beyond it. However, even now I have no clue how to achieve it. Sun Wukong nodded. West City. Yi-Fei's figure materialized. Having been confined for so long, he was finally free, and naturally, he couldn't resist a hearty feast. As a Saiyan, he not only possessed the ability to transform, but had also inherited their terrifying appetite. He found a decent-looking restaurant, ordered a large table of food, and immediately began devouring it ravenously. An entire table, enough to feed over a dozen people, was completely cleaned out by Yi-Fei in just half an hour. It's been a while since I've eaten this well. After wiping his mouth, Yi-Fei patted his belly with satisfaction, feeling utterly content. I have no money to pay the bill. Better make a quick exit. Yi-Fei glanced around, raised his right hand, and vanished instantly. This time his instant transmission had no set destination, but when he reappeared, he found himself at Bulma's house. Who are you? Startled by the sudden appearance, Bulma was taken aback. A stranger appearing in her home late at night. It hardly seemed normal. Bulma. Yi-Fei was equally surprised, staring at the bewildered Bulma, wondering why he had ended up here. You know me? Bulma looked at Yi-Fei, unable to recall where she might have seen him before. Have we met? Though puzzled, Bulma felt no fear, especially since Yi-Fei didn't seem like a bad person, which put her even more at ease. We haven't met, but I know of you. Yi-Fei looked at Bulma as he spoke. Know of me? I guess I'm quite famous. Bulma smiled gently, her beauty captivating. Yet as she gazed at Yi-Fei, a hint of admiration flickered in her heart. There was no denying that Yi-Fei was undeniably handsome. This was beyond dispute. As someone who appreciated good looks, Bulma was instantly struck the moment she laid eyes on him. If only I had met you sooner. Bulma suddenly blurted out, leaving Yi-Fei somewhat embarrassed. No, don't misunderstand. I know Vegeta, and am here with no ill intentions, so there's no need to overthink. Yi-Fei spoke awkwardly. Despite his immense strength, Bulma's words caught him off guard, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Another Saiyan. It was then that Bulma noticed Yi Fei's distinctive golden hair, recognizing him as a Saiyan. Indeed, I simply came to the wrong place. My apologies. With that, Yi Fei vanished in a flash. Could it be that I'm not beautiful? After Yi Fei disappeared, Bulma brushed her hair aside and murmured, "Thank goodness I'm not Chow Chow." Atop a mountain peak, Yi Fei's figure reappeared, a wry smile forming on his lips as he faced the mountain breeze. Tomorrow is the Cell Games, but it holds no significance for me. However, my transformation is merely Super Saiyan. I've yet to unleash my full strength. Since the tournament is tomorrow, there's no rush to reveal my complete power. Besides, after the Cell Games, I need to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Though my current strength is formidable, enough to effortlessly defeat not only Cell, but even Majin Buu should he appear. If I were to face a god of destruction, my power would still be far from sufficient. Time is limited. I must enhance my strength in the shortest possible time, so that when the god of destruction Beerus arrives on Earth, I can stand a chance in battle. Yi Fei understood this clearly. For him, training was an urgent priority, and he had little time to concern himself with other matters. Thus, while Yi Fei had no intention of intervening in tomorrow's Cell Games, there was no harm in going to observe. It was for this reason that he had accepted Sun Wukong's invitation to the Cell Games. Cell, even your perfect form is nothing. Even super perfect Cell is far from a match for me, a Super Saiyan. Yi Fei was brimming with confidence, his own power sufficient enough that he naturally dismissed Cell as a threat. Glancing at the sky, Yi Fei began his cultivation atop the mountain peak. For Yi Fei, a short training session had long lost its effect, offering him virtually no improvement. The next morning, as the first rays of the sun ascended into the sky, Yi Fei opened his eyes. Given my current strength, a night of cultivation offers no benefit whatsoever. However, after this night of training, my power has been considerably stabilized. Much of the strength gifted by the system has also been consolidated during this time, which is no small gain for me. Though not yet fully stabilized, Yi Fei was quite satisfied with the harvest from a single night. He glanced into the distance, but did not rush to leave. Instead, he pondered for a moment before remaining seated and resuming his cultivation. This day was destined to be an extraordinary one. The Cell Games would decide the fate of Earth, whether it would live or die. Every person on the planet was tense for the outcome of whether Earth would be destroyed or continue to exist, would all be determined today. Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, and Android 16. Each of them set out from their respective locations, heading towards the Cell Games arena. Whether they were afraid or confident, running away was simply not an option. Son Goku wore a calm expression. Instead of using instant transmission, he and Son Gohan raced across the sky, turning into beams of light that streaked through the heavens, hurtling towards the Cell Games arena at tremendous speed. The feelings of the Z fighters were unspeakable, but at that moment Cell was extremely frustrated, trapped in a dilemma. The Cell Games were his own creation, how originally everything had been under his control. But the overwhelming aura from the previous night had filled Cell with terror. That was an existence he simply could not contend with. If that being were to arrive, he would have no chance of victory. Moreover, with someone like that on Earth, even if he won the games, what then? Would he actually destroy the planet? If he did, he would likely be annihilated by that being before Earth itself was destroyed. Whoosh! Cell flickered and vanished, heading straight for the arena. Regardless, since the day had arrived, backing out was impossible. Despite his hesitation, Cell made his way to the arena at top speed. The arena was very remote, difficult for many to find, so when Cell arrived, the place was still deserted. They're almost here. Cell looked into the distance, clearly sensing several auras approaching at incredible speed. However, none of these auras contained the overwhelming presence from the previous night. It seems that terrifying person hasn't come. Cell breathed a sigh of relief, a welcome development for him. After all, if it was just Son Goku and the others, he had no concerns. He was absolutely confident he could defeat them. As for what would happen after defeating them, as long as he didn't destroy the Earth, he figured he would be safe. With that thought, Cell's expression relaxed considerably. Whoosh! 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 One after another, figures tore through the sky, racing towards the arena at breakneck speed. So you finally arrived? Cell looked into the distance, his gaze catching several figures. Among them, Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Krillin were approaching rapidly. From another direction, Vegeta, Future Trunks, and Android 16 moved with incredible speed, momentarily tearing across the sky as they headed for the arena. Cell, you're early. Son Goku arrived in an instant, appearing directly on the arena stage as he looked at Cell and spoke calmly. Son Goku, you seem different from before, Cell said, looking at Son Goku. Of course, your power is formidable, so if I hadn't improved, I wouldn't be able to defeat you today. Son Goku spoke with confidence. From the way you talk, it sounds like you think you can beat me now, eh? Cell retorted, displeased by Son Goku's tone. Yet he had to admit that Son Goku's power had indeed grown significantly since their last encounter. I'm not entirely certain, but it's worth a try, Son Goku replied, looking at Cell. As they spoke, Vegeta and the others also arrived, including Piccolo. In their minds, this was a battle that determined Earth's survival. They could not afford any carelessness and had to give it their all. "Hey, are you Cell?" Just then a car approached from the distance carrying Mr. Satan and a reporter. "What are they doing here?" Son Goku frowned and raised his right hand, waving it. Boom. A terrifying gale erupted in that instant, blocking Mr. Satan and the others from approaching. "Since everyone is here, let's begin. Whether you want to come one by one or all at once, it makes no difference to me." Cell's words were arrogant, but he certainly possessed the capital to be so arrogant. Vegeta frowned, but he did not make the first move. He was well aware that Cell's strength far surpassed his own. He had enough self-awareness for that. He'll go first. A glint flashed in Son Goku's eyes as he stood before Cell. "I didn't expect you to be the first to step up. This is quite a surprise." Cell looked at Son Goku, genuinely taken aback that he would be the first to fight. "Your strength is immense. Even if someone else went first, they wouldn't stand a chance against you. In that case, it's better to cut to the chase and have me fight you directly. At least you know your place. You know the rules. Whoever touches the ground loses." After speaking, Cell's form flickered, and he charged straight at Son Goku. Gohan watched closely. Son Goku ignored Cell for a moment and glanced back at Son Gohan. "I understand." Son Gohan nodded. Whoosh! Son Goku shot forward as well. Both he and Cell moved at blinding speeds. The arena was small, and within moments they clashed. Bang! Without any hesitation, as they closed in, both Son Goku and Cell raised their fists, simultaneously delivering a fierce punch aimed at each other. Their power was immense. Though they weren't unleashing their full strength from the start, even this much force was not to be underestimated. Boom! Their fists collided directly. A violent roar echoed, immediately triggering a thunderous explosion. Swish! Swish swish! Swish swish swish! Sun Wukong and Cell moved at an astonishing speed, unleashing their full power at this moment. So fast, Piccolo and Krillin could not even discern the movements of Sun Wukong and Cell. Even Vegeta and Future Trunks, under their Super Saiyan transformations, could barely track their actions. As for Son Gohan, he had been maintaining his Super Saiyan form recently, thus his power was formidable, not inferior to Sun Wukong's. Under these circumstances, despite the ferocity and speed of the battle between Sun Wukong and Cell, Son Gohan could clearly perceive it. Bang! Sun Wukong's and Cell's fists collided in an instant. Boom! As their fists met, the heavens and earth roared, and the shockwaves swept in all directions. Haha, exhilarating. Good. Sun Wukong and Cell spoke simultaneously after the blow. Though their strength differed, they could still engage in combat. Adadada, adadada. After that single strike, Sun Wukong and Cell's figures flickered, instantly engaging in a frenzied battle. Swish. Bang. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Amidst a series of violent explosions, Sun Wukong and Cell fought wildly together. Cell let out a low growl, clenching his fist as he charged straight at Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Cell moved with incredible speed, appearing before Sun Wukong in an instant. Naive. Sun Wukong sneered, and the moment Cell appeared before him, he raised his right hand, placing 2 fingers on his brow, and instantly reappeared behind Cell. Nanny! Cell was startled and turned his head abruptly, but in that instant Sun Wukong's fist had already struck, landing squarely on Cell. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed as Cell's entire body shuddered involuntarily, stumbling back several steps. Bang! Sun Wukong's punch carried immense force. Even the mighty Cell found it difficult to withstand, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he was driven to the edge of the arena, nearly falling off. Whoosh! Sun Wukong flashed closer, without hesitation, directly arriving at the edge, raising his right fist and driving it towards Cell. Good! Krillin's face lit up with excitement at the sight. It worked. Piccolo also looked astonished. It doesn't seem that simple. Son Gohan glanced and spoke. You're too naive. Although I admit that move of yours looked quite impressive. And it was a good strategy. If you think that can defeat me, isn't that a bit too naive? Cell looked at Sun Wukong and spoke slowly. Bang! Cell raised his right hand and slammed a heavy fist directly at Sun Wukong. Boom! Colossal force clashed in that instant. Though startled by Sun Wukong's sudden move, it was clearly not enough to bring him down. Their battle was exceptionally thrilling. Though lacking world-shattering attacks, this style of combat embodied the true spirit of the martial arts tournament. Yi Fei sat cross-legged atop the mountain. After prolonged cultivation, he had now fully integrated all the power within his body. Although his strength had not increased with complete mastery over his internal energy, Yi Fei's power had reached an even greater level. He could now perfectly unleash his base power of 1 billion. The feeling of fully mastering my power is wonderful. Clenching his fist, a strong excitement gleamed in Yi Fei's eyes. I wonder how their battle is progressing. To what extent has it gone? Raising his right hand and waving it, Yi Fei vanished, instantly departing from the mountaintop and appearing beside Son Gohan at the edge of the Cell Games arena. Kamehameha! Kamehameha! Both Sun Wukong and Cell unleashed the Kamehameha simultaneously. Two enormous energy waves materialized in an instant, carrying a terrifying power capable of annihilating everything, and collided with each other in the blink of an eye. Boom! The moment the two Kamehamehas clashed, a violent explosion echoed, the ground shattered, and massive fissures appeared. Even the entire arena was reduced to dust and destroyed by the shockwave of the two Kamehamehas. Breakthrough! Sun Wukong roared, pouring all his power into his hands, unleashing even greater force in an attempt to overwhelm Cell's Kamehameha. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept across, and with a thunderous roar that spread in all directions, both Kamehamehas collapsed simultaneously. Cell stepped back, his hands slightly numb. Sun Wukong retreated several steps. Although he had broken Cell's Kamehameha, he was also greatly strained. As expected of Sun Wukong to be able to fight me to this extent, you have not disappointed me. No wonder the Red Ribbon Army was destroyed by you. Cell looked at Sun Wukong, somewhat surprised that he possessed such power. However, Sun Wukong's strength also excited Cell, for he was his only worthy opponent. At least in the previous battles, Cell had thoroughly enjoyed himself. Let's continue. Cell's eyes flashed, and he prepared to charge again. Wait! Seeing Cell about to attack, Sun Wukong immediately raised his right hand and spoke. What's wrong? Cell was taken aback, looking at Sun Wukong with confusion. Sun Wukong, our fight is not over yet. Cell stared at Sun Wukong, having just found the joy of battle. He certainly could not stop now. Cell, your strength is immense. From our previous fight, I know I am no match for you. Though I am reluctant to admit it, this is the undeniable truth. Sun Wukong spoke slowly. Since you know that that's for the best. But our battle is not over, and from what I know of you, you have never spoken like this in your past fights. Cell looked at Sun Wukong, somewhat puzzled by his words, unsure of their meaning. I surrender. As Cell was bewildered, a calm voice came from Sun Wukong. Nanny. Cell was stunned, frozen in place. Goku, Kakarot, Dad, Krillin, Vegeta, Son Gohan, and the others all stared at Sun Wukong, utterly bewildered by his words. Sun Wukong, what did you say? Cell looked at Sun Wukong in disbelief. Though he was certain he had not misheard, he still could not believe what he had heard. I surrender. Sun Wukong repeated. Don't you know I will destroy Earth? Cell was puzzled, unsure of what Sun Wukong was planning. Although I surrender, I haven't conceded the victory of this battle. I am not your match, but there is someone who will be your opponent. Sun Wukong spoke confidently. You mean? Cell looked at the watching crowd, his gaze suddenly stopping on Yi Fei. This person is a... Cell's heart trembled. Though he did not know Yi Fei, the aura emanating from him felt familiar. And that familiarity instantly made Cell's expression change drastically, revealing deep fear. Don't worry, you're not worth Yi Fei's trouble. Cell's expression shifted, and Son Goku saw it clearly before speaking with a smile. Yi Fei, oi. Cell had no knowledge of Yi Fei. This was the first time he had heard the name. What is Kakarot up to? Vegeta stared at Son Goku, utterly puzzled by his thoughts. Cell was so powerful, the safest course was to end the fight as swiftly as possible. At least that was how Vegeta saw it. Son Goku, do you honestly believe that aside from Yi Fei, any of you can defeat me? Though Cell was deeply apprehensive, he had discerned that Yi Fei was here more as an observer with no intention of intervening. If that were the case, then besides Yi Fei, none among Son Goku's group were worthy of his consideration. Vegeta, or future Trunks, they were clearly outmatched. As for the others, they couldn't even earn a second glance from Cell. Gohan, did you observe my battle with Cell closely? To everyone's astonishment, Son Goku addressed Son Gohan, a move no one had anticipated. Kakarot, you don't mean to let... Vegeta's face was a mask of disbelief. Son Goku, do you intend to have your son fight me? Cell shook his head, feeling deeply insulted. Can I? Son Gohan hesitated. Gohan, unleash your power. Remember, you must be angry. Only then can you draw forth your true strength and defeat Cell. Son Goku encouraged him. Anger. Son Gohan understood why his father had chosen him, but anger wasn't something he could summon at will. Especially for Son Gohan, whose nature was far gentler than that of pure-blooded Saiyans like Son Goku and Vegeta, who relished battle. Thus, rousing anger within Son Gohan was a considerable challenge. Believe in yourself and unleash your true power. Your potential is boundless. Once you're angry, a mere Cell will be no match for you. Yi Fei patted Son Gohan on the head. But I... Son Gohan faltered. He knew this, yet he simply couldn't ignite his fury. Don't worry, I'll help you. Yi Fei smiled faintly. Can Gohan really do it? Piccolo glared at Son Goku, deeply disapproving of his pushing Gohan into battle with Cell. His tone was sharp. Son Gohan. Cell scrutinized the boy. No matter how he looked at it, Son Gohan's strength paled in comparison to Son Goku's. Son Goku claims you can defeat me, but from what I see, your current power makes that impossible. Cell declared. I don't want to kill you. Son Gohan's words stunned everyone. Cell froze for a moment, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the world's greatest joke. Kill me. Cell sneered at Son Gohan. Do you honestly believe you can? He was utterly contemptuous, never expecting such audacity. When I'm angry, my power surges immensely. Once enraged, you won't stand a chance against me. Son Gohan spoke earnestly. Is that so? Then I'm truly eager to see the power that makes you so arrogant. Gohan. At that moment, Yi Fei appeared silently beside him. I know your temperament, so rousing your anger requires a special approach. Yi Fei raised his right hand and pointed, sending a surge of energy into Son Gohan's body. Boom. Son Gohan shuddered, his aura erupting wildly. While what's happening? Cell's expression darkened. The explosive power radiating from Son Gohan was immense enough to unsettle even him. Yi Fei had not infused him with raw power, but with memories of Cell's evil deeds. Implanting these in Gohan's mind naturally ignited his fury. A low growl escaped Son Gohan's throat. Simultaneously, a torrent of fierce energy surged from within him. Golden energy soared into the sky. Cell staggered back several steps. Even with his current strength, the power emanating from Son Gohan filled him with dread, making him reluctant to fight. Boom. The golden aura blazed furiously. His hair stood even more upright, with a single strand falling over his forehead. The energy around his body took on a misty form. Yet the most striking change was the crackling lightning that danced within his aura, emitting a sharp sizzle. What is this? Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin, and Piccolo all gasped in awe as they beheld Son Gohan's transformation. Within Son Gohan now resided a power that moved them all, a strength they could never hope to withstand. He finally made it. Son Goku gazed at his son, his eyes brimming with ecstasy. The transformation he had tirelessly pursued but never achieved, Gohan had now attained. Kakarot, what's going on? Vegeta demanded. But Son Goku ignored him, walking straight over to Yi Fei. A transformation beyond Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 2, am I right? Son Goku asked Yi Fei. Correct. It's Super Saiyan 2, doubling his previous power. Son Gohan's strength now far exceeds Cell's. This battle is already decided. Yi Fei nodded. I was right. You've also achieved the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Son Goku looked at Yi Fei. Does it matter? Yi Fei didn't meet his gaze. It matters. I want to know your current highest form. Since Super Saiyan 2 exists and is attainable, there must be more beyond it. Super Saiyan 2 isn't the limit, am I correct? Son Goku pressed. They say you're foolish and slow-witted, but that seems to be just rumor. You're quite sharp and analytical. Yi Fei glanced at him. Then am I right? Son Goku stared intently. We can discuss this after the matter here is settled. If the opportunity arises, I might explain, even show you. But for now, I'm not interested. Yi Fei averted his gaze, focusing on Son Gohan and Cell. Cell stared at Gohan, his pupils contracting as his body trembled uncontrollably. To think you've become this powerful. If it were merely a slight increase in strength, he might still dare to fight. But now Gohan's power was nearly double his own. Confronted with such a vast disparity, Cell realized that no matter what method he employed, he stood no chance against Gohan. Cell. Gohan turned, his icy gaze falling directly upon Cell. Under Gohan's stare, Cell couldn't help but inhale sharply, his body retreating several steps involuntarily, his terror impossible to conceal. Cell attempted to speak, but the pressure Gohan exerted was overwhelming. Under such oppression, he knew his words would be futile. Everything was already decided. No matter what you say now, I won't let you go. Gohan's voice rang out coldly. Escape. Without a moment's hesitation, Cell abandoned any thought of fighting. He unleashed all his power, his formidable aura enveloping his body as he retreated, desperate to flee with utmost speed. Naive. Seeing Cell attempt to flee, a sneer curled on Gohan's lips. Do you truly believe you can escape without my consent? Cell's speed was immense. In an instant of retreat, he had covered a great distance. Just as his form was about to vanish from sight, Gohan flashed forward. Gohan's speed was far too great, overwhelmingly surpassing Cell's to an incomparable degree. As Cell sped away, a piercing sound of air being rent reached his ears. Turning his head, he found Gohan already before him. Did I give you permission to leave? A frigid voice issued from Gohan's mouth as he reached out, seizing Cell's body firmly. What? Caught by Gohan, Cell struggled to break free, but found it impossible. Get down there. Gohan hurled Cell violently toward the ground. Boom. Under the force of the throw, Cell plummeted uncontrollably. Cell's body crashed heavily into the earth, kicking up a storm of dust. Damn it. Cell was now thoroughly enraged. He understood that without defeating Gohan, escape was utterly impossible today. With this realization, the path forward was simple. Regardless of the cost, he had to fight with all his might. It was his only chance for survival. Cell charged straight at Gohan, attempting to seize the initiative. But as he approached, Gohan's expression turned icy as he raised his right hand and delivered a single punch. A scream of agony rang out as Cell's right arm twisted, grotesquely shattered by the blow. Yet thanks to Piccolo's cells within him, he quickly regenerated. Is this all the strength you possess? I thought you were far mightier. It seems you're nothing special after all. Gohan spoke with disdain. You're courting death. Cell's expression darkened. The moment Cell's words fell, Gohan appeared before him with incredible speed. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and drove it into Cell's body. Cell's body convulsed, staggering backward several steps as a gush of blood erupted from his mouth. His features twisted in agony, disbelief flooding his mind. Under that single punch, Cell was grievously wounded, his power severely diminished. How can you be this strong? Cell simply couldn't comprehend it. Gohan's surge in power was beyond all imagination and unacceptable reality. This is merely a fraction. Now I'll use my full strength. I hope you can withstand it. An end so swift would be far too dull. Having spoken, Gohan began walking towards Cell. His steps were agonizingly slow, yet each one placed immense pressure upon his opponent. How is this possible? Such power is on an entirely different level. Gohan, Goku, and Vegeta stood utterly stunned, never imagining that Gohan's transformation would elevate his strength to such a degree. Cell was utterly defenseless before him, forced to endure the onslaught of Gohan's might. This punch ends the battle. A flash of killing intent gleamed in Gohan's eyes as he shot forward, instantly closing the distance to Cell. Cell retreated, frantically desperate to widen the gap. Yet though the thought was promising, reality proved mercilessly harsh. After only 3 steps backward, Gohan was already upon him. Such incredible speed. Cell was shocked once more. Gohan's velocity defied comprehension, leaving him no avenue for escape. With no other choice, Cell resolved to fight. A surge of immense power erupted from his body. Channeling every ounce of his strength into a single point, he unleashed his most powerful punch at Gohan. Overreaching yourself. Facing Cell's ultimate strike, Gohan's expression remained cold and contemptuous, utterly dismissing the attack. As Cell's fist came hurtling toward him, Gohan caught it with one hand. Simultaneously, he clenched his other fist and drove it fiercely into Cell's body. The blow landed, unleashing tremendous force that struck Cell without pause. A scream tore from Cell's throat as blood gushed forth, his face contorted in agony. How is this possible? I actually lost. Pain twisted Cell's features. It's over. Gohan's voice was ice cold. He had needed only 3 punches, yet Cell could endure no more. Though unsatisfied, Gohan knew the time had come to bring everything to a close. Cell spat out another torrent of blood, his expression warping in torment. Under Gohan's 3 blows, his very foundation had been shattered. Though still in his perfect form, he could no longer sustain it. What's happening? Goku and the others stared intently. Gohan also looked on, refraining from action, confusion flickering in his eyes. Under the gaze of the crowd, Cell spat out no. 18, and then no. 17 as well. Without no. 17, and no. 18. Cell naturally could no longer maintain his perfect form, reverting instead to his initial state. It seems you can no longer maintain your perfect form. I wasn't done playing before, but now you can no longer pique my interest in any way. Get lost. Killing you would dirty my hands. Son Gohan spoke coldly. Gohan, Son Goku, and the others were shocked by Son Gohan's words. They never expected Son Gohan to utter such words. It was a complete departure from the Son Gohan they knew. I will make you pay for what you've done. Cell, enraged and knowing he was doomed, without his perfect form, resolved to take everyone down with him, thinking it the fairest outcome. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from within Cell, as his body rapidly swelled, amassing terrifying energy. Nanny. Son Gohan's expression shifted as he looked sharply, his face darkening upon seeing Cell's condition. You? Son Gohan stared at Cell, never imagining he would be driven to such madness, far beyond what he had anticipated. Son Gohan, you wanted to kill me, didn't you? Now you don't have to, I'll do it myself. But to kill me, you must pay a heavy price. I will take you, all of humanity on Earth, and the entire planet down with me. Their deaths are not my fault. They are your, Son Gohan. Cell's expression grew manic. He had lost all reason, caring only about killing Son Gohan. Watching the power within Cell intensify, Son Gohan's face twisted with dismay, knowing that whether he attacked or not, Cell's body would explode. And the force was immense. If it detonated, the entire Earth would be annihilated in an instant. If that happened, he would truly be the planet's greatest sinner. After all, he had initially possessed enough strength and opportunity to kill Cell. Gohan, you've done exceptionally well. The future of Earth needs your protection. Give my regards to Shishi when you get home. Son Goku appeared beside Gohan, affectionately patting his head with his right hand. Father, it's all my fault. Tears welled in Son Gohan's eyes. Sigh. Yi-Fei sighed softly, raising his right hand and waving it, releasing a strange force that landed on Cell. Nanny. Under Yi-Fei's gesture, the frantic power within Cell rapidly weakened. In just a few breaths, the terrifying energy vanished as Yi-Fei forcibly canceled the self-destruction. What's happening? Cell's expression turned to terror as he stared at Yi-Fei. I won't allow you to destroy Earth, so give up that idea. Gohan, this is all I can do for you. Yi-Fei spoke calmly. Thank you, Uncle Yi-Fei. A sharp glint flashed in Son Gohan's eyes. With Cell's power neutralized by Yi-Fei, he stepped forward, appeared before Cell, raised his right hand, and delivered a punch. No. Watching Gohan's fist approach, Cell let out a desperate cry. Bang! The fist landed, striking Cell's head. A resounding boom echoed. Cell's body disintegrated, scattering into countless fragments. Cell was vanquished, finally settled. Having killed Cell's son Gohan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately reverted from his Super Saiyan 2 form to his base state. His body went limp, nearly collapsing, but Son Goku caught him. Gohan, well done. Son Goku smiled. All right, it's over. Yifei prepared to leave. Yifei, Gohan's victory over Cell is thanks to you. Come back to Mount Paozu with us. He'll have Shishi prepare a feast. Son Goku extended an invitation. Well, Yifei wanted to refuse but realized he had nowhere else to go, so he smiled instead. That works. Yifei nodded without pretense and accepted. I won't linger here, am returning to the future timeline. With my current strength, as long as Cell hasn't achieved his perfect form, he's no match for me. Future Trunks glanced at everyone, then retrieved the time machine, activated it, and departed. Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo, come back with me. Son Goku looked at the group. The Dragon Balls are still at the lookout. We should go there first. Cell killed many people, we need the Dragon Balls to revive them. Piccolo spoke after a moment of thought. No. 17 and no. 18 slowly regained consciousness. Seeing them awake, no. 16 immediately approached them. Originally we were supposed to fight to the death, but after everything that's happened I've changed my mind. No. 17, now awake, addressed Son Goku. No. 17, I haven't fought you yet. We should have a battle sometime. Son Goku said to no. 17. Where should we go now? No. 18 spoke softly, momentarily unsure of their destination. We're heading to the lookout. I know you were originally humans turned into androids by Dr. Gero. I don't know if Shinron can restore your humanity, but if you wish, come along. It might just work. Son Goku glanced at no. 17 and no. 18. No. 17 snorted coldly. Let's check it out. I was badly damaged by Cell, and they helped restore me. No. 16, although an android, was a peace-loving one. Since you say so, we'll take a look. No. 17 nodded. He might disregard others, but as a fellow android, he heeded no. 16's words. With a whoosh, the group vanished and sped toward the lookout at incredible speed, covering vast distances in an instant. Mr. Satan, what just happened? And Cell, was he defeated? Nearby, a reporter, bewildered, looked at Mr. Satan and asked. Well, Mr. Satan's eyes darted as he scrambled for an explanation. Actually, what they did was a kind of magic trick. You know about illusion techniques, right? That's what it was. Mr. Satan spoke with feigned seriousness, even convincing himself it was just an illusion, for otherwise it couldn't have fooled his eyes. Then how did Cell disappear? The reporter pressed, focusing on the real issue. Of course, I, the great Mr. Satan, defeated him. Mr. Satan declared with a serious expression. After all, with the thick smoke earlier claiming so posed no issue. You? Weren't you with us all along? You don't understand, this kind of trick only works on you. To me, it's utterly insignificant. Mr. Satan explained. Somehow, through his own methods and justifications, news eventually spread. The world hero Mr. Satan had defeated Cell and once again saved the Earth. Every human on Earth believed this news, and even those with doubts lacked the strength to refute it. It was a classic case of it's hard to please everyone. At the Celestial Temple Plaza, Yifei and the others arrived, and Din brought out the Dragon Balls. Come forth, Shinron. Goku shouted loudly, and the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a dazzling radiance. 7 beams of light shot into the sky, converging into a massive green dragon. The dragon's tail connected to the balls while its vast body and head appeared in midair. A pressure emanated, falling upon Goku and the others. Though it's not the first time summoning Shinron, always feels different. Krillin remarked, glancing at the dragon. Indeed. Piccolo said. Is this Shinron? Androids 17, 18, and 16 saw it for the first time, their hearts filled with awe and their expressions stunned. Speak. Whatever your wish, I can grant it. Shinron's majestic voice echoed. Shinron, please revive all the innocent people who died during this android period. Goku addressed the dragon. As you wish. Shinron's crimson eyes flickered. The wish is fulfilled. State your second wish. Yifei, do you have any wish? This second one is for you. Goku said, looking at Yifei. I have no wishes. You make yours. Besides, aren't you planning to help the androids? Yifei replied calmly. For him, he had no particular desire at the moment, so it was better to leave the opportunity to the androids. As for himself, he could make a wish anytime. There was no rush. I knew you'd say that. Goku smiled, especially pleased with Yifei's words. You? Yifei was taken aback, surprised that Goku's mind was quite sharp, but he didn't dwell on it, merely shaking his head. Shinron, I wish for you to restore the androids, making them human again. Goku addressed the dragon. Impossible. In the androids' expectant gazes, Shinron's answer caught them off guard. Though I cannot do that, I can remove the bombs within their bodies. Thus, while they remain androids, they will be no different from humans. Shinron declared. Then remove the bombs inside them. Goku had no choice but to state that. The crimson eyes flashed, and the androids shuddered instantly, feeling the bombs within them vanish. Free from the bombs, they felt an immense relief. The wish is fulfilled. Farewell. Shenron's body ascended, carrying the 7 Dragon Balls higher and higher until they transformed into 7 beams of light shooting off in different directions. The dim sky brightened as the Dragon Balls disappeared. Android 18. Krillin mustered his courage and approached her slightly nervous. What is it? Android 18 looked at Krillin. She felt some fondness for this first man she encountered upon awakening. Perhaps not deep affection, but certainly a liking. Can we meet again? Krillin hesitated, but in that moment he spoke without wavering. He knew that if he didn't speak now and seize this chance, he would lose it forever. Maybe, who knows? Android 18 said, then gently flicked Krillin's forehead. She left with Androids 17 and 16, the 3 turning into streaks of light vanishing into the distance without a trace. Let's head back to. Goku glanced at the others. Piccolo, I want to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Yi Fei suddenly spoke to Piccolo. The hyperbolic time chamber. Piccolo paused, giving Yi Fei a deep look. He knew Yi Fei's strength was immense, and refusing would be unwise. But letting him in so easily left Piccolo somewhat reluctant. Yi Fei, you want to enter the time chamber? Goku asked. Yes. Yi Fei nodded without any pretense. In his view, there was no need for concealment. Entering the time chamber was trivial, so admitting it openly was best. Piccolo, since Yi Fei wants to go, and let him. I'd like to join as well. Yi Fei, going together is fine, right? Goku looked at Yi Fei, genuinely eager for this, as it might reveal Yi Fei's true power. Follow me. Piccolo glanced at Goku, knowing his opposition was futile. Thus he acquiesced, at least to avoid physical punishment, uncertain of the consequences if he denied Yi Fei entry. Led by Piccolo, Yi Fei and Goku soon entered. Vegeta considered joining, but hesitated, and ultimately chose to abstain. As in his memory, the time chamber was an endless expanse of white save for the entrance. This is the hyperbolic time chamber. 1 day outside equals a year here. It's a great place for training, but that's its only function. Using it once or twice is fine, but prolonged stays yield no benefit. Goku explained, having entered many times. Good. He'll train. Don't disturb me unless necessary. Yi Fei left these words and vanished, appearing in an open area. Let me observe first. There's plenty of time, no need to rush. Goku glanced at Yi Fei and began his own training. Gohan had already achieved Super Saiyan 2, which filled Goku with anticipation. He himself had reached full power Super Saiyan and needed just one more step to transform. As the two trained outside, Gohan, Vegeta, and Krillin exchanged glances before leaving the Celestial Temple, each heading home. Yet each carried different emotions, especially Krillin, who had set his goal firmly in mind. Time flowed onward. Within the spiritual time chamber, Yi Fei and Sun Wukong trained together. The hours slipped away silently, and before they knew it, an immense span of time had passed. The two of them seemed utterly oblivious to the passage of time. After this period of cultivation, Sun Wukong had finally achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan 2. However, the form was unstable, lasting only a fleeting 2 minutes at most. It would still require considerable time for him to fully adapt and master it. Yi Fei was rather astonished that Sun Wukong could achieve Super Saiyan 2 in such a short span of time. Yi Fei, I can now transform into a Super Saiyan 2, I wonder. Although it could only be sustained for 2 minutes, this alone filled Sun Wukong with immense satisfaction. Not bad. I must admit your cultivation speed is truly remarkable. Yi Fei nodded in acknowledgement. However, the duration you can maintain the Super Saiyan 2 form is far too brief. A mere 2 minutes is utterly insufficient to defeat an enemy while transformed. But since you can already achieve the transformation, all obstacles can be overcome. If you train diligently, I believe it won't be long before you can sustain it for a longer period. Yi Fei spoke calmly. I understand. Sun Wukong nodded. Such a simple truth was naturally clear to him. Why do I get the impression that you wish to spar with me? Do you truly believe that achieving Super Saiyan 2 makes you a match for me? Yi Fei gazed at Sun Wukong. I know that even so I am still no match for you. But I thought even if I cannot win, I should at least be able to put up a fight. A fighting spirit blazed in Sun Wukong's eyes. Then come. I will show you what it means to possess an insurmountable power. Yi Fei nodded. Though he had no desire for battle, retreat was not an option at this point. Since it had come to this, he might as well engage in a decisive clash. Boom. Sun Wukong instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, unleashing a terrifying wave of power that erupted from his entire being. This is the full extent of my Super Saiyan 2 power. Though inferior to yours, it must be somewhat close. Transformed Sun Wukong addressed Yi Fei. Is that what you believe? Yi Fei smiled faintly, unperturbed. He shook his head slightly, a hint of mockery coloring his expression. Sun Wukong, you are often quite clever, but at times you are also incredibly naive. Do you truly believe that transforming into a Super Saiyan 2 enables you to fight me? Thinking so is a grave mistake. My strength surpasses yours not merely in transformation, but in the fact that my base power alone far exceeds yours. Yi Fei smiled, then clenched his fists. Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. My current battle power is approximately 1.5 billion. Now let me show you just how formidable my base power becomes when I transform into a Super Saiyan. It will far exceed your imagination. Yi Fei's expression remained calm. As his words fell, a golden radiance erupted from him with a thunderous roar. Boom! Yi Fei's power surged wildly in that instant, multiplying his previous battle power of 1.5 billion by a factor of 50. An overwhelming force of 75 billion exploded forth. Though he had not yet moved, this immense power alone was enough to destabilize the spiritual time chamber. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted as he stared at Yi Fei. Do you see? This is merely Super Saiyan. Now I will show you Super Saiyan 2. It is the same transformation as yours, yet you will soon understand the vast chasm in power between us. Yi Fei spoke calmly. He had originally been reluctant to fight Sun Wukong as the gap between them was simply too immense. Engaging in combat held no meaning for him. It would not allow his true strength to manifest, so he had no intention of fighting. The reason he transformed was merely to demonstrate his own abilities. After all, he was uncertain of the extent of his power in his current transformations, especially what level he could achieve as a Super Saiyan 4. Thus, seizing this opportunity to display it was not a bad thing. I am looking forward to it. A fierce gleam shone in Sun Wukong's eyes. When Yi Fei transformed into a Super Saiyan, he realized that the gap between them had not diminished, in fact it had grown even wider than before. But he also understood that Yi Fei had no intention of fighting him, rather he wished to unveil his full power before him. Although this was not a battle for Sun Wukong, witnessing Yi Fei's complete strength was an exceedingly rare opportunity. During this training session, my base power has increased from 1 billion to 1.5 billion. Though the increase seems modest, the enhancement after transforming into a Super Saiyan is quite significant. Transformation is indeed an extraordinary ability. Yi Fei steadily elevated his aura, soon reaching Super Saiyan full power. At this stage, his battle power had surged from 75 billion to 80 billion. Boom! Upon reaching full power, his combat strength of 80 billion skyrocketed as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His battle power doubled instantly, leaping from 80 billion to 160 billion. This was already terrifying. Sun Wukong staggered back several steps. The power Yi Fei now possessed instilled fear in him. It was no longer mere strength, but sheer terror. It was a power he could never have imagined. The gap between him and me is this vast. Sun Wukong stared at Yi Fei, his fighting spirit dissipating as he stood there dumbfounded. Boom! Yi Fei did not stop. He wished to witness the full extent of his power. This was merely an insignificant fraction. It was far from his true strength. Roar! A low growl escaped Yi Fei's throat. The roar shook the heavens, and a violent storm of energy radiated from his body, spreading outward with incredible speed. Nanny! Sun Wukong's expression shifted. His body involuntarily retreated several steps, and his gaze toward Yi Fei was filled with unimaginable shock. What is this? Could it be an even more powerful transformation? A fervent light burned in Sun Wukong's eyes. Though Yi Fei had mentioned that transformations existed beyond Super Saiyan 2, witnessing it now surpassed anything he had ever conceived. Boom! The violent storm swept across, containing a power so immense it was terrifying. At this moment, Yi Fei's entire being was imbued with destructive force. The very space around him began to warp, on the verge of collapse under the strain. This is utterly unbelievable. Sun Wukong could not comprehend it. It was beyond anything he had ever imagined, stirring great excitement, yet defying all understanding. Now this is my true power. A mighty roar erupted from Yi Fei. Golden energy shot into the sky, his hair rapidly lengthening, his gaze growing sharper, and his eyebrows vanishing. Gazing at Yi Fei's new transformation, Sun Wukong's mind reeled. He stood frozen, utterly stunned, unable to calm himself for a long time. Is this the transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan 2? Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, sensing the immense power of this form. After transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Yi Fei's gaze turned cold and merciless. So this is Super Saiyan 3. It truly appears immensely powerful. Yi Fei clenched his fist. His power had multiplied fourfold from 160 billion, reaching a staggering 640 billion. Such power could alter everything. Yet even this transformation was not his full strength. An even greater form awaited. The Primal Saiyan transformation, Super Saiyan 4. That was Yi Fei's true ultimate form. Only by achieving it could he truly unleash his complete power. Nevertheless, this was Yi Fei's first attempt at transformation. Though he had fully mastered his own power, the initial transformation still brought some discomfort. Especially when transforming into Super Saiyan 3, the sudden surge of power was immense. His body had not yet fully acclimated and would require some time to do so. So this is the transformation beyond Super Saiyan 2, also known as Super Saiyan 3. Yi Fei spoke, looking at Sun Wukong. It's formidable, incredibly powerful. Sun Wukong gazed at Yi Fei. I never imagined the power of a Saiyan transformation could reach such heights. However, achieving Super Saiyan 3 must be exceedingly difficult, far from a simple task. Sun Wukong spoke slowly. Though excited, he understood that to attain such a transformation and wield such power, one must endure arduous training. That goes without saying. Yi Fei smiled faintly. Let me show you the power of Super Saiyan 3. A glint flashed in Yi Fei's eyes. With a golden blur, his figure vanished and reappeared instantly before Sun Wukong. It was an instant transmission, but over short distances this speed surpassed it. So fast. Sun Wukong's expression shifted. He only reacted when Yi Fei stopped in front of him. Almost instinctively, Sun Wukong immediately retreated. But before Yi Fei, especially in his Super Saiyan 3 form, even Sun Wukong, as a Super Saiyan 2, was far too slow to matter in the slightest. Bang! The moment Sun Wukong took a step back, Yi Fei's fist descended without warning, striking him directly. This punch didn't use Yi Fei's true strength, it only employed a fraction of Super Saiyan 3's power. Yet even so, its force was not something Sun Wukong could easily withstand. Struck by Yi Fei's fist, Sun Wukong immediately raised his arms to block. A cry of pain escaped him as he was hurled violently backward. Both his arms snapped, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, reverting to his base form. A single punch, just the force of one blow. This punch used only a sliver of my power. Though you're battered, you managed to withstand it. Yi Fei spoke calmly. Such power is indeed immense, but if you can achieve it, I believe I can too. When that time comes, I'm confident we can fight as equals. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his expression resolute. Do you think this is all my power? Yi Fei glanced at Sun Wukong. Nanny. Sun Wukong was taken aback, then stared at Yi Fei incredulously. After a long pause, he spoke. Do you possess even greater power? Sun Wukong could hardly believe it, but Yi Fei's words seemed to confirm it. Though Super Saiyan 3's power is formidable, it is far from my full strength. Now let me show you my ultimate power. Behold it, for this is not something easily witnessed. A sharp light gleamed in Yi Fei's eyes. Ultimate power. Sun Wukong was dazed. Yi Fei's current strength was already immense, yet it wasn't even his full capacity. Just how powerful was his true strength? Curiosity filled Sun Wukong's heart. He desperately wanted to know. Yi Fei clenched his fists, a low growl escaping his throat as his power surged once more. This time the rate of increase was even more ferocious than before, reaching a truly terrifying level. Boom! A formidable aura radiated outward. Could it be? Sun Wukong's expression changed. Yi Fei's appearance suggested another possibility, though he wasn't certain. Boom! Yi Fei's aura peaked, erupting into a tempest of terrifying force. His body became shrouded in dense qi, invisible from the outside. Gradually his aura grew overwhelming. His hair turned black and thick fur covered his body. Seeing Yi Fei's new form, Sun Wukong was utterly stunned. If Super Saiyan 3 had astonished Sun Wukong, this new transformation completely shattered his imagination. This is my ultimate transformation, the embodiment of my full power. I call it Super Saiyan 4. Yi Fei's gaze fell upon Sun Wukong. Even the mere weight of his gaze caused Sun Wukong's body to tremble. He couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood, staggering back several steps. Super Saiyan 4. Sun Wukong murmured, his mind blank, robbed of all thought. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Yi Fei's power surged tenfold, leaping from 640 billion in Super Saiyan 3 to 6 trillion. Such immense power exuded an overwhelming pressure just by standing still. Yi Fei also realized that while he could transform into Super Saiyan 4, it was as if he had just achieved this form. It seems I cannot yet harness the full energy of Super Saiyan 4. This is incomplete. Yi Fei was well aware of this. Yi Fei, can I train with you? Sun Wukong looked at Yi Fei. With such a powerful Saiyan present, he couldn't bear to miss this opportunity. He believed that by training under Yi Fei, his power would skyrocket. Even if he couldn't achieve Super Saiyan 4, at least attaining Super Saiyan 3 would pose no problem. Train with me. Yi Fei glanced at Sun Wukong as he reverted from Super Saiyan 4 to his base form. His 6 trillion battle power vanished instantly, leaving only his base 1.5 billion. May I? Sun Wukong asked eagerly. No problem. Yi Fei agreed after a brief thought. Such a matter was trivial. Training Sun Wukong to become stronger could also provide him with a worthy opponent, though it seemed unlikely at the moment. Excellent. With Yi Fei's consent, Sun Wukong immediately became excited. We have half a year here. Besides basic training, a Scion's growth primarily relies on combat and rage. So for the remaining 6 months we will fight. You may transform into a Super Saiyan, but I will remain in my base form. Yi Fei spoke slowly, the last sentence seemingly redundant. Yet Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully after hearing it. If you don't transform into a Super Saiyan, then I won't either. We'll fight in our base forms. Sun Wukong declared with determination. The transformation of a Saiyan is amplified based on their base combat power. The stronger the base strength, the more formidable the power becomes upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. Son Goku was well aware of this principle, and he had always prioritized training in his base form. However, compared to the past, he was no longer as rigorous. In truth, ever since they achieved Super Saiyan transformation, they often relied on it to overcome their opponents. While this approach was perfectly reasonable, over time it fostered a dependence on the Super Saiyan state, an unhealthy tendency. After witnessing the power Yi Fei displayed upon his transformation, Goku came to understand this truth, which prompted his earlier remark. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Goku and Yi Fei clashed in their base forms within the hyperbolic time chamber. Although Goku's base strength still lagged far behind Yi Fei's, they could still engage in a semblance of combat under these conditions. Their battle raged on undisturbed by any outside interference. With no need for restraint, they could fight with full abandon. Meanwhile, outside the hyperbolic time chamber, things were relatively peaceful. Cell had been defeated, Earth's crisis was averted, and all the innocents who perished because of Cell were revived. Soon everything returned to normal. That Kakarot has entered the hyperbolic time chamber with Yi Fei. Knowing him, he'll emerge far stronger than before. It'll be even harder for me to surpass him now. Vegeta clenched his fists, his expression dark. Vegeta, Cell has been defeated, so why are you still like this? Bulma approached holding Trunks in her arms and asked with a puzzled look. Cell is gone, but that Kakarot followed Yi Fei into the hyperbolic time chamber. That infuriates me. Vegeta's fists tightened. Yi Fei, oi. Bulma was taken aback, recalling the person from yesterday. Then why didn't you go with them? Bulma looked at Vegeta confused. Oomph. Vegeta snorted coldly. I am the proud prince of Saiyan's noble beyond compare. How could I beg a fellow Saiyan? Where would I put my pride? It's bad enough that Kakarot surpasses me, but now even his son does, and Yi Fei too. Almost every Saiyan is stronger than me. The more Vegeta thought about it, the angrier he became. He slammed his fist into the ground, gouging out a crater. Not every Saiyan is stronger than you. I know at least one who isn't. Bulma smiled sweetly, her expression radiant. Who? Vegeta paused, looking at her in confusion. Trunks. Bulma pointed at the swaddled infant. You? Vegeta was left speechless with rage, then vanished in an instant. Honestly, Bulma shook her head, somewhat exasperated with Vegeta. A day passed quickly, but after Gohan and the others returned, a piece of news spread across the globe at lightning speed. Mr. Satan, the hero of humanity, had defeated Cell and saved Earth once again. The announcement ignited a frenzy among the people, with everyone chanting Satan. The name once again echoed worldwide, earning him even greater renown. He didn't do anything at all, Krillin muttered under his breath. A day later, at the lookout, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber opened, and Yi Fei stepped out with a calm expression. Behind him, Goku appeared exhausted. For the latter part of their time in the chamber, he had engaged in continuous battles with Yi Fei. Yi Fei's overwhelming power astonished Goku. Every fight ended in a crushing defeat for him. Yet despite his constant losses, Goku's strength had grown immensely through these battles. Now he was confident that even in his Super Saiyan form, he could easily defeat Cell. Such was his growth. Although a year had passed inside the hyperbolic time chamber, only a single day had elapsed in the outside world, a trivial span. Your current strength is quite impressive. Your base combat power has reached nearly 200 million. To improve so much in such a short time is remarkable. Yi Fei remarked, glancing at Goku. Yeah, I didn't expect such a leap either. Goku nodded. From a base combat power of around 50 million upon entering the chamber, he had surged to 200 million. Though the journey had demanded much effort and sacrifice, he felt the gains were well worth it. It was no exaggeration to say that the year in the hyperbolic time chamber had transformed Goku's abilities. Kakarot. Suddenly Vegeta's voice rang out. He approached with a grim expression. Vegeta, what are you doing here? Goku asked, puzzled. It seems your training in the chamber has paid off handsomely. Now that you're out, come inside with me. I demand a decisive battle. Vegeta declared firmly. Vegeta, I need to go home. Let's save our duel for another time. I really don't feel like fighting right now, Goku replied, his only desire being to return home. You? Vegeta hadn't expected Goku to refuse, and his expression shifted. Yi Fei, I. Vegeta looked at Yi Fei, yearning to train with him. He had convinced himself before coming. But faced with Yi Fei, his pride still held him back. The words stuck in his throat. What is it? Yi Fei saw through Vegeta's intentions, but chose to play ignorant. I want to train with you. After a long pause, Vegeta finally voiced his request. He had witnessed Goku's improvement, and despite his reluctance, knew he had to ask. Otherwise, the gap between him and Kakarot would only widen, leaving him no chance to catch up. Train with me. Yi Fei looked at Vegeta. The proud Saiyan prince humbling himself like this stirred some emotion within him, though he wasn't entirely surprised. As a Saiyan himself, he could understand that sentiment. Training with me is no problem. But I've just finished a session, and I promised Goku I'd rest at his place for a few days. How about this? Come to Mount Pozu in 3 days, and I'll take you both for training then. Yi Fei considered and replied. Son Wukong and Yi Fei departed, returning together to Mount Pozu. Dad, Uncle Yi Fei. Gohan rushed forward upon seeing them, and leaped into Sun Wukong's arms. Wukong, you're back. Shishi emerged from the house, smiling at Sun Wukong as she spoke. I'm home. Sun Wukong introduced Yi Fei to Shishi. Her hospitality was too warm to refuse. Although Yi Fei had no intention of imposing, Sun Wukong insisted he stay. Yielding to the combined pleas of Sun Wukong and Gohan along with Shishi's earnest invitation, Yi Fei ultimately decided to lodge at their home. Uncle Yi Fei, I want to train and become strong, but Mom wants me to focus on my studies. I'm torn and don't know what to do. Gohan sat beside Yi Fei, speaking with a troubled expression. What do you think yourself? If you wish to train, then choose training. If you prefer to study, that's also fine. Yi Fei spoke slowly. His words, though profound, seemed utterly redundant, as hollow as empty chatter. I want to train. After a moment's thought, Gohan declared, knowing his deepest desire was to become a powerful warrior. Since you want to train, devote yourself wholly to it. Yi Fei glanced at Gohan. But how do I tell Mom? Gohan hesitated. Don't worry, leave that to Sun Wukong. You don't need to fret. Yi Fei smiled. 3 days flew by in an instant. Though Yi Fei stayed at Sun Wukong's home, he refrained from meddling in their family affairs, especially regarding Gohan's training. He entrusted that matter entirely to Sun Wukong. Despite his fear of Chi-Chi, Sun Wukong eventually broached the subject with her. The issue was straightforward. Shishi wanted Gohan to study to ensure a stable future and income. In the Dragon Ball world, while money was valuable, securing funds was effortless for Sun Wukong's family. After all, they counted the world's richest man as their closest friend. Though reluctant to ask outright, Sun Wukong, inexperienced as he was in such matters, found it surprisingly easy to fabricate plausible reasons. Ultimately, Sun Wukong obtained 100 billion from Vegeta. With this fortune, Shishi relented and allowed Gohan to train. Problems solvable with money were never truly problems, especially when it wasn't one's own. Sun Wukong, Gohan, and Vegeta followed Yi Fei deep into Mount Pozu. Your power levels differ greatly. Sun Wukong is the strongest, Vegeta the weakest. I plan to leave Earth for a while. During this time, I want you to bring your strength to a comparable level. At least close to each other, Yi Fei said, addressing them. No problem, Sun Wukong nodded, finding it trivial. Saiyan training follows the Super Saiyan path, but ultimately hinges on base power. The stronger your base, the mightier your Super Saiyan transformation. Moreover, I want you to strive for greater power when transforming. I've already explained this to Sun Wukong in the hyperbolic time chamber. Now let me show you both the Super Saiyan transformations. Yi Fei clenched his fists and began transforming. From Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 4, Yi Fei's transformations unleashed his utmost power. Having imparted all essential training insights, he left them to their own cultivation. Train first. Don't rush into transformations. Elevate your base power first, Yi Fei advised, looking at Vegeta. I know, Vegeta replied, his gaze fixed on Sun Wukong, burning with fighting spirit. Kakarot, I won't let you surpass me by much. I will surpass you, Vegeta declared with unwavering determination. Is that so? I won't stand still waiting for you. To catch up, you'll have to work harder, Sun Wukong replied with a slight smile. You two train for now. Gohan, come with me to space, Yi Fei said to Gohan. All right, Gohan nodded without hesitation, agreeing promptly. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, they'll be away for a few days. Don't waste this time. Yi Fei's gaze swept over both men. Don't worry, they said in unison. I hope so, Yi Fei smiled, raising his right hand and waving it. A surge of powerful energy enveloped Gohan instantly. Vegeta, let's begin. After Yi Fei and Gohan departed, Sun Wukong addressed Vegeta. Swoosh. Without a word, Vegeta clenched his fists, unleashing immense ki from his body. Without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he charged at Sun Wukong in his base form. Huh. Sun Wukong laughed heartily and charged forward to meet Vegeta. At this moment, Sun Wukong's base battle power had reached 200 million. As for Vegeta, his base power was only around 40 million, a vast disparity. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! The two clashed and immediately engaged in fierce combat. Though they hadn't transformed into Super Saiyans, their base strength was formidable. In this battle, they unleashed their full power. They've started, Gohan remarked to Yi Fei, standing atop a mountain peak watching Sun Wukong and Vegeta fight in their base forms. If they persevere, their power gap should narrow by the time we return. Yi Fei nodded, anticipating the outcome. Where are we going next? Gohan asked, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Your gentle nature and pure heart set you apart. I've heard of a group in the North Galaxy conducting business like Frisia, selling planets. They'll take you to eliminate them. This will be your trial, a form of training, Yi Fei explained to Gohan. All right, Gohan agreed reluctantly, seeing no alternative. Since these beings committed the same atrocities as Frisia, they were undoubtedly evil. Eliminating them would save countless others. Having rationalized this, Gohan felt much lighter at heart. The vast cosmos. The seventh universe was divided into 4 major galaxies, with Earth situated in the North Galaxy. The North Galaxy was immense and boundless. Even a spaceship would require years or even decades to traverse it. Ever since the great battle on Namek, where the cosmic emperor Frisia was slain followed by his father King Cold's ill-fated revenge trip to Earth, the North Galaxy had indeed enjoyed a period of tranquility. Yet this peace did not last long. Soon new powers emerged. Among them was a formidable legion that rose in the North Galaxy after the fall of Frisia's clan. A spaceship sped through the North Galaxy of the 7th universe. It was vast with 3 decks. The first housed ordinary soldiers. The second deck was for the commanders, the backbone of the Legion. The third deck belonged to the Legion's sovereign Lord Doran. Their target was a planet called Kaido in the North Galaxy far from Earth. Doran, possessing considerable strength and deliberately avoiding Earth, had faced no danger thus far. Rumble. A thunderous roar echoed as Doran's Legion spaceship descended, finally landing on Kaido. As the hatch opened, thousands of Doran's soldiers poured out. So this is Kaido. Doran stepped off the ship. Are you Doran? Suddenly a cold voice rang out. Doran froze, scanning his surroundings, but saw no one. Yet as he withdrew his gaze, his expression shifted in shock. Before him stood 2 figures. Who are you? Doran retreated, putting distance between them as he stared at the sudden appearance of Yi Fei and Sun Gohan. You don't need to know who I am, only that I am here to punish you. A cold glint flashed in Sun Gohan's eyes. He raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and struck toward Doran. Bang! The blow came straight at him. But Doran was no pushover. As Gohan's fist descended, he countered with his own. Their fists collided in an instant. Though Gohan had not transformed into a Super Saiyan, his base strength was formidable. Upon impact, Doran's expression twisted in pain as his right hand throbbed. He staggered back, pale-faced. How can he be this strong? Doran grimaced. Men attack together and kill him. Seizing the momentum, he retreated and barked orders. The entire legion of thousands surged toward Sun Gohan and Yi Fei. I want to intervene in this battle. End it swiftly. Yi Fei frowned, unwilling to spare a glance at the approaching rabble. With a flicker, he appeared on a high vantage point, his gaze icy. Murderous intent flared in Sun Gohan's eyes. He dismissed these small fry entirely. Courting death. Sun Gohan clenched both fists and a golden aura erupted around him. Rumble. The golden power surged as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Nanny. Doran was startled at the sight. Could he be the one who defeated Frisia? Doran stared in disbelief. Swish. Swish swish. Swish swish swish. In his Super Saiyan form, Sun Gohan moved at incredible speed, a golden blur flashing through the ranks. In an instant, he dispatched all of Doran's underlings. Though it seemed slow in description, it happened in a heartbeat. In mere moments, Gohan had slain every last soldier of Doran's legion. Of the thousands, only Doran remained. How can this be? Doran stood utterly stunned beyond comprehension. He had worked so hard to amass his power. Yet now his legion was annihilated in the blink of an eye by Sun Gohan. This was unbearable. Swish. Sun Gohan appeared before Doran in an instant, his right hand striking toward Doran's brow. So fast. Doran's expression shifted. He immediately retreated, creating distance. Naive. Just as Doran thought he had escaped, he heard Sun Gohan's voice behind him. Simultaneously, the Gohan in front vanished. Such speed. Doran's face twisted in horror as he tried to turn. But Sun Gohan gave him no chance. As Doran attempted to pivot, a fist pierced through his chest. Despair filled Doran's eyes. The mighty commander of the Doran Legion was nothing before Sun Gohan. Not bad. Decisive, and without hesitation. Yi Fei remarked, satisfied with Gohan's performance. On to the next place. Yi Fei spoke softly, then vanished with Sun Gohan. The North Galaxy was vast with many like Doran. Yi Fei was unhurried, guiding Gohan to purge these blights. Through this unending slaughter, Sun Gohan's character underwent a transformation. Boundless mercy was replaced by cold indifference. Especially toward the wicked, Gohan struck without hesitation, eliminating them with overwhelming force. Though brutal, the results were starkly effective. 3 days passed in a flash. In that time, all forces trafficking planets in the North Galaxy were thoroughly cleansed by Sun Gohan. As for the other 3 galaxies, Yi Fei did not take Gohan there. He lacked the time. Though the enemies they faced these days were not formidable, the experience was invaluable for Sun Gohan. This was something mere power could not grant. How do you feel after these 3 days? Yi Fei asked Gohan. It was exhilarating. Battles are best when against the strong, but these 3 days, fighting the wicked, felt truly meaningful. First, it wasn't for myself, but for everyone. Fewer evil people mean more happiness for others. Sun Gohan looked at Yi Fei. It's good that you've come to this realization. Yi Fei glanced at him, then raised his hand and waved, vanishing with Sun Gohan in an instant. Things had progressed far more smoothly than he had anticipated. Yi Fei believed that after this incident, Sun Gohan's character had undergone a considerable change. Upon returning from space and appearing on Mount Pazu, Son Goku and Vegeta were engaged in a fierce battle at tremendous speed. Vegeta's power has increased this much. Yi Fei was astonished. He hadn't expected that in just 3 days Vegeta would have undergone such a transformation, which compelled him to regard Vegeta with newfound respect. Bang! Their fists collided. In the instant they separated, they both noticed Yi Fei and Son Gohan. My power is now nearly catching up to Kakarot's. Vegeta spoke, looking at Yi Fei. Although only 3 days had passed, Vegeta's strength had surged immensely during this time. Though he had remained in his base form, Vegeta knew that if he were to transform into a Super Saiyan now, his power would reach a truly terrifying level. Not bad, your growth is quite rapid. It's exceeded my expectations a little. Yi Fei glanced at Vegeta. So what about our next training session? Vegeta and Son Goku exchanged a glance, then their gazes simultaneously fell upon Yi Fei. The next training session. Yi Fei smiled faintly. He suddenly clenched his fists and a tremendous power erupted, accompanied by a radiant golden light. Boom! Yi Fei instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a power of 75 billion. But he didn't stop there, he pushed on to full power, finally settling at a battle power of 80 billion. The next training is very simple. All 3 of you attack me together. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Yi Fei spoke with a calm expression. Is it really that simple? Son Goku looked at Yi Fei. Yes, that's simple. It will last for 1 day. No matter how much you improve within that day, I will have to leave afterwards. Yi Fei stated slowly. There was no point in staying here any longer. Since that was the case, it was better to leave. After all, there were many powerful beings out there. To improve his own strength, he had to fight those strong individuals. As for Son Goku and Vegeta, they would become very powerful in the future, but for now they were far from being able to match him. The gap in their strength was still immense. 1 day is enough. A fighting spirit blazed in Son Goku's eyes. Yi Fei was currently only a Super Saiyan, but his power was immense, reaching 80 billion. However, if Vegeta and Son Gohan attacked together, even if they couldn't defeat him, they could certainly put up a fight. In that case, let's go. A battle intent flared in Son Goku's eyes. He clenched his fists and a powerful aura erupted as he transformed directly into a Super Saiyan 2. I'm reluctant to fight alongside Kakarot, but without it this battle would be meaningless. A sharp light flashed in Vegeta's eyes. He too clenched his fists and power thrummed within his body as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. After transforming, Vegeta's aura didn't stop. He pushed straight to Super Saiyan full power. A formidable power radiated from him. Roar! After reaching full power, a mighty roar escaped Vegeta's throat, and his aura became wild and frenzied. With a low growl, Vegeta's aura exploded upwards, and he too transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. So this is Super Saiyan 2. Clenching his fists, ecstasy filled Vegeta's eyes. It certainly seems very powerful. Since you've both brought out your full strength, I won't hold back either. Son Gohan declared with a determined look. He clenched his fists, unleashed a powerful aura, and also transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. 3 Super Saiyans 2 was an exceedingly rare sight. Their power was formidable, and even though Yi Fei was not afraid, a glint of seriousness shone in his eyes as he faced them. Excellent. Come, Yi Fei said calmly. As he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and waved it, sending a surge of powerful energy directly towards the trio. Attack together. Son Goku was the first to speak. As his words fell, he shot forward, charging straight at Yi Fei from the front. Whoosh! Whoosh! Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan charged out simultaneously, heading straight for Yi Fei at incredible speed. Boom! Roar! Breakthrough! The 3 of them roared, unleashing their most powerful strength as they charged. Facing their onslaught, Yi Fei showed no fear, instead excitement filled his expression. Being able to fight 3 Super Saiyans 2 at once was something he had never dared to imagine before. Although his power far surpassed theirs, the thrill of this battle was beyond imagination. Since you're all so fired up, I'll play along with you for a bit and let you witness my true power. Even if there are 3 of you and you're all giving it your all, you are no match for me. Yi Fei's expression was one of excitement. Shouting loudly as they approached him, he shot forward. Whoosh! Yi Fei was incredibly fast. In an instant, he was right in front of them. Son Goku let out a roar, raised his right hand, and gathered a tremendous amount of power into it. Without hesitation, he threw a fierce punch at Yi Fei. Vegeta appeared simultaneously, his hands clasped together above Yi Fei, brimming with immense power, and drove them down towards the top of Yi Fei's head. Swish! Son Gohan appeared directly to Yi Fei's right. His right hand condensed with all his power and struck out at the same moment as Son Goku and Vegeta. The 3 attacks converged on Yi Fei at almost the same time, their timing flawlessly coordinated. Yi Fei glanced at them. With his strength, dodging would have been easy. However, Yi Fei did not do so. As their immensely powerful strikes descended, his expression turned cold, and he raised his right hand and swept it outward. Boom! A terrifyingly powerful aura erupted from within Yi Fei's body at that moment. It surged outwards, sweeping in all directions. Nani! Son Goku and the others were forced back by Yi Fei's overwhelming aura, and their immensely powerful strikes collapsed as they retreated. Damn it! Vegeta glared at Yi Fei. The opportunity had been perfect, but Yi Fei had shattered it in such a manner, leaving Vegeta's expression dark and furious. Your coordination is impressive, but if you think that's enough to threaten me, aren't you being a bit naive? Yi Fei looked at the three of them as he spoke. I know. Sun Wukong nodded. He understood that underestimating Yi Fei was impossible. To fight him required greater caution, or else it would be sheer humiliation. Not to mention that Yi Fei had yet to unleash his true power. What he displayed were merely insignificant forces, not even the full might of a Super Saiyan. This was something all three of them were acutely aware of, and precisely because of that the ensuing battle demanded even greater focus, particularly their flawless coordination. Roar! Vegeta let out a low growl, his immense ki erupting as he shot forward. I'll take you on first. Vegeta charged, instantly raising both hands as countless energy spheres materialized, raining down upon Yi Fei in a relentless barrage. Such attacks are utterly futile against me, don't you realize that? Yi Fei shook his head. Facing the torrent of energy, Yi Fei's expression remained unchanged, utterly unfazed. Boom. 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 A series of violent explosions tore through the ground, leaving countless craters and billowing smoke that completely obscured the view. Vegeta, what you're doing is pointless. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta. I know it's useless, but it seems I don't need your orders. What do you think being stronger gives you the right to command me? How naive. Vegeta retorted coldly. Gohan, let's go. Sun Wukong ignored Vegeta and exchanged a glance with Son Gohan before the father-son duo charged together, converging on Yi Fei from two directions. Whooshed. Whooshed. Sun Wukong and Son Gohan moved with incredible speed, instantly closing in on Yi Fei. Bang! Without hesitation, Yi Fei raised his right hand and threw a punch the moment they approached. Such speed. Yi Fei's attack was blindingly fast, catching Sun Wukong slightly off guard. The fist hurtled toward him, and at such close range there was no room to evade. The punch landed squarely on Sun Wukong. Boom! Sun Wukong cried out in pain as the immense force sent him stumbling back several steps. Dad! Son Gohan's expression shifted. He raised his right hand and roared Masenko. The Masenko blast was unleashed, instantly colliding with Yi Fei's right hand. Oomph! Yi Fei snorted dismissively, clenching his fist and shattering the Masenko with ease. Seizing the opportunity, Son Gohan rushed to Sun Wukong's side and pulled him back, creating a safe distance from Yi Fei. Now this is getting interesting. Yi Fei smirked coldly, somewhat surprised that his punch hadn't gravely injured Sun Wukong. So now you see how formidable his power is, Vegeta said grimly as he approached Sun Wukong. I've known that all along. Sun Wukong's expression darkened, especially recalling the sheer force of Yi Fei's punch that had nearly crippled him. Had his own strength not increased significantly recently, that single blow would have been enough to obliterate him. Sun Wukong was certain of this, knowing no deviation was possible. What do we do now? Is surrender our only option? Son Gohan asked. As much as I hate to admit it, it seems we have no other choice. The gap in power is just too vast. Vegeta said reluctantly, though he loathed conceding there truly seemed no alternative. Despite his pride, the overwhelming power left him helpless. No. Sun Wukong stepped forward. Dad. Son Gohan looked at him. We haven't lost yet. There's still one way. Sun Wukong fixed his gaze on Yi Fei, clenching his fists tightly. Though the method was perilous, he was willing to risk it for a chance to match Yi Fei's might. What method? Son Gohan and Vegeta were stunned, staring at Sun Wukong in confusion. What could possibly bridge such a colossal gap? Yi Fei remained still, watching them calmly. He was in no hurry, and he was genuinely curious about Sun Wukong's plan. Vegeta, Gohan, the three of us together can't defeat him. The difference is too great. But if we concentrate all our power into one person, we might stand a chance. Sun Wukong spoke, slowly outlining his idea. Though uncertain of its feasibility, it was undeniably a strategy. No, that's impossible. The body won't be able to withstand it. Son Gohan was the first to refuse, knowing the risk of bodily collapse was too high. There's no other option now. And if I don't fight him, I'll never forgive myself. Sun Wukong's gaze was resolute. Gohan, Vegeta, channel your power into me. Sun Wukong looked at them. I've overcome countless crises before, and I believe I can succeed this time too. Sun Wukong spoke with unwavering determination. Failure was not an option, a success was imperative. Should he fail, his body would shatter under the strain. This was something Sun Wukong could not accept. Kakarot, I've always looked down on you. Though you're stronger, you're still a low-class warrior. No match for me. But now I see you differently. I don't know if you'll succeed, but rest assured I'll give you my power without reservation. Vegeta addressed Sun Wukong. Was this an acknowledgement? Perhaps. Thank you. Sun Wukong nodded. Let's begin. Son Gohan and Vegeta positioned themselves on either side of Sun Wukong, radiating immense power as they transferred their energy into him. Interesting. Yi Fei's eyes glinted. He made no move to stop them, curious to see if their gambit would truly allow them to face him. Boom. As Son Gohan and Vegeta's power flowed into Son Wukong, a terrifying aura erupted. Son Wukong's Super Saiyan 2 form originally possessed a power level of 20 billion, but as their energy merged with his, the sound of grinding bones echoed from his body, and his strength skyrocketed. Let me see just how much you can improve under this method. A glint of sharp light shone in Yi Fei's eyes. He was still somewhat expectant. Roar. As more and more power surged into Son Wukong's body, it immediately pushed his physique to its limits. A feeling of unbearable strain as if his body was about to burst instantly spread throughout him. Kakarot, how do you feel? Vegeta looked at Son Wukong and spoke. Keep going. Despite his pale face and the immense pressure he endured, Son Wukong did not hesitate for a moment. Instead, he desperately sought to gain even greater strength. Although his current power was already formidable, Son Wukong understood clearly that it was only half of Yi Fei's, making him no match for Yi Fei at all. He would need even more powerful strength afterward. But if we continue, your body might not be able to withstand it. Son Gohan spoke with concern. Bring it on. Son Wukong declared firmly. Gohan, trust Kakarot. Although Vegeta was also worried, he had great faith in Son Wukong. Since Son Wukong said to continue, then continue they would. With a low roar, Vegeta furiously channeled all his power into Son Wukong's body. Knowing he couldn't change things, Son Gohan likewise poured all his strength into Son Wukong's body with equal fervor. Boom! As Son Gohan and Vegeta gave all their power to Son Wukong, they reverted to their base forms, showing signs of exhaustion. The ground shattered violently, forming a massive crater. Above the crater, a golden orb of light floated, emitting an unimaginably terrifying force from within. Impressive. Yi Fei glanced at it. Even he couldn't help but look serious upon seeing the golden orb, which contained an immensely powerful energy. In fact, this power was so strong that it could rival his own current strength. Will it succeed? After landing on the ground, Son Gohan and Vegeta looked up despite their weakness. Seeing the golden orb, the question inevitably arose in their minds. I don't know, but I believe Dad can do it. Son Gohan said firmly. Let's hope so, Vegeta murmured. Inside the golden orb, golden light continuously merged into Son Wukong's body. Intense pain spread throughout his body, nearly causing Son Wukong to lose consciousness. His body rapidly absorbed the golden energy. In an instant, the massive golden orb was completely absorbed by Son Wukong in a matter of moments. As the golden orb dissipated, the power of Son Gohan and Vegeta fully integrated into Son Wukong's body. Seeing Son Wukong appear, both Vegeta and Son Gohan immediately looked over, their expressions filled with uncertainty. Did it succeed? This doubt grew in Vegeta's mind. He didn't know if it had worked. Interesting. Yi Fei glanced at Son Wukong, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Vegeta, Gohan, thank you, Son Wukong said, looking at them. At that moment, he had the confidence that he could change everything. The immense power astounded him. I didn't expect you to actually succeed. Yi Fei looked at Son Wukong, quite surprised. For someone at his current level to absorb all the power of Vegeta and Son Gohan required not only an incredibly strong body, but also unwavering will. Moreover, it demanded a great deal of luck, for any slight misstep would cause Son Wukong's body to collapse under the strain. Though it was somewhat dangerous, the power gained from success is indeed formidable. Before, you were like an unattainable mountain to me, but now I feel the distance between us isn't so great. Son Wukong said to Yi Fei. It's still too early to say that. Let me see how powerful you've become after merging Vegeta and Gohan's strength. Yi Fei's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. It'll satisfy you. Son Wukong was in his base form, yet even so he was terrifyingly strong. Clenching his fists fiercely, Son Wukong let out a mighty roar. The moment the roar sounded, it shook heaven and earth. Debris shattered, and the energy radiating from Son Wukong turned into a blazing aura, making him appear entirely transformed. The roar continued, and Son Wukong finally transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His combat power skyrocketed, reaching an astonishing 70 billion. This is my current power. After unleashing his full strength, Son Wukong looked at Yi Fei. I never thought it would be this strong. Yi Fei's gaze sharpened. Such a level of combat power was somewhat unexpected. Still, it was good. Now they could have a truly satisfying battle. Your improvement has astounded me. I didn't anticipate this. But now we can finally have a real fight. Yi Fei's eyes gleamed as he released his inner power, his gaze burning with battle intent. This was the first time since arriving in the Dragon Ball world that he had shown such intense fighting spirit. On another note, Son Wukong's method satisfied Yi Fei, as at least he could now engage in a full-force battle. Whoosh! Son Wukong shot forward, charging straight at Yi Fei. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Yi Fei also dashed out as Son Wukong approached. The distance between them was short, and with their incredible speed, they closed in almost instantly. Bang! Simultaneously, Son Wukong and Yi Fei raised their fists and threw a powerful punch at each other. Boom! Their fists collided in an instant, unleashing a thunderous roar. The shockwave swept outward, destroying everything around them. Is this their power? Son Gohan's eyes widened in shock. Truly formidable. Vegeta nodded as well. The force of that single punch far exceeded his own full power strike from before, which astonished him greatly. Haha, this is real combat. Yi Fei laughed heartily. The feeling of unleashing his full strength without holding back was exhilarating, filling him with excitement and enjoyment. This is how a battle should be. Interesting. Sun Wukong also laughed. After absorbing the power of Vegeta and Son Gohan and transforming into Super Saiyan 2, he could finally fight Yi Fei on equal terms. This thrilled Sun Wukong immensely. Only by truly reaching that level could one comprehend the extent of such power. That was Sun Wukong's realization. He now understood that Yi Fei's previous attacks were mere play. Yi Fei, the real battle between us starts now. I can't maintain this transformation for long, so I must finish this quickly. Sun Wukong looked at Yi Fei. Don't worry. Now that you finally have power to match mine, I naturally want to savor this. Otherwise it would be far too dull. Yi Fei smiled calmly at Sun Wukong. Then come. Sun Wukong extended his hands, assuming a combat stance. Come. Yi Fei also extended his hands, mirroring the combat stance. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Bang. Bang bang. Sun Wukong and Yi Fei's figures flickered, both moving at an extremely rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed together. Though their forms were indiscernible, each collision carried immense power. Even though they employed only the most basic techniques, every strike was infused with formidable strength. Adadada. Sun Wukong closed and instantly unleashing a furious barrage of punches and kicks upon Yi Fei in a single moment. A series of thunderous impacts echoed. Under such a relentless assault, even Yi Fei found himself momentarily unable to withstand the onslaught. It seems my combat experience is still lacking. I have the power, but not the experience. It's not noticeable when facing someone weaker, but against an equal this weakness becomes glaringly obvious. Yi Fei felt helpless. Combat experience was something that could only be gained through prolonged battles. Though he recognized his flaw, he had no immediate way to remedy it. Bang! With another strike, Sun Wukong's fist landed on Yi Fei. The immense force sent Yi Fei staggering back several steps. It looks like my attacks are working after all. Sun Wukong looked at Yi Fei. This was the first time he had managed to push Yi Fei back. Though it hadn't injured him, achieving this was already quite remarkable. It seems I underestimated you. Yi Fei shook his slightly numb right hand, then fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong. Underestimating me will cost you. Sun Wukong smiled. I'm going to go all out now and defeat you as fast as possible. Yi Fei's gaze was calm, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I won't just give up. A smile played on Sun Wukong's lips. He was now brimming with confidence in his own strength. His previous attacks were merely probing. Sun Wukong hadn't used his true power, and he knew Yi Fei was holding back as well. Yi Fei, let's stop hiding things from each other. Let's fight with our real strength. What do you think of my proposal? Sun Wukong looked at Yi Fei. Agreed. Yi Fei nodded, not refusing the suggestion. Boom. Excitement flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. He clenched his fists, and immediately a surge of immense power radiated from him. Yi Fei, this is my full power. Sun Wukong's eyes blazed with intense battle spirit as he looked at Yi Fei. Boom. Yi Fei said nothing, but a terrifyingly powerful aura erupted from him. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, both Sun Wukong and Yi Fei vanished. From this moment on, they would hold nothing back, fighting with all their might. Swoosh. Gohan, can you see them? Vegeta asked Son Gohan. I can't. Son Gohan shook his head. They had recovered some of their strength, but their transformation to Super Saiyan 2 was not for battle, but to observe the fight between Sun Wukong and Yi Fei. Yet even in their Super Saiyan 2 forms, they could only catch vague, blurred glimpses of Yi Fei and Sun Wukong's movements. Bang! Just then Sun Wukong and Yi Fei's fists met once more. After the thunderous clash, both figures recoiled, putting distance between them. Sun Wukong's breathing was heavy. Against a fully powered Yi Fei, he was still at a disadvantage. However, the gap wasn't insurmountable. He was on the back foot, but not yet defeated. Sun Wukong let out a low growl, unleashing all his ki. He's gotten stronger again. That's Kakarot for you. With his roar, Sun Wukong's power surged once more. It seemed he was finally adapting to the immense strength within him. But even so, it's useless. The victor of this battle will be me. Yi Fei took a step forward. Swoosh. In a single stride, Yi Fei appeared directly before Sun Wukong. Without a moment's hesitation, he drove his right fist into Sun Wukong. Bang! This punch was immensely powerful. Yi Fei's strongest blow in his current state, delivered with no reservation, unleashing his full might. Sun Wukong's body convulsed. The force of Yi Fei's punch sent him staggering back several steps. He spat out a mouthful of blood, plummeted from midair, and crashed heavily onto the ground. Boom! The ground shook as Sun Wukong's body embedded itself deep into the earth. He reverted to his base form, his eyes vacant and devoid of light. Sun Wukong, your strength is formidable. Pushing me to this point is an impressive feat for you. If I were any weaker or hadn't trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, I might not have been able to defeat you. But as it stands, I am the victor of this battle. Yi Fei spoke calmly, looking at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong looked back at Yi Fei. He could feel his power ebbing away. How soon it would be completely gone. I won't accept this. A low roar burst from Sun Wukong. He clenched his fists and suddenly a golden aura flared around him as he transformed back into a Super Saiyan 2. Boom! Sun Wukong shot up from the ground, instantly appearing before Yi Fei. Yi Fei was taken aback, looking at Sun Wukong with surprise. He had expected Sun Wukong to be completely drained of power after taking that punch. But, Yi Fei, I won't give up so easily. I must defeat you. Sun Wukong's gaze was resolute as he stared at Yi Fei. Roar! Sun Wukong tightened his fists, and in that moment his power skyrocketed. Boom! Sun Wukong's power surged to its peak, and it didn't stop there. After reaching 70 billion, it continued to climb, soon hitting 90 billion. It had surpassed Yi Fei's Super Saiyan power. How is this possible? Seeing Sun Wukong's power exceed his own, Yi Fei's eyes narrowed in shock. This development was completely beyond his expectations. Yi Fei. Driven by rage, Sun Wukong fully tapped into the power given to him by Gohan and Vegeta. His expression darkened as he clenched his right fist and hurled a devastating punch at Yi Fei. So fast, Yi Fei's eyes widened. As Sun Wukong's fist came hurtling toward him, he instinctively retreated some distance. At the same time, he clenched his own fist and threw a powerful punch. Boom! Their fists collided directly. A deafening explosion echoed, reverberating across the entire area around Mount Pozu. The colossal sound resonated through the heavens and the earth. With the impact of that single punch, both Sun Wukong and Yi Fei's body shuddered. The immense force surged into them, causing both to stagger backward uncontrollably. This exchange was a draw. Son Gohan stared in shock. Though he didn't know what had happened to Sun Wukong, the situation now seemed promising. Damn you, Kakarot. He surpassed his limits. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he almost regretted following Sun Wukong's plan. Now he had essentially enabled Sun Wukong's power-up. This was something Vegeta found hard to accept. Our power levels are roughly equal now, and I seem to be slightly stronger than your current state. Let's settle this with the next strike. Sun Wukong looked at Yi Fei and spoke. No problem. A sharp glint flashed in Yi Fei's eyes. His own strength had increased during this battle with Sun Wukong. Although he hadn't reached 900 billion in Super Saiyan form, the gap wasn't significant. You can transform into Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong addressed Yi Fei. Boom. As the words fell, the aura around Sun Wukong erupted in an instant. Powerful energy roared and terrifying force radiated around his body. I said I would only use the Super Saiyan transformation. If you can defeat me, that's another story. But even if your strength has reached this level, defeating me is still no easy task. Yi Fei spoke slowly to Sun Wukong. After unleashing all his power, Sun Wukong's hands formed that iconic gesture. Me. As the second syllable fell, all of Sun Wukong's power converged into his hands. The ultimate strike. Watching Sun Wukong's movements, Yi Fei knew clearly that this next attack would be their final clash. Victory and defeat would be decided in this single blow. I know this technique too. Since you've chosen it, I'll oblige you. Let's see whose version of the same move is stronger. Yi Fei looked at Sun Wukong, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. He was genuinely curious and eager to find out. As the third syllable fell, a point of light coalesced between Sun Wukong's hands. Though just a speck, it contained unimaginable, terrifying power. Me. When this word was uttered, the light point expanded rapidly, instantly becoming a sphere of light radiating an inconceivable force that held the power to annihilate everything. Sun Wukong's eyes were sharp and cold. All his strength was concentrated in his hands, forming this ultimate Kamehameha. Is this your strongest power? Yi Fei looked at Sun Wukong. It certainly seems formidable, but you're not the only one who knows this move. I do too. As Yi Fei finished speaking, he raised his hands, mimicking Sun Wukong's stance. Me. Yi Fei enunciated each word. Seeing his movements and the energy in his hands, Sun Wukong's expression changed, revealing disbelief. You can use the Kamehameha too. Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock. Both Sun Wukong and Yi Fei shouted the final syllable almost simultaneously. And as the last word left their lips, both Sun Wukong and Yi Fei thrust their hands forward. Boom! Massive energy erupted from the hands of Yi Fei and Sun Wukong, with the final syllable surging toward each other with an overwhelming force. Time itself seemed to slow down. Unbelievable. Gohan and Vegeta stood frozen, utterly stunned. The power contained in the ultimate Kamehamehas of Sun Wukong and Yi Fei was too immense beyond imagination. Breakthrough. Sun Wukong roared, a wild look in his eyes. Yi Fei echoed, uncertain if he could prevail with this ultimate strike. The two Kamehamehas closed in on each other in an instant, colliding almost as soon as they were fired. Boom! At the moment of impact, a devastating force radiated outward wildly. However, this was Mount Pozu, and both Yi Fei and Sun Wukong deliberately contained the destructive storm, preventing it from spreading too far. Boom! The power of the two Kamehamehas was too immense beyond imagination. Breakthrough. Sun Wukong's face twisted with ferocity as he poured out all his power without reserve, aiming to obliterate Yi Fei's Kamehameha. Boom! Yi Fei's expression was cold. Though winning wasn't everything, having fought this far, he refused to concede and was determined to triumph. Moreover, he had already made bold claims, leaving no room for retreat. A victory was imperative. With the same technique and nearly equal power, determining the victor was no simple matter. Boom! Boom! In the relentless clash, both Yi Fei and Sun Wukong held nothing back. Sun Wukong let out a mighty roar, channeling every ounce of his power and unyielding determination into the Kamehameha, causing its power to surge and double in an instant, overwhelming Yi Fei's attack. Impressive. Yi Fei's expression shifted slightly. Even with equal strength, winning a beam struggle against a Sun family member is no easy feat, Yi Fei thought to himself. However, his Kamehameha being overwhelmed didn't mean he had lost. It only meant he lost the beam struggle, which, while related to the battle's outcome, wasn't the deciding factor. Boom! After destroying Yi Fei's Kamehameha, Sun Wukong's massive energy wave hurtled toward him with destructive force. Too slow. As the Kamehameha approached, Yi Fei took a step forward and appeared directly behind Sun Wukong. Nanny! Sun Wukong's expression changed, but before he could react, Yi Fei's fist was already upon him. Thud! Yi Fei's fist carried immense power. Without hesitation or delay, he unleashed his full strength, striking Sun Wukong hard. Boom! The blow landed, sending Sun Wukong stumbling back several steps as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had committed everything to his attack, never expecting Yi Fei to use instant transmission to appear behind him. I lost. Sun Wukong shuddered, his Kamehameha dissipating as he collapsed to the ground, unable to maintain Super Saiyan 2, reverting to his base form. He was now extremely weak, the aftermath of expending so much power. After all, his strength wasn't entirely his own, it was lent by Vegeta and Gohan. Though Sun Wukong had absorbed some, the majority was borrowed power, making this outcome entirely natural. Dad! Gohan rushed over. Kakarot. Vegeta followed close behind. Yi Fei, I didn't expect to lose in the end. Sun Wukong spoke weakly to Yi Fei. Though defeated, this experience had taught him a great deal. Especially the fusion of Vegeta and Gohan's power, which had expanded his own physical capacity. This was the most crucial gain. In truth, this battle should be considered a draw. Yi Fei rubbed his nose as he spoke. Though he had emerged victorious, his triumph felt somewhat undeserved. After all, he had lost the beam clash, an undeniable fact. The only reason he had won was his reliance on instant transmission. Otherwise, with the power of a Super Saiyan alone, victory would have been truly elusive. Son Goku chuckled as he rose to his feet. Alright, your training is complete. I've been here for quite some time now, and it's about time I prepared to leave. Yi Fei glanced at the sky, knowing that to grow stronger, he must seek out formidable opponents. In the 7th universe, there was currently no one who could truly challenge him. Where do you plan to go? Son Goku asked, his gaze filled with curiosity. A place far away. While I'm gone, I hope you all continue to train diligently. Though Cell has been defeated, even more powerful enemies are sure to arise in the future. Yi Fei spoke with a calm expression. In truth, with his current abilities, he could easily eliminate Majin Buu right now. But after some thought, he deemed it unnecessary and refrained. I know I can't stop you, but will we have the chance to meet again? Son Goku looked at Yi Fei. There will be such an opportunity. Yi Fei nodded. Uncle Yi Fei, can I come with you? Son Gohan asked, his expression earnest. The place I'm going this time is very far, though I might not return for several years. Yi Fei looked at Son Gohan. His destination was distant, and he himself was uncertain of when he would return. Dad. Son Gohan looked at Son Goku, his eyes filled with longing. He yearned to go, but being away from home for years was not a decision he could make on his own. Gohan, I respect your choice. Follow your heart, and don't overthink it. I will always support you. Training under Yi Fei will be immensely beneficial for you. Son Goku spoke slowly. To him, this was nothing significant, though he would miss seeing Gohan. But what about Mom? Son Gohan was still worried. How about this, you leave with Yi Fei first, and he'll talk to Shishi. Even if she disagrees, you'll already be gone by then. Son Goku's plan was to act first and seek forgiveness later. Regardless of Shishi's consent, they would proceed. Is that really okay? Son Gohan glanced at Son Goku, finding his method hard to approve. If we do that, what will we do when we come back? Son Gohan murmured. There is actually a way. Vegeta, unable to bear it any longer, spoke up after a moment of silence. What way? Son Goku looked at Vegeta. Have Gohan formally become Yi Fei's disciple and follow his master for training. That way even Shishi's objections would be futile. Vegeta stated. Yifei, can Gohan become your disciple? Son Goku looked at Yifei. If it worked, this would clearly be the best solution. I'm not particularly opposed, and Gohan's talent is commendable. Yifei glanced at Son Gohan. Greetings, master. Son Gohan knelt excitedly. Becoming Yifei's disciple thrilled him immensely. He knew that training under Yifei would vastly elevate his strength. Such an opportunity was incredibly rare. He absolutely could not let it slip by. Ha! Yifei laughed heartily as he looked at Son Gohan, though he was not much older. The age gap was merely a decade or so, but Yifei had always held great fondness for Son Gohan, both before and after his transmigration. Since you are willing to take me as your master from today onward, you are my disciple. Yifei was overjoyed. Now that you are my apprentice, you will naturally follow me for training. Yifei looked at Son Gohan, understanding his desire. He merely needed an excuse or a reason. But how should I explain and account for this to my family? Though his heart yearned to go, considering his family, especially his mother, Son Gohan still couldn't make up his mind. Son Gohan feared Chi-Chi, and this fear even surpassed his fear of Son Goku. As long as you're willing to come with me, everything can be arranged. Of course, this time will be away for a long while, but it's fine if you choose not to go. Yifei understood that Son Gohan was still young, and since his own departure would be lengthy, he could understand if Gohan declined. No, I want to go with you. Son Gohan spoke firmly, though he didn't know how to explain to Chi-Chi or how to gain her approval. His determination to train under Yifei remained unshaken. Since that's the case, let's go. Yifei looked at Son Gohan. But how should I explain this to Mom? Son Gohan asked, puzzled. Leave that to Son Goku. When you were 4, you trained with Piccolo for a long time. This time will be no different. Yifei glanced at Son Goku. Gohan, don't worry. Go train with Yifei. I look forward to seeing how much you've changed when we meet again. Don't fret about Chi-Chi, I'll handle her. Just focus on your training with Yifei. Son Goku looked at Son Gohan. He too wished to go, but had no choice but to stay. Farewell. Yifei looked at Son Goku and Vegeta. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and waved it, unleashing a surge of immense power. That power instantly enveloped Son Gohan, and the moment it engulfed him completely, they vanished without a trace. I wonder how strong he'll be when he returns. Son Goku's eyes sparkled with anticipation. No one can say for sure, but I believe their return will astonish us all. Vegeta was equally envious. Vegeta, we must also train hard. After fusing with you and Gohan's power earlier, I felt some changes within my body. Son Goku was deeply awed by the previous event. Though the power had faded, the sensation left a profound impression on him. Let's see whose power is greater then. With that, Vegeta's figure flickered and vanished instantly, heading toward West City. In the 7th universe, amidst the boundless expanse of stars, there existed 2 peculiar realms. Though they were situated within the starry sky of the 7th universe, they were not actually a part of it. A truly enigmatic phenomenon. Humans could never set foot in these places unless they possessed some extraordinary fortune, for otherwise entry was utterly impossible. These 2 realms were the sacred grounds of the 7th universe. The realm of destruction and the realm of the Supreme Kais. However, these 2 locations were separated by an immeasurable distance spanning endless voids. At this moment, in the realm of the Supreme Kais of the 7th universe, the Supreme Kai Shin was cultivating, while Kibito Kai attended to him with meticulous care. Threads of power continuously emerged, absorbed into Shin's body. Huff! Supreme Kai Shin opened his eyes, a trace of weariness apparent in his expression. How do you feel, Lord Supreme Kai? Seeing the Supreme Kai open his eyes, Kibito Kai inquired with concern. It's no good. Although my power has increased considerably, there remains a vast gap between me and Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai shook his head. Though his strength had grown, Majin Buu was immensely powerful, far beyond what he could contend with. Lord Supreme Kai, do not be hasty. You are the most exceptional Supreme Kai, and I believe you will surely succeed. Kibito looked at Shin as he spoke. I am aware of my own limitations. I know I am not cut out for cultivation. But to defeat Majin Buu, I must draw the Z sword. It is the only way to overcome him. When the Supreme Kai mentioned Majin Buu, a look of dread flickered in his eyes. The events of that time haunted him like a nightmare, forever etched into his mind, impossible to forget. There are many ways to defeat Majin Buu, but training here for another 10 or 20 years, given your talents, would still leave you far from victory. Just then a calm voice suddenly echoed from behind Shin and Kibito Kai. Who's there? Startled, both Kibito Kai and the Supreme Kai turned around abruptly, only to find 2 unfamiliar faces standing there, having appeared without a sound. Who are you? How did you get here? Kibito Kai narrowed his eyes, staring at Yifei and Son Gohan. Where is this place? Son Gohan looked around in confusion, unsure of his surroundings. This is the realm of the Supreme Kais, one of the sacred realms of the 7th universe. Yifei replied with a faint smile before turning his gaze to Kibito Kai and the Supreme Kai. Human, how did you reach this sacred realm? Seeing that Yifei ignored him, Kibito Kai spoke again, this time with a chill in his voice, clearly displeased by the earlier dismissal. Kibito, The Supreme Kai scolded him, believing that these two humans who had arrived so silently were undoubtedly extraordinary. Moreover, their earlier words hinted at a disdain for Majin Buu. Though he could not perceive their power, the Supreme Kai sensed they were immensely strong. Furthermore, he felt a sense of danger emanating from Son Gohan, suggesting that this young human possessed considerable strength, at least greater than his own. Though it seemed unbelievable, the Supreme Kai trusted his instincts and knew he was right. Lord Supreme Kai, they are merely humans. Intruding upon the sacred realm demands retribution, otherwise they would get off far too easily. Kibito addressed the Supreme Kai. Oh, you wish to teach us a lesson? Yi Fei smiled coldly, his gaze icy as it fell upon Kibito. Under Yi Fei's stare, Kibito shuddered, a chill spreading through his entire body, involuntarily stepping back several paces. Gohan, it seems we are being underestimated. Yi Fei looked at Son Gohan. Human, do not think that a bit of skill allows you to act recklessly. This is the realm of the Supreme Kai, no place for humans to run wild. Though intimidated by Yi Fei's gaze, Kibito remained unafraid, relying on his divine status to look down upon them arrogantly. Arrogant? Yi Fei snorted. Kibito's haughtiness rivaled that of Vegeta, yet his strength was far inferior. Gohan, since Kibito looks down upon human power, show him what we are capable of. Remember, just don't kill him. Do as you please. I grant you full freedom. Yi Fei spoke calmly to Son Gohan. Yes, master. Gohan nodded. Ignorant humans, do you truly believe a little power allows you to do as you please? Since you seek death, let me teach you a lesson today, so you understand that some places are not for you to tread, and some beings are not to be trifled with. Kibito spoke with unbridled arrogance. Kibito. The Supreme Kai tried to intervene, but Yi Fei appeared beside him in an instant. Supreme Kai, it would be best for you not to interfere. Yi Fei's gaze carried a hint of coldness. I am merely allowing Son Gohan, this human, to spar with Kibito, a god who holds humans in contempt, treating them as mere insects. Rest assured, Gohan knows his limits. He will not kill Kibito, so there is no cause for concern. Yi Fei's words were calm, yet icy, and even the Supreme Kai fell silent after hearing them. Gohan, unleash your full power and show Kibito the strength of humanity. Yi Fei spoke slowly. Understood. Son Gohan nodded, not refusing Yi Fei's request. Full power. Kibito shook his head. A mere human. I wish to see just how strong you truly are. Kibito sneered. Son Gohan clenched his fists, letting out an angry roar as he did so. Boom. Terrifying power erupted from his body. The immense force shook the heavens, golden light radiated, and Son Gohan transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2. Boom. After transforming, Son Gohan's gaze turned ruthless, fixed upon Kibito. This is my full power. Son Gohan's voice was calm. Kibito stared in shock, never imagining that Son Gohan could transform, let alone possess, such overwhelming strength. How is this possible? Kibito's face showed disbelief. The power emanating from Son Gohan surpassed anything he could conceive. His own strength was considerable, but he knew well that even at his best he was no match for the transformed Son Gohan. Show me your full power. Son Gohan addressed Kibito. I. Kibito stammered, unable to form words. Whoosh! Son Gohan shot forward, appearing before Kibito in an instant, raising his right hand and delivering a straight punch. So fast. Faced with Son Gohan's approach, Kibito forgot to dodge. Or perhaps he simply could not. Thud! Son Gohan's fist landed without hesitation, striking Kibito squarely. A scream echoed as Kibito was sent flying dozens of yards, coughing up a mouthful of blood, his face pale and drained of color. Such terrifying power! Kibito exclaimed in disbelief. What, already at your limit? Yi Fei appeared before Kibito, staring coldly at him. You? Kibito's expression soured, but he dared not speak further. For he vividly remembered that Son Gohan called Yi Fei master. If the disciple was this powerful, what unimaginable level of strength must the master possess? Kibito dared not even think about it. A god, after all, is nothing remarkable. Yi Fei spoke coldly. These words left Kibito wanting to retort, but he found no words to counter. I apologize. Although Jebet has a rather unpleasant personality, he is not a bad person at heart. The reason he acted this way is merely because he was worried you might harm me. Kaioshin Shin stepped forward and spoke. At this moment, he could not afford to retreat. If they truly intended to harm him, escape would be impossible. Since that was the case, there was no need to cower. I know. If it were otherwise, I would have had Gohan kill him just now, not merely defeat him. Yi Fei glanced at Kaioshin. In truth, he had no desire to sever ties with him, for they were not evil. Both of you possess formidable strength. May I ask your names and where you hail from? Kaioshin Shin was tremendously curious. It was beyond his imagination that humans could attain such power. Thus his astonishment was only natural. My name is Yi Fei, and he is my disciple Son Gohan. We come from Earth. Yi Fei spoke calmly, making no attempt to conceal this fact. He believed that even if he did, Kaioshin would be able to uncover it, so it was better to be straightforward. Earth? Kaioshin's gaze sharpened. Although it was merely an insignificant planet in the North Galaxy of Universe 7, he possessed extensive knowledge of Earth. Moreover, according to his understanding, Babidi was hiding with Majin Buu somewhere in the North Galaxy, with Earth being the most likely hiding place. However, all of this was still just speculation, yet to be confirmed. You are both very powerful. May I ask what business brings you to the Kaishin realm? If there is anything we can assist you with, please do not hesitate to speak. We will gladly oblige. Kaishin looked at Yi Fei as he spoke. He understood that powerful individuals often harbored eccentric temperaments. Yielding to their wishes was the best course, lest Yi Fei like Buu go on a rampage. I came here with no particular purpose, though there is a small matter. Yi Fei looked at Kaishin. Please speak. As long as the other party was willing to negotiate, everything could be resolved. The real trouble came with those who were unreasonable. Fortunately, Yi Fei appeared to be a reasonable man, making things much easier. With this thought, Kaishin felt less tense than before. I have heard that the Kaishin realm possesses a sacred treasure known as the Z Sword. Is this true or false? Yi Fei spoke with subtlety, confident that Kaishin would grasp his implication. The Z Sword? Kaishin murmured, then nodded. Indeed, there is one. However, no one has ever been able to pull it out. No one has pulled it out. That remains to be seen. Yi Fei smiled faintly, implying that he himself could accomplish the feat. I know you may not believe me, but come with me. If you can pull out the Z Sword, I see no reason not to give it to you. Kaishin spoke with uncharacteristic generosity. With a blur of motion, the four of them, Kaishin, Jebit, Yi Fei, and Sun Gohan, soared through the air, led by Kaishin toward the depths of the Kaishin realm. Their speed was astonishing. In but a few moments they arrived at the summit of a mountain peak within the Kaishin realm. This is the Z Sword. It was thrust into this place countless ages ago. Generations of Kaishin have attempted to draw it, but none have ever succeeded. If you doubt me, you may try for yourselves. Kaishin looked at Yi Fei as he spoke. Gohan, you go first. Yi Fei cast a glance at the sword, seemingly unconcerned. Instead of acting himself, he turned to Sun Gohan. Very well. Sun Gohan stepped forward, still transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his power at its peak. Go ahead and try. Something that generations of Kaishin have failed to do. I doubt you can succeed. If you did, wouldn't that make us Kaishin look utterly inept? Kaishin watched calmly. Although Sun Gohan was powerful, he did not believe he could pull the Z Sword. Strong as you may be, the Z Sword is not so easily drawn. That Yi Fei is quite shrewd. Fearing humiliation if he fails himself, he sends his disciple Gohan first. If Gohan fails, he will have an excuse. Jebit, though still reeling from the punch Gohan had dealt him earlier, remained convinced that Gohan could not pull the Z Sword. Thus both Kaishin and Jebit watched with the air of spectators, waiting to see how the two would salvage the situation after failing to draw the sword. The entire blade of the Z Sword was embedded deep within the mountain, fused with the very peak itself. In other words, though it was a sword, it was one with the mountain. No wonder the Kaishin couldn't pull it out. They're not entirely to blame. Beerus certainly employed a clever trick when he sealed the Elder Kaishin back then. Yi Fei remarked after observing the sword, acknowledging Beerus' ingenuity. Sun Gohan grasped the hilt with both hands, unleashing his full power as he heaved upward with all his might. Yet despite his immense strength, the Z Sword did not budge. See, I wasn't lying to you. Kaishin smiled slightly upon seeing Gohan fail. Master, this Z Sword is incredibly heavy, far beyond my expectations. Sun Gohan looked at Yi Fei, surprised by the difficulty. Can't pull it out. Yi Fei frowned. It's not that. A look of resolve appeared in Sun Gohan's eyes. He had not yet exerted his full strength, only testing the waters. I will now use all my power to draw the sword. Sun Gohan spoke with unwavering determination. Having transformed into Super Saiyan 2, failing to pull the Z Sword would be a disgrace. Moreover, as Yi Fei's disciple, he could not afford to lose face before outsiders. No matter what, he had to draw the Z Sword. There was no room for negotiation. I'll give you one more chance. Yi Fei looked at Sun Gohan. Rest assured, this time I will definitely pull out the Z Sword. Sun Gohan declared firmly. Begin. Yi Fei said no more, simply watching him. With a tremendous surge of power, Sun Gohan seized the Z Sword once more. His full strength erupted, a mighty wave of energy sweeping outward as he channeled the power of Super Saiyan 2 into his hands. Come out. Sun Gohan roared, his immense power exploding forth. Under this force, cracks began to appear in the mountain where the Z Sword was embedded. These fissures spread wildly in all directions. Kaishin and Jebit's expressions shifted, their eyes filled with unimaginable shock as they stared at Sun Gohan. Impossible. Though they witnessed it with their own eyes, their hearts were stirred by tumultuous waves that refused to settle. Even though the sword had not yet been drawn, this alone was enough to astonish them. With a deep rumble as Gohan poured more power into his hands, the Z Sword began to emerge inch by inch. However, fully extracting it would still require time and effort. The mountain trembled violently on the verge of collapse as countless fissures spread and large sections crumbled. Come out. Sun Gohan bellowed, his golden energy reaching its zenith, his aura peaking. With that roar, Sun Gohan thrust his arms upward, wrenching the Z sword completely free from the mountain. The peak collapsed in a thunderous roar. Nanny! He actually pulled out the Z sword. How? How is this possible? Generations of Kaioshin labored for eons and could not draw the Z sword, yet a human has done it. This is utterly absurd. Kaioshin and Jebit stood frozen, staring blankly at Son Gohan, their minds a complete void. This sword is very heavy, Sun Wukong's son Gohan remarked as he looked at Yifei. Though the Z sword appeared ordinary, its weight was astonishing. He could hold it for now, but it was quite strenuous. If he returned to his normal state, even if he could lift it, he certainly couldn't swing it. Son Gohan, you actually pulled out the Z sword. The Supreme Kai gazed at Son Gohan with barely concealed ecstasy. Lord Supreme Kai, what is the significance of drawing the Z sword? Besides being heavy, this sword doesn't seem to have any other special qualities. Son Gohan addressed the Supreme Kai. Gohan legend has it that whoever can draw the Z sword will obtain the most formidable power in the universe. Do you feel nothing at all? The Supreme Kai spoke to Son Gohan. I truly feel nothing. Son Gohan paused, sensing no change within himself. A legend is merely a legend. As a Supreme Kai, I'm surprised you would believe such a tale. Yifei said with a hint of helplessness. Supreme Kai, you mentioned that if I drew the Z sword it would be mine. Now that I have is it. Yifei addressed the Supreme Kai. Though his aim was not the sword itself, he spoke thus. Yifei, I won't break my promise. The Z sword can be yours, but as it's a treasured artifact of the Supreme Kai realm, may I examine it before handing it over? I've never seen the Z sword in its entirety. Though the Supreme Kai wouldn't renege, as its keeper he yearned to witness its true uniqueness. Rest assured the Z sword is impressive, but I have little interest in it. Neither Gohan nor I are weapon users, so we won't claim it. Yifei spoke with a slight smile. Then thank you. The Supreme Kai's face lit up with joy, utterly surprised by Yifei's unexpected words. Don't celebrate too soon. The Z sword's status as a supreme treasure is far more complex than you imagine. Within it lie seals that must now be broken. Yifei spoke slowly, then raised his right hand and grasped. Instantly, the Z sword flew from Son Gohan's grip into Yifei's hand. Indeed, it's very heavy. Yifei waited as he spoke. What do you intend to do with the Z sword? The Supreme Kai eyed Yifei with unease, sensing trouble. Let me show you the true power of the Z sword. I've consulted numerous ancient texts, gathered information from many sources, and sensed the fluctuations within the blade. Now I am certain of one thing. Yifei ignored the Supreme Kai and Kibito Kai, fixing his gaze intently on the Z sword in his hand. He knew the Elder Supreme Kai was sealed within the sword, but he needed a plausible excuse to satisfy the Supreme Kai's curiosity. Though Yifei could have remained silent, it wasn't in his nature. Thus he fabricated this explanation. Whether the Supreme Kai believed him was irrelevant to Yifei. He didn't care. You speak so mysteriously. Do you really think you know more about this sword than I do? The Supreme Kai addressed Yifei. Boom. Yifei, unwilling to explain further, erupted with overwhelming power. Freeing the Elder Supreme Kai wasn't difficult. Simply breaking the sword would suffice. But Yifei had other plans. Rather than shattering the blade, he aimed to destroy the seal itself, using this method to challenge the god of destruction Beerus. Though the task was arduous, Yifei didn't hesitate. He had already resolved to do this before arriving in the Supreme Kai realm. Yifei transformed into Super Saiyan 4, unleashing a terrifying surge of power. Under this force, the Supreme Kai and Kibito Kai were forced back, several zhang unable to approach. How can his strength be this immense? Kibito's pupils contracted. He had thought Son Gohan was formidable, but Yifei, whom Gohan called master, far exceeded their wildest expectations. I once believed I was powerful, but now before them my strength is utterly insignificant. The Supreme Kai couldn't help but mock himself. After transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Yifei's gaze turned solemn. He raised his right hand and gently tapped the Z sword. This finger seemed incredibly light, as if no force was applied. Yet the moment his finger touched the Z sword, Yifei's internal energy surged into the blade with ferocious intensity. Boom! As Yifei's power poured in, the Z sword trembled violently, and a purple light emerged upon it. The purple hue was faint, but carried an aura of annihilation, as if all forces were powerless before it. It was a power that transcended everything. Yifei's energy clashed directly with the purple light. The two forces engaged in a fierce struggle. Though the purple energy was immensely potent, it was but a mere wisp. Under the relentless assault of Yifei's power, the purple energy gradually weakened and was ultimately obliterated. With the purple energy gone, Yifei immediately sensed a faint presence within the Z sword. What was that purple? Son Gohan, the Supreme Kai, and Kibito Kai exchanged bewildered glances. They didn't recognize it, but felt its overwhelming, invincible force. Come forth. Yifei grasped the Z sword with his right hand and yanked outward. A beam of light was pulled out by him. What is this? The three of them stared at the light, their expressions filled with confusion. The light gradually faded, revealing a gaunt old man clad in the garb of a Supreme Kai. Who are you? The Supreme Kai looked at the old man in the same attire, his expression puzzled. He didn't recognize him, but the old man's clothes marked him as a Supreme Kai, filling Shin with intense curiosity about his identity. You don't recognize me. The elder Supreme Kai spoke slowly. Shin shook his head. I am the Supreme Kai from 15 generations before you. Do you remember now? The elder Supreme Kai pondered. Nanny. No. Impossible. Kibito Kai and the Supreme Kai stared at the elder Supreme Kai in shock and disbelief. His claim startled them profoundly. Though reluctant to accept it, the truth was undeniable, leaving them no choice but to embrace reality. I never thought that after so many years over a dozen Supreme Kais would follow me. Yet each generation is weaker than the last, utterly useless. How disheartening. The elder Supreme Kai cast a sidelong glance at the Supreme Kai, his tone tinged with peculiar sarcasm. Kaioshin Shin and Kibito Kaioshin looked grim but dared not say a word. They could only bow their heads and await the elder Kaioshin's reprimand, resembling obedient children. Son Gohan's expression turned peculiar as he gazed at the elder Kaioshin, whom Yi Fei had released from the Z-Sword. A look of bewilderment crossed his face. Master, is this the power sealed within the Z-Sword? Son Gohan asked in confusion. After all, the elder Kaioshin appeared to be nothing more than a bag of bones from every angle. One would hardly expect such a person to possess any formidable strength. A strong gust of wind might even blow him away. Never judge a book by its cover, as the saying goes. The ocean's depth cannot be measured with a dipper. Never judge a person by their appearance. Though he lacks physical strength, his abilities are exceptionally unique. So do not underestimate him. Yi Fei said to Son Gohan. I understand. Son Gohan nodded. I recall someone was reluctant to have me released. Do I need to name names? The elder Kaioshin fixed his gaze on Kaioshin Shin, clenching his tiny fist as he spoke with menace. Elder Kaioshin, I didn't free you just to listen to your quarrels. You can resume your arguments later, but not now. Yi Fei furrowed his brow, stepping forward. So you're the ones who freed me. My gratitude to you. If you have any requests, speak them freely. If it is within my power, I shall not refuse. Rest assured. The elder Kaioshin addressed Yi Fei and Son Gohan. Elder Kaioshin, my request is simple and should be easy for you to fulfill. Yi Fei looked at the elder Kaioshin. Let's hear it. The elder Kaioshin showed interest. Though unfamiliar with Yi Fei, his words suggested that Yi Fei knew him well. This surprised him. I have only two conditions. First, help Son Gohan unlock his potential, but not now after we return. The second condition is that I wish to leave the 7th universe and travel to another. I know you possess such an ability. Yi Fei stated, looking at the elder Kaioshin. Well, after hearing Yi Fei's words, hesitation flickered in the elder Kaioshin's expression. The first condition he could accept without issue. But the second condition posed a problem. What? Is there an issue? Yi Fei's eyes involuntarily glinted with a hint of coldness as he regarded the elder Kaioshin. In truth, your first condition is nothing to me. Unlocking potential is quite easy, but traveling to another universe, that is not so simple. It is quite troublesome. The elder Kaioshin murmured. What did you say? Yi Fei stared at him intently. You see, there is an agreement between each universe forbidding unauthorized travel. Anyone who violates it will immediately come under attack. Though your strength is considerable, it is far from sufficient to ignore such a restriction. Therefore, I advise you against such thoughts. As for me, though, I am a Kaioshin. I am the one from 15 generations ago, now retired. Hence, I lack the authority to take you out of the 7th universe. The elder Kaioshin spoke slowly. He had not expected Yi Fei to make such a request, leaving him quite vexed. Is there no other way? Yi Fei frowned. He had expended significant power to release the elder Kaioshin, only to find the outcome so disappointing. While leaving a universe is difficult, it is not impossible. Some special treasures can accomplish it, or a god of destruction can lead the way. As for Kaioshin, being gods of creation, our authority is primarily confined to our home universe, with limited permissions beyond. The elder Kaioshin explained to Yi Fei. From your tone, it seems I must seek out the god of destruction to leave the 7th universe. But if I do and inadvertently mention your existence, that might not bode well for you. Yi Fei's eyes flickered. He had suspected the elder Kaioshin was deceiving him, though he lacked proof. And indeed, at Yi Fei's words, the elder Kaioshin's expression changed, a rare look of wariness appearing on his face. He was no longer the spirited young man of yesteryear, and he could not be certain whether the god of destruction, Beerus, had changed in temperament. Should Beerus take offense and seal him away again, no one would ever release him. Well, the elder Kaioshin stammered. Actually, there is a way. Though I cannot transport you to any universe like a god of destruction, my abilities are not to be underestimated. The elder Kaioshin ultimately relented. Though it might cause some issues, nothing too severe would occur. If you'd said so from the start, we wouldn't have had this problem, would we? Yi Fei remarked. However, though I can help you leave the 7th universe as a retired Kaioshin, I can only send you to a sibling universe of the 7th. I cannot manage any others. The elder Kaioshin stated. With his abilities, this was the limit. Only the sixth universe. Yi Fei glanced at the elder Kaishin. Despite the limitation, this was still quite favorable. Yi Fei was reasonably satisfied. Then the sixth universe it is. Yi Fei nodded after a moment's silence. The sixth universe was acceptable, as the seventh universe ranked second to last in strength. Apart from the 10th universe, any other universe would be an improvement for Yi Fei. To send you off without attracting attention will require some preparations. It won't take long, just a few hours. Please wait. The elder Kaishin sighed, but voiced no complaint. Ancestor, can we assist? Though Kaishin Shin was not well-versed in many matters, he stepped forward to offer help, hoping to contribute despite knowing his aid might be limited. You'd better not. There's much you don't know, and this task is not exclusive to Kaishin. Just watch from the sidelines. The elder Kaishin shook his head outright, refusing Kaishin Shin's offer. Kaishin, could you prepare some food? We are hungry. Yi Fei addressed Kaishin Shin. That is no problem at all. Kaishin Shin was taken aback, then smiled slightly. Yi Fei had helped him free the elder Kaishin, for which he was profoundly grateful. Such a small request he would not refuse. Kibito, go prepare some food. We still have some time. Kaishin Shin instructed Kibito Kaishin. Yes, Lord Kaishin. Kibito now, without defiance, responded respectfully before heading into the distance. In an instant he vanished from sight far away. The elder Kaishin was continuously making some strange gestures. Yi Fei, I do not know what business you have in other universes, nor what you intend to do. I only wish to know, will you return it? Kaishin Shin looked at Yi Fei as he spoke. This was the question that concerned him most. Of course I am a being of the seventh universe, so naturally I will return. Why do you ask? Yi Fei smiled slightly, somewhat puzzled by Kaishin Shin's words. Since you say that, then I shall no longer conceal certain matters from you. Kaishin smiled, though a trace of embarrassment lingered. You are speaking of Majin Buu, are you not? Yi Fei glanced at Kaishin and, reading his expression, made a guess. Correct. Although I do not know where Majin Buu has been taken now, his very existence poses a tremendous threat to the entire universe, and he may even bring about its destruction. If the opportunity arises, I hope you can return at that time, if only to help us defeat Majin Buu. I believe that with your strength, if you come back, you will surely be able to vanquish him. Kaishin spoke with a serious expression. By now he understood that no matter how he trained, he could never become a match for Majin Buu. If it is possible, I will return. But you need not worry too much. Although Majin Buu is not weak, there are ways to defeat him. There are two individuals on Earth now, Son Goku and Vegeta. Their strength is considerable. Though they currently lag far behind Majin Buu, I believe that by the time he emerges, their power will have grown immensely. Yi Fei smiled slightly. But rest assured, Gohan and I will likely return by then. Thus you need have no worry whatsoever regarding Majin Buu. Yi Fei's expression remained calm. In his eyes, Majin Buu posed no threat whatsoever, nor did he warrant even a sliver of concern. Let us hope so. Kaishin smiled, knowing he could not compel Yi Fei. All he could do now was hope that Yi Fei, as a being of the seventh universe, would indeed come back. The meal is ready. Please come and eat. Shortly after, Kibito Kai approached and spoke. Time passed. 3 hours quickly went by. The elder Kaishin seemed to show no change whatsoever, as if he had merely been waving his hands aimlessly all that time. At least that was how it appeared to many. Ancestor, perhaps you should take a rest. Though Kaishin felt awkward, he dared not say much to the elder Kaishin. Wait a little longer. It is nearly complete. The elder Kaishin spoke with a weary voice. Having just been released from his seal, he was still in a weakened state. For him to undertake such a monumental task in this condition was a considerable drain on his energy. Yi Fei and Son Gohan stood quietly to the side, their expressions perfectly calm, betraying no trace of impatience, utterly composed and steady. Can you sense it? Yi Fei asked Son Gohan. Not much. I only feel a subtle shift in the power between heaven and earth. However, because the change is so slight, I cannot see through it. Son Gohan spoke slowly. In his Super Saiyan 2 form, his perception had greatly increased, allowing him to sense things previously beyond his reach. Indeed, that is correct. Yi Fei nodded, unsurprised that Son Gohan could perceive this. This is a power beyond our comprehension. Though I know little of it, I can imagine that such force is immensely formidable. Of course, it is not suited for combat. Or rather, this is not a power that humans can grasp. Perhaps in the distant future we may come to possess it, but for now it is far too early. Yi Fei spoke slowly. Then what kind of power is it? Son Gohan looked at Yi Fei, his expression filled with confusion. I do not know. It is not a power we can master now. Yi Fei replied. You speak truly. This is a power that transcends humanity. The elder Kaishin glanced at Yi Fei and Son Gohan. The fact that these two humans could discern his power was utterly beyond his imagination. Yet considering that Yi Fei had shattered the seal of Beerus, it was hardly surprising that he could also perceive his own power. In truth, this is a power that even gods struggle to master. I only obtained it by sheer serendipity. For you to grasp it would be exceedingly difficult. Or rather, it is virtually impossible. The elder Kaishin spoke slowly. That is not necessarily true. Though gods are uniquely blessed, and possess immense fortune. And far surpass humans at the outset. The potential of humanity is boundless. Do you truly believe that human power can never surpass that of the gods? Yi Fei's voice was calm, but his words were resolute. He could not speak for others, but he himself absolutely possessed the power to surpass the gods. At the very least, he had the qualification to do so. Since you speak with such passion, if you truly can achieve it, then let me witness it. The elder Kaishin shook his head, too weary to argue further with Yi Fei. Converged. He pointed his right finger, and instantly a great mass of black light appeared. As soon as this black light emerged, it radiated an immensely powerful pressure. As it coalesced, it astonishingly formed a colossal black hole. This is the black hole space that will allow you to enter the sixth universe. Once inside, proceed straight ahead. When you reach the end, you will arrive in the sixth universe. However, it is very easy to lose your way within. So you must be careful. Do not change direction arbitrarily. You must always move forward. That is the safest method. The elder Kaishin instructed. Thank you. Yi Fei nodded to the elder Kaishin. He fully understood how difficult it was to create such a black hole. Connecting two universes was already beyond imagination, and doing so without being detected by the god of destruction of the sixth universe made the task even more arduous. Since you know how hard I worked, then be aware that this black hole space is not particularly stable. It will not last long, but it should be enough to get you into the sixth universe. So hurry in. The elder Kaishin spoke wearily. Gohan. Yi Fei looked at Gohan. This departure meant they would not know when they could return. I am fine. Let us go. Son Gohan spoke firmly. He had made up his mind, and would not hesitate now. Moreover, hesitation would be useless. It would only make Yi Fei think him weak. Yi Fei's son Gohan, will the two of you be able to return by then? Kaishin Shin asked once more, clearly deeply fixated on this matter. If Son Goku and Vegeta cannot defeat Majin Buu, we will come back. Earth is our home. I will not allow anyone to destroy it. Not even Majin Buu. Yi Fei declared resolutely. Without looking back, he grabbed Son Gohan and shot straight into the black hole. Whooshed! Whooshed! Yi Fei and Son Gohan dashed straight toward the black hole space. You two must hurry. The spatial passage is extremely unstable. This is already my full power. If only one person were to cross, there would be no problem. But since there are two of you, you must move at maximum speed, or the black hole space might collapse. Once it seals shut, you will both be trapped forever within the black hole with no way out. Seeing Yi Fei and Son Gohan plunge into the black hole space without a moment's hesitation, the elder Kai finally ceased his concealment and revealed the peril of the black hole space. After all, once trapped within, escape would be utterly impossible. Even if Yi Fei and Son Goku were at their peak, they could never break free from the black hole space. Thank you for the warning. Yi Fei smiled faintly. The elder Kai's words had dispelled his lingering doubts. Moreover, if the black hole space did collapse, Yi Fei would not hold the elder Kai responsible. After all, the elder Kai had honestly disclosed the danger. Had he remained silent, however, once the black hole space crumbled, he would have had to face Yi Fei's wrath. Clearly that was a burden he could not bear. Whooshed! Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Fei and Son Gohan charged straight into the black hole space. Ancestor, will they truly be all right? The Kaishin spoke slowly, his expression tinged with worry. This is their own choice. I have warned them of the danger, yet they could not be deterred. Moreover, they seem to have great confidence in themselves. Since matters have reached this point, we might as well trust them. The elder Kai was helpless. Things had already progressed this far, saying more would serve no purpose. I hope they can succeed. The Kaishin murmured. There was nothing he could do to help, so he could only offer a silent prayer. Inside the black hole space, all was pitch black, so dark that one could not see their own hand before their face. Sight was utterly useless here. Trying to navigate by vision was impossible, an unattainable feat. Master this place. As soon as they entered the black hole space, Son Gohan grew a little nervous. It was not that he lacked courage, but here there existed a devouring force, as if everything could be absorbed. This is merely a black hole space condensed from the elder Kai's power, not a naturally formed one. Even so, its might is not to be underestimated. Stay close to me, and you won't get lost here. Yi Fei spoke, looking at Son Gohan. I understand. Son Gohan nodded, fully comprehending. Whooshed! Yi Fei immediately unleashed his full speed, leading Son Gohan straight toward the end of the black hole space. Unable to see his surroundings, Yi Fei locked onto a route and raced forward in a straight line. Though darkness reigned here, direction posed no threat to him, so there was no need for concern. As they sped along, the passage of time seemed imperceptible within the black hole space. Despite Yi Fei's incredible velocity, it felt as if everything was frozen motionless. It was an exceedingly strange sensation, one that threatened to drive a person mad. Time slipped away silently without any tangible feeling. Boom! Suddenly, the entire black hole space trembled violently. Though it did not collapse, the abrupt tremor made Yi Fei's eyes narrow, his expression instantly tense. Can it truly not hold? Yi Fei muttered inwardly. Fortunately, the tremor was only momentary and did not last long. After the tremor, although the black hole space became unstable, it was not severely damaged on the whole. Master, Son Gohan couldn't help but grow more anxious. Don't worry, it's fine. A sharp light gleamed in Yifei's eyes, and his speed exploded, carrying him even faster toward the end of the black hole space. The realm of the god of destruction of Universe 7. Whis sat there utterly bored. Ever since Lord Beerus fell asleep, life has lost all joy. So dull. Whis couldn't help but sigh. Even the delight of eating gourmet food alone had lost its appeal since Beerus was perpetually asleep. Moi. Just then Whis looked into the distance, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. This is... With a wave of his angelic staff, angelic power surged forth, instantly conjuring a luminous screen before him. Using such a method to send people to Universe 6. Whis was speechless yet deeply intrigued. It's been a long time since I've encountered interesting humans. I never thought I'd meet one today. Whis gazed at the screen where two figures were visible within a black hole space. Those two were none other than Yifei and Son Gohan. Quite bold daring to attempt such a thing. But it doesn't matter. Since Lord Beerus is asleep, I'll just pretend I didn't see it. However, this method of yours will never get you to Universe 6. In fact, this black hole space will collapse before you even arrive. You'll be trapped inside, and even I would need to waste some time to rescue you. And even if you were lucky enough to enter Universe 6, such a black hole would be immediately detected by the angel and the god of destruction. Whis murmured, utterly certain of this. Since I've encountered you, I might as well lend you a hand. Though Whis was reluctant to meddle, and angels were required to remain neutral, such a trivial matter would pose no problem at all. So he paid it no mind. He raised his right hand and waved it instantly, sending a strange force toward the black hole space. With my help, you can slip into Universe 6 unnoticed, and no one will detect you after you enter. Even if the angel of Universe 6 were constantly monitoring the cosmos, they would find absolutely no trace. Whis said with satisfaction. Boom. As time passed, the black hole space began to collapse. Damn it. Yifei's expression darkened. He knew that at this rate of collapse, neither he nor Son Gohan stood a chance of reaching Universe 6. Must I really give up? Yifei's face was grim. His current power was insufficient to face Beerus, so the idea of going to the realm of the god of destruction was out of the question. There was no doubt about that. Master, what should we do? Son Gohan looked at Yifei. We have to leave. Yifei had no choice but to say so. What's happening? Just as they were about to withdraw from the black hole space, they suddenly saw the space, which had been on the verge of collapse, stabilize in an instant. Thighs. What's going on? Son Gohan asked in confusion, his expression filled with uncertainty. Who is it? Yifei was also taken aback. I shall lend you my aid. A calm voice echoed in the ears of Yifei and Son Gohan. Whis. Yifei's eyes narrowed. He recognized that voice. Master, what is happening? Who is this person who helped us? Son Gohan asked in confusion. He could scarcely imagine the terrifying power required to stabilize a collapsing black hole from such a great distance. Son Gohan believed that none of the people he knew possessed such strength to accomplish this fearsome feat. Not even Yifei. Although his master Yifei was immensely powerful, even he could never achieve something like this. I don't know who it is either, but to do such a thing from an unknown location, his strength must be unimaginably vast. At the very least, I could not do this. Perhaps he is the most powerful being in our universe. Who knows for sure? If there's a chance in the future, I suppose we will meet. Yifei said calmly. He didn't know if Whis was watching him, but regardless, he had to appear as ignorant as possible. Let's set off. There won't be any more accidents this time. With that, Yifei immediately took Son Gohan and sped away into the distance. This time he had no need for worry, so his mood was quite good. Moreover, Whis had not stopped him and had even helped repair the collapsing black hole. This also indicated from another perspective that Whis did not oppose his journey to the 6th universe and even supported it. Having realized this, Yifei naturally relaxed. Whooshed. Moving at incredible speed, he raced through the black hole space with Son Gohan. His velocity reached its peak, covering vast distances in an instant, vanishing into the distance. The 7th universe was enormous. Although Yifei was fast crossing the universe, even through black hole space, which shortened the distance, was still a monumental task. But even so, reaching the 6th universe was still extremely far, especially since instant transmission couldn't be used in this black hole space, greatly increasing the time required. Several days passed in a flash. Yifei had no idea how much time had elapsed or how far he had flown at such speed. In the endless darkness, his gaze was fixed resolutely ahead. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared. At the sight of it, a sharp light flashed in Yifei's eyes. Master, is that the end? Son Gohan exclaimed excitedly. Yes. Yifei's speed surged once more as he flew toward the edge of the black hole space. Whooshed. Yifei moved with incredible swiftness, especially after seeing the end, his speed reaching its absolute limit. After about half an hour, Yifei and Son Gohan burst out of the black hole space and emerged on a planet. Is this the 6th universe? Looking around, everything was utterly unfamiliar. Though it appeared no different from his own universe, after a moment of sensing, Yi Fei confirmed that he had left the 7th universe and arrived in the 6th. Master, is this the 6th universe? Son Gohan asked, looking at Yi Fei, his eyes filled with curiosity as he gazed at their surroundings. Yes, this is the 6th universe. It's similar to our universe, but there are many strong warriors here. For the next while we will train here. Yi Fei nodded and smiled at Son Gohan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a random quest. Leave your own universe and enrich your combat skills. Reward host's power increased by 10, unrestricted Kaioken x 10. Just as Yi Fei calmed down, a synthesized electronic voice resounded in his mind. An unexpected gain. Yi Fei was startled. This sudden reward was a pleasant surprise. He hadn't expected that merely leaving his own universe would yield such a boon. After all, his divine selection system had been dormant for a long time since its initial activation. Boom. A surge of immense power rushed into Yi Fei's body. What's happening? Son Gohan stared at Yi Fei, startled by the sudden increase in his master's strength. After arriving in the 6th universe, Yi Fei had returned to his normal state. Now with the surge, his power had increased by about 10. Although such an enhancement wasn't significant for Yi Fei, any improvement was welcome, and he was quite delighted. With Whis help, the god of destruction and the angel of the 6th universe probably haven't detected my arrival. That means I'm safe for the time being. Since that's the case, I must hurry to grow stronger. Otherwise, when the god of destruction arrives, I won't have the power to protect myself. Yi Fei understood this clearly. Although his Super Saiyan 4 form seemed formidable, that was only in the 7th universe. Here in the 6th, his strength was far from being able to disregard everything. At the very least for now, he needed to keep a low profile. Otherwise, his actions in the 6th universe would become extremely difficult. With this in mind, the path forward was simple. As long as he didn't stand out too much, everything would be fine. After all, besides Hit, there were others in the 6th universe with considerable power. The Saiyans of the 6th universe. I might be able to use them. Their identity could serve as a cover, making my movements much more convenient. Moreover, the Saiyans of the 6th universe don't know how to transform into Super Saiyans. That makes things even simpler. Yi Fei didn't know much about the 6th universe's Saiyans, only some general information. He couldn't even recall many of their names. Gohan, this planet is uninhabited with no life on it. Let's first find a populated planet to figure out where exactly we are in the 6th universe. Yi Fei said to Son Gohan. He'll follow your lead, Master. Son Gohan nodded, not particularly concerned. Since he had come with Yi Fei, he would naturally obey his master. Besides, he was just a child and didn't know much. It wouldn't be wise for him to make decisions. Let's go. Let's see what we can accomplish in this 6th universe. Yi Fei said to Son Gohan. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and waved it, enveloping Son Gohan with a powerful force and vanishing with him instantly. The 6th universe was actually quite similar to the 7th. It was mainly divided into 4 regions, though they were named differently. The 6th universe comprised of 4 major universes: East, West, South, and North. Yi Fei had arrived in the Northern universe, which was more chaotic than the others. Of course, the more chaotic a place, the more powerful warriors it harbored. Truly formidable beings might look down on this region, but it was a melting pot of all kinds of people, a motley crew from every walk of life. At that moment, a colossal spaceship was racing through the starry void at tremendous speed, heading straight for the Northern Galaxy. 3 years, and we've finally reached the Northern universe. As the ship entered the Northern universe, an excited voice rang out. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Fei and Son Gohan did not leave, having gathered much useful information here. Moreover, their identities raised no suspicion, for Saiyans did exist in the 6th universe. Though none had been seen here, the mere knowledge of their presence in the 6th universe was sufficient. As for anything else, was it necessary? Perhaps, yet perhaps not. Master, we now have a thorough understanding of the situation here. And the 6th universe has its own Saiyans. What shall we do next? Son Gohan asked, looking at Yi Fei. He had handled the recent affairs and gathered intelligence. Though the time was brief, only a few days, this place teemed with people from all walks of life, and it had greatly changed Son Gohan. Gohan, what do you think of this place? Yi Fei did not answer, but asked in return. It is extremely chaotic, hardly a good place. Son Gohan spoke truthfully. Yet every place has its merits. Though chaotic, it is not without its advantages. Go on. Yi Fei regarded Son Gohan with interest, noticing a change in him since they had eliminated the Doragon core that trafficked planets. This transformation was significant, and even Yi Fei found it somewhat surprising how much Son Gohan had changed in such a short time. If one wishes to live here with a peaceful mind, this place is obviously unsuitable, lacking such conditions. I imagine the 6th universe has countless planets far more suitable for habitation than this one, so in that regard it is lacking. However, if one seeks to build a force within the 6th universe, then this place is ideal. Son Gohan's answer was remarkably astute. Indeed, you speak wisely. Yi Fei nodded, pleased that Son Gohan had reached such a conclusion. Master, do you intend to build a force here? Son Gohan looked at Yi Fei. Of course, though many here likely share similar ambitions. If I entrusted this task to you, how would you proceed? Though Yi Fei wished to build a force, he had no interest in such matters himself, and was loath to waste energy on them. Master, leave this to me. With my abilities, I believe I can accomplish it. Son Gohan replied without overthinking. I believe you can, but such a task cannot be accomplished alone. Have you found where the Saiyans of the sixth universe reside? Yi Fei looked at Son Gohan. Though unifying the northern universe was a fine idea, it was not urgent, and could be set aside for now. As for others, Yi Fei was unconcerned. If anyone had such ambitions, they would have acted by now. Moreover, Yi Fei knew that he and Son Gohan could not remain in the sixth universe indefinitely. They would eventually leave. Master, do you mean to enlist the Saiyans of this universe to aid us? Son Gohan instantly grasped Yi Fei's intent. That is not entirely accurate. We too cannot stay here forever. We will eventually depart. Thus it is we who will aid the Saiyans of this universe, not the other way around. Do you understand? Yi Fei looked at Son Gohan. I understand. Son Gohan smiled, realizing that Yi Fei's thinking ran deeper than his own, something he had not anticipated. From what I have learned, the Saiyans of this universe inhabit a planet called Salada at the edge of the eastern universe. However, it is so distant that even instant transmission cannot reach it in one jump. Son Gohan spoke slowly. He had already gathered this information, for, as a fellow Saiyan, he naturally took interest in the Saiyans of the sixth universe. There was nothing strange about that. Yet the tales of Saiyans in the sixth universe were entirely different from what he had heard in the seventh universe. My instant transmission differs from Son Goku's. As long as I know their location, reaching them is effortless with no difficulty at all. Yi Fei smiled faintly. I look forward to meeting the Saiyans of the sixth universe. A gleam of light shone in Son Gohan's eyes. Moi. Just as Yi Fei prepared to use instant transmission, to leave, his gaze sharpened as he stared into the distance, a cold smirk curling on his lips. I never expected to encounter him here. A strange expression crossed Yi Fei's face. Gohan will take you to meet someone. Yi Fei transported them, instantly appearing on a planet. Boom. Help. Screams of agony echoed, black smoke billowed, and gaping fissures split the earth, a scene straight out of an apocalypse. What is this? Son Gohan looked around in shock. Though this was a chaotic region, such utter devastation exceeded his imagination. Haha, exhilarating. It's been so long since I've killed with such pleasure. Boom. Arg. Guttural roars rang out as figures in battle suits soared across the sky, unleashing a massacre and destruction upon this unfamiliar planet. Despicable. Witnessing this, Son Gohan clenched his fists, a boundless fury blazing in his eyes. With a mighty roar, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. An immense power erupted from his body, in that instant surging outward like a violent storm. Nanny. Such formidable aura. As Son Gohan's overwhelming presence burst forth, the previously arrogant attackers all turned to gaze at him. Such power. Kill him. He's just one man, easy prey. Some vile soul had uttered those words. Courting death. Cold fury flashed in Son Gohan's eyes as his aura exploded. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Boom. Thunderous sounds echoed as every soldier trembled, none able to withstand a single blow from Son Gohan. Watching all his men reduced to corpses, Frost's pupils contracted. He never imagined that this unremarkable-looking individual possessed such overwhelming power, far beyond his expectations. Who are you? The Northern Universe has always been a lawless zone where anything goes. What do you mean by this? Though your strength is impressive, you had best behave here, or no one can guarantee your safety. Frost threatened. You are. Son Gohan's gaze fell upon him, but at first sight, he was taken aback. Are you Frieza? Son Gohan stared at Frost. Frieza? Frost paused, eyeing Gohan with suspicion. That name is not bad, but I prefer my own. I shall not take the name Frieza. Frost fell silent for a moment before speaking. This is Universe 6, not Universe 7. It is merely surprising that two universes could harbor such similar beings. You remind me greatly of someone I know, identical in fact. Gohan fell silent for a moment, realizing his mistake. He knew he had misidentified the person before him. Is that one named Frieza? Frost asked coldly, then continued, though I do not know him, I imagine he, like me, is of the Frost Demon clan. But I am not Frieza. I am Frost. Frost declared icily. Is that so? Gohan nodded, though he held no regard for Frost. To Gohan, as he was now, neither Frieza nor Frost could command his attention. Like Frieza, Frost could not sense ki. Thus, although he knew Gohan was powerful, he felt no great fear. Moreover, Frost possessed a trump card which made him even less inclined to take Gohan seriously. I care not where you come from, or what background you claim. Today you have slain many of my men. This matter demands a resolution. Otherwise I cannot answer for it. Frost's gaze was icy. Is that so? Seeking justice for them, and providing an answer is hardly excessive. But to do so you must possess sufficient strength. Do you believe your power is adequate for such a task? Gohan spoke slowly. Arrogant. Frost snorted coldly. I know you can transform. As you are now, you pose no threat to me. If you wish to fight, transform, and unleash your full power. Only then might you pique my interest. Gohan's tone was frigid as he addressed Frost. You seek death. Frost knew concealing his power was futile. Since that was the case, he would withhold nothing and simply slay Gohan. A tremendous surge of power erupted from Frost, soaring into the sky. The overwhelming force immediately began to transform his body. Moments ago, Frost had been in his first form. Now, without hesitation, he transformed directly into his third form. This was Frost's most powerful transformation. Upon assuming his strongest form, his power reached its zenith. A formidable aura radiated from him as he fixed his icy gaze on Gohan. This is my full power. I did not wish to use it, but you leave me no choice. Is this all the power you have? Gohan asked dismissively. Though Frost's strength was not insignificant in Gohan's eyes, it amounted to nothing. Let me show you what true power is. Gohan's gaze turned cold as he regarded Frost. Even in his third form, Frost was little different in Gohan's perception. Frost's figure flickered, and in an instant he closed the distance to Gohan with blinding speed. As he neared, Frost raised his right hand and delivered a ferocious punch aimed at Gohan. The blow carried immense force, one of Frost's most powerful strikes. The fist hurtled forward, appearing before Gohan in an instant. Overconfident, Gohan snorted coldly. Though he had no intention of killing Frost, he saw no issue in teaching him a harsh lesson. Just as Frost's punch was about to land, Gohan's figure blurred, and in the blink of an eye he appeared behind Frost. Upon appearing, Gohan raised his right hand, and without a moment's hesitation delivered a powerful punch toward Frost. Gohan's punch was incredibly swift. The moment he materialized behind Frost, his fist had already been launched. The punch landed squarely on Frost's body. A torrent of blood spewed from Frost's mouth. His face pale, he stared at Gohan with unimaginable shock and boundless terror. How is this possible? Frost could scarcely believe it. Even in his strongest form, he was utterly outmatched by Gohan. The gap was not small. It was vast, an insurmountable chasm. How can your power be so immense? Frost gazed at Gohan. Frost, this territory is mine. Get lost. Gohan did not press the attack, but instead fixed Frost with an icy stare, causing Frost to shudder. Frost hesitated. He had only launched a probing attack, not yet revealing his true strength. Yet he believed Gohan had done the same. To leave like this would wound his pride. However, unlike Frieza of Universe 7, Frost was far more cautious by nature. Moreover, he habitually masqueraded as a great benefactor, making him far more cunning than Frieza, though in truth they were cut from the same cloth. Do I have no dignity to uphold? After a moment of hesitation, Frost chose not to retreat. Instead, he spoke darkly to Gohan. Gohan, unwilling to waste words, clenched his fists, his gaze turning icy. Since you refuse to leave, then stay. Gohan's aura erupted in an instant, releasing a formidable wave of ki. Though Frost could not sense ki at that moment, an overwhelming sense of mortal danger emanated from Gohan. Damn it! Cautious as ever, Frost, upon sensing the breath of death, hesitated no longer. He raised his right hand, instantly gathering a massive sphere of energy. The energy expanded as soon as it appeared, transforming into a colossal orb. An aura of annihilation radiated from it as it hurtled toward Gohan. Though the mountains remain and the rivers flow, I shall spare you this day. But when next we meet, I will make you pay dearly. After unleashing the massive energy sphere, Frost spat out a threat and immediately retreated, vanishing into the distance in an instant. A cold light flashed in Gohan's eyes. Without hesitation, as the colossal energy approached, he raised his right hand and punched directly. A tremendous force erupted, shattering the energy sphere with a single blow. I await our next meeting. Let us see how you intend to make me pay dearly. Gohan spoke coldly, utterly dismissing Frost's threat. To Gohan, as he was now, Frost was nothing more than a clown, insignificant and incapable of earning even a shred of his concern. All right, let us head to Planet Salad. Let us meet the Saiyans of Universe 6 and see how they differ. Yi Fei smiled slightly, addressing Gohan. Raising his hand and waving, Yi Fei's power coalesced instantly, and in a flash he and Gohan vanished. Though the distance was vast, Yi Fei possessed the ability of instantaneous movement. Unable to traverse it in a single leap, he nonetheless appeared on Planet Salad after several teleportations. Is this the planet where the Saiyans of the 6th universe reside? Son Gohan and Yi Fei gazed around, utterly unfamiliar with their surroundings. Whooshed! Whooshed! Suddenly several figures flew over from afar, all of them Saiyans with the distinctive Saiyan hair. Strangely, though they were Saiyans, none possessed tails. Not one or two, but every single Saiyan lacked a tail, a peculiar anomaly. Yi Fei, in contrast, still had his tail. Who are you? The arriving Saiyans, clad in battle armor, stared at them with tense expressions. After all, these two strangers had appeared out of nowhere, naturally arousing their vigilance. Yi Fei looked back, unable to articulate the strange sensation he had felt since arriving on Planet Salad. He could not pinpoint its nature. We are also Saiyans, and we come with no ill intent. Son Gohan addressed the approaching Saiyan squad. Nanny, you claim to be Saiyans, yet we have never seen you before. What are your names? Upon hearing that Son Gohan was a Saiyan, and sensing the unmistakable Saiyan aura emanating from both Yi Fei and him, the sixth universe Saiyans breathed a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, someone still spoke up. Even if they were Saiyans, their complete unfamiliarity was deeply suspicious. I am Son Gohan, and this is my master Yi Fei. Son Gohan said with a smile. Gentlemen, please wait here. I must report this to verify your identities. I apologize for any inconvenience. It is our duty. The squad leader addressed Yi Fei and Son Gohan apologetically. No need for verification. Though we are Saiyans, we are not from here. Yi Fei spoke calmly after a glance. Nanny. His words instantly put the entire squad on alert. They swiftly assumed battle stances encircling Yi Fei and Son Gohan. Their swift reaction impressed Yi Fei. I want to know who you truly are, where you come from. And why have you come to our planet Salad? What are your intentions? The leader demanded of Yi Fei. Yi Fei scanned the squad but saw no familiar faces, no Kabakale or Caulifla. Clearly the sixth universe boasted many such teams. I am Jiren, an elite Saiyan warrior. The opponent introduced himself. You are no match for me. Out of respect for our shared Saiyan heritage, I have no desire to fight you. Yi Fei stated. This is planet Salad. Even if you are powerful, no one enters without authorization. Jiren was a rigid man speaking with unwavering resolve. No choice. Yi Fei shook his head. Ding. The system detects the host has arrived on planet Salad. Please make a choice. Option 1, become the king of the Salad Saiyans. Reward, double your base combat power. Option 2, use planet Salad as a base to conquer the sixth universe. Reward, 20-fold Kaioken with no side effects and the solar flare technique. Option 3, transform into Super Saiyan God. Reward, triple your power and the Dragon Fist technique. Option 4, visit the Saiyan ruins on planet Salad and gain their recognition. Reward, godly key, enabling survival in outer space. For choices flashed through Yi Fei's mind. His expression remained composed, but inwardly he was astounded. The first and second options held no appeal for Yi Fei. The third seemed decent and easy to accomplish. However, compared to the fourth, even though he was unclear about what the fourth option entailed, Yi Fei instinctively felt that the fourth choice was the most suitable. Since arriving on planet Salad, he had experienced a peculiar sensation. He could not describe it, but it was undeniably strange. It was this feeling that guided his decision. I choose option 4. Without hesitation, Yi Fei made his choice. Though completing it would not be easy, he remained resolute. Congratulations, host. The reward will be granted upon mission completion. An electronic voice echoed. Though it seemed lengthy, it all transpired in an instant. I don't want to fight you. Don't force my hand. Yi Fei's tone turned cold. His priority now was entering planet Salad. If anyone wished to stop him, they would need the strength to do so. I will never let you pass easily unless you can defeat us all. As an elite warrior, I will never retreat, Jiren declared. Though his strength was lacking, Yi Fei admired his courage. Few dare to speak to him like that. Do you truly believe you can stop me? Though we are both Saiyans, our power is incomparable. The gap is immense. If you obstruct me, you may pay with your lives. Will you not regret it? Yi Fei did not attack, but fixed a cold stare on Jiren and his comrades. That remains to be seen. Though aware of Yi Fei's strength, Jiren showed no fear. Perhaps he believed that as fellow Saiyans, the power disparity could not be too vast. As an elite warrior, his strength was formidable within the Saiyan race. And do you think we are the only squad? Jiren raised his right hand, signaling the other elite teams through a special method. What's happening? In no time, several elite squads arrived, including the most powerful super elite team. They all gazed at Yi Fei and Son Gohan, harboring deep suspicion toward these unfamiliar Saiyans. Jiren, who are these two? The leader of the super elite squad inquired. Among them were 3 Saiyans Yi Fei recognized. They were Kaba, Caulifla, and Kale. As the strongest team on planet Salad, their power was considerable. Kaba in particular was the candidate for the next team leader, a testament to his extraordinary strength. Captain Linso, these two claim to be Saiyans, but lack our identity verification. Thus we doubt their origins. They refuse to cooperate with our investigation, leaving us no choice. Jiren addressed Linso. I'm not sure what's going on with you two, but according to our rules, no Saiyan from outside planet Salad is allowed entry unless specially summoned. I hope you can understand our position. It's not easy for us either. Of course, if you insist on forcing your way in, that's an option. But there are only 2 of you. Do you truly believe you can defeat us all? Liansua looked at Yi Fei as he spoke. He could tell that Yi Fei was a man of his word. If he could handle Yi Fei, the other person would cease to be a problem. Captain, bullying the outnumbered isn't really our style. There are only 2, so let's match them with 2 of us. If they can beat us, well, let them in. What do you think? Gabe looked at Liansua. Gabe, I think you can see that their strength is immense. Do you really believe you can overcome them? Liansua asked Gabe. Let's try. How will we know if we don't? Angel, I'm sure you can see they won't stop until they achieve their goal. Since that's the case, I think this is the only way. Gabe spoke slowly. What do you think of my proposal? If it's acceptable, shall we begin? Let me go first. If I lose, the captain can step in. That way we ensure victory in at least one of the 2 matches. Gabe's plan was sound. Gohan, I'll leave the first battle to you. No problem, right? Yi Fei looked at Son Gohan. Don't worry. It won't be an issue. Son Gohan nodded. Although Gabe's power was formidable, Son Gohan wasn't overly concerned. He had earned his strength through countless battles. When it came to combat, Son Gohan had never known fear. Transform into a Super Saiyan. That will make this fight more interesting. Son Gohan looked at Gabe. Super Saiyan. Gabe was taken aback. He had never heard of it and was completely clueless. You don't know how to become a Super Saiyan? Son Gohan asked, puzzled. I don't know what a Super Saiyan is. Gabe shook his head. He had never even heard of it before. Son Gohan was stunned. Gabe's base power was incredibly high, and he had assumed the man could transform into a Super Saiyan. But now it seemed he hadn't even heard of it. This baffled Son Gohan. Boom! Gabe clenched his fists and his inner power erupted wildly. A powerful force swept through the area. Although it couldn't compare to his own Super Saiyan form, Gabe's base strength was actually slightly greater than his own. I never imagined the Saiyans from Universe 6 had such immense base power. It's beyond my expectations, Son Gohan murmured. Son Gohan let out a low roar, unleashing his own tremendous power. It swirled around him like a storm, elevating his presence to an extraordinary height. I didn't expect this guy's power to be on par with Gabe's. He's truly impressive. Kale looked at Son Gohan, finding it incredible that he possessed such strength. Sister, Caulifla spoke nervously beside Kale. Both of you be careful. Gabe is strong. Don't get caught in the crossfire. Lien Suo quickly warned them. Whoosh! Gabe's figure flickered, and he charged at Son Gohan with incredible speed. Well done. Son Gohan didn't transform into a Super Saiyan. Instead, he met the charge in his base form. Although Gabe's base power was superior, Son Gohan didn't mind and engaged him in combat. Swish! Swish swish! Boom! With a series of violent explosions, Son Gohan and Gabe clashed furiously in an instant. In the heat of battle, their speed reached its peak, and every strike was a full-powered blast. The thunderous echoes lingered, unleashing terrifying force. The shockwaves swept outward, forcing the surrounding Saiyans to retreat continuously. So strong. His power is incredible. He's evenly matched with Gabe. This is unbelievable. The Saiyans watching the fight were awestruck. Son Gohan laughed heartily. Gabe's power was immense. In his base form, he could only hold his own, and he was even slightly on the defensive. It's been a while since I've had such an exhilarating fight. Though Gabe was calm and peace-loving, he was still a Saiyan. His battle lust might not match that of Universe 7 Saiyans, but it was far from absent. Hiya! Son Gohan and Gabe fought with wild abandon, their clashes shaking the very heavens and earth. In this battle, their powers were so closely matched that a quick resolution was impossible. Boom! Their fists collided once more. Bang! A monumental force erupted, jolting both fighters. The impact of the punch surged through their bodies. They both staggered back several steps, their expressions grim. I didn't expect you to be this powerful, Gabe said to Son Gohan. I didn't expect you to be this strong without being a Super Saiyan. I can't even find a way to defeat you. Son Gohan looked at Gabe. Defeat me? You're being too naive. Gabe retorted, clearly displeased with Son Gohan's arrogance. But I'm curious. What is this Super Saiyan you keep mentioning? Gabe voiced his lingering doubt. Having heard it twice now, he had to ask. You want to know? Son Gohan glanced at Gabe, then clenched his fists tightly. Since you're curious, I'll satisfy it. Let me show you a Super Saiyan. A sharp light gleamed in Son Gohan's eyes as his ki began to surge violently. With a low growl, his power exploded, escalating at an unimaginable rate. Nanny! What's happening? Every Saiyan present was stunned, staring at Son Gohan in disbelief, their faces a mix of fear and awe. They couldn't fathom what they were seeing. It was beyond their comprehension, something they had never witnessed before. Watch closely. This is a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan roared, his ki skyrocketing once more. All the Saiyans were utterly astounded at this moment, staring blankly at Son Gohan, their shock beyond words. With a mighty roar from Son Gohan, a radiant golden light began to emanate from his body. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, Son Gohan's power surged dramatically, increasing 50-fold as an unimaginably terrifying force radiated from his entire being. Gazing at the transformed Son Gohan, Kaba stood frozen, his expression one of utter disbelief. He had never known that a Saiyan could transform in such a manner, and the power emanating from Son Gohan after his transformation was formidable beyond Kaba imagination. This is a Super Saiyan roughly 50 times stronger than the base form. Son Gohan said, looking at Kaba. Although your power is considerable, and even I would struggle to defeat you in my base form, once I transform into a Super Saiyan, you stand no chance of victory. Son Gohan spoke calmly to Kaba. His transformation into a Super Saiyan was not for battle, but to show Kappa the power and form of a Super Saiyan. Since we are both Saiyans, and I can transform logically, the Saiyans of Universe 6 should be able to do the same. As Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, every Saiyan present felt their bodies tremble, overwhelmed by a power that inspired both awe and fear. The pressure from the Super Saiyan alone rendered them unable to resist. A Super Saiyan. Kappa was the strongest among them, yet even he found it difficult to resist in the face of Son Gohan's Super Saiyan form. However, Kappa was different from ordinary Saiyans. Though the others trembled and dared not act, Kappa, without hesitation, unleashed his full power. Despite the vast disparity in strength, Kappa was determined to fight with all his might. Even knowing he had no chance of victory, his resolve to strike remained unshaken. A massive explosion of energy erupted from Kappa. Your courage is commendable. Not retreating in the face of such overwhelming odds is truly impressive. Son Gohan regarded Kappa, his impression of the Saiyan deepening. Go for it, Kappa. Kale shouted, clenching her fists tightly. Though she often clashed with Kappa, she knew she had to support him now. As for Son Gohan, she paid him no mind. With a swift motion, Kappa, having unleashed all his power, vanished and shot towards Son Gohan at incredible speed. His speed was immense. In an instant, he was before Son Gohan. With a battle cry, Kappa swung his fist fiercely towards Son Gohan. Too slow, Son Gohan remarked dismissively, shaking his head at Kappa's attack. Kappa's punch landed, but it failed to harm Son Gohan. The moment the fist was about to strike, Son Gohan effortlessly evaded the blow. Kappa, unless you transform into a Super Saiyan, you cannot be my opponent, Son Gohan stated. Whether I can defeat you isn't for you to decide. Since you're so confident in your strength, then take this attack. Kappa roared. At the same time, a powerful surge of energy emanated from his body, coalescing in his hands into a sphere of power. Gallic Gun. Kappa thrust his hands forward, and the energy blasted out, hurtling towards Son Gohan. Not bad. Son Gohan observed that Kappa's Gallic Gun was similar to Vegeta's Final Flash, both in form and power. Watching the incoming Gallic Gun, Son Gohan noted its considerable power. However, since Kappa was using it in his base form, it posed no threat to a Super Saiyan. As the Gallic Gun approached, Son Gohan remained calm, slowly raising his right hand. You seem quite confident in your Gallic Gun. But I will show you that before me such confidence is utterly fragile. Son Gohan's cold voice sent a chill through Kappa. Son Gohan's words infuriated Kappa. In his rage, the power of the Gallic Gun surged even further. Let me show you what true power really is. Son Gohan raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. The moment he made a fist, a terrifying force erupted from it, concentrating into an immense power within his right hand. Though it seems slow to describe, it all happened in an instant. As the Gallic Gun closed and about to strike, Son Gohan calmly raised his right fist and delivered a devastating blow against the incoming attack. The fist and the Gallic Gun collided. At the moment of impact, a tremendous, deafening explosion echoed. The intense boom resounded across most of Planet Salad. It was clearly visible. Though Kappa's Gallic Gun was powerful, it was nothing before the might of Super Saiyan Son Gohan. The gap in strength was too vast. The moment Son Gohan's fist met the Gallic Gun, it shattered almost instantly without offering any resistance. The force of Son Gohan's punch was so overwhelming that after obliterating the Gallic Gun, it continued unabated, unleashing even more terrifying power directly onto Kappa. Though significantly weakened, the residual force was still too much for Kappa to withstand. The pressure struck Kappa, slamming into his body. A cry of agony escaped Kappa. Yi Fei raised his right hand and waved, sending a surge of energy into Kappa's body. As the energy merged with him, the pain vanished instantly. This time Gohan won as a Super Saiyan. Otherwise, victory would have been far more difficult for him. Yi Fei said with a slight smile. Suddenly, several sounds of tearing air were heard as multiple figures sped towards them from the distant sky. Leading them was a middle-aged man of imposing presence, wearing a crown that clearly marked his royal status. We pay our respects to the king. Upon the man's arrival, all the Saiyans knelt in reverence, their faces filled with fervent admiration. King Sadala stared at Son Gohan, whose body radiated a golden aura, his expression shifting dramatically. Your Majesty, what has happened? And what is this transformation of his? We are all Saiyans, so why can he transform while we cannot? We have never even heard of such a transformation before. Rinso asked, King Sadala, firing off several questions, clearly bewildered himself. Gold, it's indeed gold. King Sadala gazed at the golden aura enveloping Son Gohan, his face alight with an unimaginable ecstasy. He had once believed it to be nothing more than a legend, but now witnessing Son Gohan's transformation, especially its uncanny resemblance to ancient records, the joy in his heart defied all words. Your Majesty, do you recognize this transformation? Rinso and Kappa exchanged glances before speaking. Indeed, I have seen this transformation in the ancient texts of the Saiyans. I always thought it was a myth, but now it's clear that is not the case. This transformation truly exists, we merely lack the method to achieve it. King Sadala spoke with fervor. What are your names? He asked, turning to Yi Fei and Sun Gohan. Yi Fei, Sun Gohan. They exchanged a glance, but chose not to conceal their names, answering truthfully. Yi Fei, Sun Gohan, would you two consider staying here? If you agree, you shall be honored guests of planet Sadala. Your status will be equal to mine. Whatever you need, I can command all Saiyans to assist you. What do you think of this proposal? King Sadala addressed Sun Gohan, his primary target. Yi Fei he regarded with less significance. King Sadala looked at Sun Gohan. As for Yi Fei, the king did not pay him much heed. Master, what should we do? Sun Gohan asked Yi Fei. Since they sincerely wish for us to stay, it would be impolite to refuse. We shall stay, but... Yi Fei paused, fixing a peculiar gaze upon King Sadala. Please speak. If it is within our power, we shall not refuse. King Sadala looked at Yi Fei. Initially, he had dismissed Yi Fei, but the title master from Sun Gohan instantly elevated Yi Fei's standing. Thus, the king dared not underestimate Yi Fei and proceeded with utmost caution, fearing that a wrong word might drive them away, leading to eternal regret. Do not worry. My conditions are simple only too, and fulfilling them is easy. It depends on your willingness. Yi Fei spoke calmly, yet his words exerted immense pressure on King Sadala. Please, speak, King Sadala urged. I can have Gohan stay here, help train your warriors, and teach them the method to become Super Saiyans. But in return, I have two conditions. First, you must grant Gohan sufficient authority here and announce it publicly. Second, open the Saiyan ruins I wish to enter. These are my only conditions. If you agree, all is well. If you refuse, there is no harm, but I hope you consider the consequences carefully. After all, I do not wish to resort to extreme measures unless necessary. I hope you make a wise choice. Yi Fei's voice was calm, yet laced with veiled threat. King Sadala naturally perceived the threat in Yi Fei's words. However, mindful of Yi Fei's power despite his fury, he was helpless. It is a choice in name only. In truth, I have but one path. Naturally, if Yi Fei stays, I shall comply with everything without exception. King Sadala had no choice but to yield. Living was undoubtedly better than dying, a truth he could discern. Not staying, but a brief sojourn. Do not misunderstand. Yi Fei cast a glance at King Sadala. Yes, a brief sojourn. King Sadala replied deferentially. Gohan, do you remember what I told you? This place is not suitable for developing our strength. These Saiyans possess considerable power. After teaching them to become Super Saiyans, we shall conquer the northern universe. I do not know what I will encounter in the Saiyan ruins, nor what dangers lie ahead. This venture may take time, and I might not emerge soon. Thus, in the coming days, these Saiyans will be your greatest asset to accomplish the conquest of the northern universe. Yi Fei addressed Sun Gohan. Master, rest assured I know what to do. Sun Gohan nodded, a plan already forming in his mind. I trust you will do well. Yi Fei nodded. Gohan's competence was beyond question. With him handling matters, Yi Fei could relax. As for training, it had been ongoing, but the focus was not on strength, rather on honing Sun Gohan's character and his ability to handle affairs. Kaba, Renso, and the others, though puzzled by King Sadala's actions, dared not object. They followed the group toward the depths of planet Sadala. Soon they arrived at a palace. Renso, Kaba, Kale, Caulifla accompany Sun Gohan to the palace and await me there. I shall first take Yi Fei to the Saiyan ruins. King Sadala announced. Your Majesty, that place is the resting ground of countless Saiyan ancestors, a sacred site. Only the king may enter. Bringing an outsider there seems inappropriate. Renso interjected, unable to remain silent. Renso felt compelled to intervene, lest something dire occur. Do not worry. I am well aware of the rules, so you need not be concerned. Moreover, Yi Fei and his companion are Saiyans as well. Though their origin is unknown, one thing is certain, they are not from planet Sadala. Thus our planet's rules are not violated, nor are they obliged to abide by them. Even King Sadala himself found this justification rather flimsy. Do not slight my honored guests. Escort them in immediately or face my wrath. King Sadala's authority was undeniable. After these words, Renso fell silent and led Sun Gohan into the hall. Sun Gohan, how did you become a Super Saiyan? Can you teach me? Caulifla approached him as soon as they entered. Yes, I am also eager to know the method to become a Super Saiyan. Kaba joined in his curiosity, long held in check. Now that Caulifla had broken the ice, Kaba felt it was appropriate to chime in. At least that was his reasoning. Kaba, I was asking the question. Isn't it rude to eavesdrop? Caulifla glared at him. She had always harbored a grudge against Kaba and sought an opportunity to teach him a lesson, but his strength surpassed hers, and she could not defeat him alone. Moreover, Kaba spent most of his time with Captain Renso, as Renso's sister Caulifla could not act against him openly. Yet swallowing her pride was difficult. Now that she had a chance, she was determined not to let it slip. Caulifla, what do you mean? Kaba retorted. Their quarrel was exceedingly fierce. Even Renso, upon hearing such a heated argument, couldn't help but retreat several paces, choosing not to approach immediately, but to wait until their tempers had cooled somewhat before intervening. It was evident that in ordinary times Renso was utterly helpless in the face of such disputes between his sister Caulifla and Kaba, and had no idea what method to employ to resolve them. King Sadala led Yi Fei deeper and deeper into the territory. The Saiyans grew fewer and fewer until after an unknown distance they finally halted before a continuous range of ice mountains. This is the location of the Saiyan ruins. Every king comes here to perform the rituals. It is a tradition. Originally this was a place forbidden to outsiders. However, as I said, you are not a Saiyan from our planet Sadala, so you need not abide by such rules. King Sadala spoke, while looking at Yi Fei. Yet despite his words he did not open the entrance, but instead gazed at Yi Fei. If you have any questions, just ask. There's no need to be secretive. Yi Fei smiled faintly as he spoke. He could tell that King Sadala had many questions, but was restrained by his wariness of Yi Fei's strength. I do have some questions, or rather some points of confusion I wish to clarify. King Sadala looked at Yi Fei and spoke. First of all, besides planet Sadala, there are no other Saiyans in the entire universe. Although some Saiyans have left over the years, their records exist. So I am very curious, where did you come from? King Sadala voiced his doubt, a question he had never been able to fathom, not knowing the truth of the matter. I want to answer that question. Furthermore, even if you knew where I came from, it would do you no good. So not telling you is for your own benefit. Yi Fei glanced at King Sadala as he spoke. He was telling the truth without any falsehood. If he revealed that he came from Universe 7, Yi Fei would certainly not allow the king to continue living. Then I wish to know the method of transforming into a golden warrior. That shouldn't be a problem, should it? King Sadala looked at Yi Fei. Since Yi Fei was Gohan's master and Gohan could transform into a golden warrior, surely his master, Yi Fei, must know how as well. How would I know? I rely on the system. Maybe you should get a system too. Upon hearing this question, Yi Fei was tempted to answer thusly. Regarding the transformation into a Super Saiyan, Gohan will teach you. However, becoming a Super Saiyan is no easy feat. Yi Fei spoke evasively. One last question. The Saiyan ruins are a relatively secretive location on planet Sadala. Although you are a Saiyan, your origins are mysterious, so you should never have heard of this place. I want to know how you knew about it. King Sadala voiced the greatest doubt in his heart. That is not difficult. When you need something, everything becomes clear naturally. Explaining it to you now would be too complicated, and frankly, I can't be bothered. Yi Fei frowned. The king of Sadala had too many questions, and this displeased him greatly. Any more questions? Yi Fei's gaze fell upon King Sadala, a hint of chilliness in his eyes. Oh no. King Sadala felt a chill run through his entire body, a piercing coldness. A force emanating from Yi Fei's gaze felt as if it would tear him apart, causing the king to involuntarily retreat several steps. And no more. King Sadala's body trembled, realizing he had asked too many questions. Since there are no more questions, open the Saiyan ruins. Yi Fei withdrew his icy gaze and spoke calmly. The Saiyan ruins harbor danger. Though your strength is great, you must still be cautious inside. King Sadala warned Yi Fei, even though Yi Fei likely needed no such reminder. I understand. Yi Fei nodded. King Sadala approached a block of glacial stone where a handprint was imprinted. He raised his right hand and gently placed it upon the mark. As his hand settled, King Sadala's body shuddered. Streaks of blood-red light radiated from his form, continuously merging with the ice mountain. How interesting. Witnessing this, even Yi Fei's gaze sharpened, a glint of intrigue appearing in his eyes. It had to be said that the Saiyans of Universe 6 indeed possessed some skill. Although they were all Saiyans, there remained a vast gap between them and the Saiyans of Universe 7, a fact even Yi Fei had to acknowledge. As the blood-red light spread, the ice mountain began to rumble and shake. In an instant, a crimson door materialized before Yi Fei. Saiyan ruins? Open. As the crimson door appeared, King Sadala's voice sounded weak, yet he uttered a calm command. The crimson door trembled violently and slowly swung open. The moment the door opened, King Sadala felt nothing in particular. Although this was his second time here, his insufficient strength meant he saw the Saiyan ruins merely as a burial ground for ancestral remains. Though there was something eerie, mysterious, and dangerous about it, King Sadala had never encountered it. Of course, this was merely his perception. Yi Fei's experience, however, was entirely different. As the crimson door opened, he immediately sensed a potent crisis, an unimaginable malevolent aura emanating from within. In an instant, every cell in Yi Fei's body became exhilarated. So these are the Saiyan ruins? A look of anticipation filled Yi Fei's eyes. While I am inside, no one is to set foot here or face the consequences. After you leave, do not return. I will find my own way out. As he was about to enter the Saiyan ruins, Yi Fei suddenly stopped and glanced back at King Sadala. Yes. King Sadala nodded. He had no choice but to agree to Yi Fei's demand, nor did he dare to refuse. You may go now. Yi Fei waved his hand. Instantly, a surge of immense power enveloped King Sadala's body, teleporting him away. Then, with a sharp glint in his eyes, and without further hesitation, Yi Fei stepped directly into the crimson door. As Yi Fei's body crossed the threshold, the door twisted and gradually dissipated. Yi Fei's figure vanished, gone to an unknown place. King Sadala's form reappeared in the palace. Your Majesty, are you all right? Lenso Kaba and the others immediately rushed forward. Master, Son Gohan suddenly looked into the distance. He had been able to sense Yifei's ki before, but now it had completely disappeared. This caused Gohan's gaze to sharpen, uncertain of what had transpired. Your Majesty, why has Master's ki vanished? Gohan asked, looking at King Sadala. He has entered the Saiyan ruins. It is a space entirely different from planet Sadala, so you cannot perceive his ki there. Before he left, he instructed me to tell you all that no one is to set foot there. Those who disobey will bear the consequences. King Sadala spoke slowly, relaying Yifei's message. Lenso Kaba summoned all the Saiyans. I have an announcement to make today concerning Son Gohan. King Sadala glanced at Son Gohan, then addressed Lenso and Kaba. Yifei gazed around, utterly bewildered and perplexed by everything here, unsure of where he was. Could this be a place similar to the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth from Universe 7? He could only speculate as he looked about. As he walked, a tombstone suddenly appeared before him, with several large characters clearly engraved upon it. Those not of our kin shall surely die upon entry. 8 characters, each imbued with an unimaginable power. Linked together, they exuded an aura of terror. What was more astonishing was that these 8 characters were written in blood, instantly elevating the malevolent aura to its peak. Murmuring the 8 characters on the tombstone, Yifei noted their bloodthirsty power, yet such force was not enough to make him retreat. Beyond the tombstone lay the Saiyan ruins, and having come this far, he had no intention of backing down. Moreover, this mission was his own choice through the system, meaning that no matter the danger, he had to press forward. Even Yifei himself did not fully understand this situation, as it was unknown in the anime he had seen. The Saiyans of Universe 6 were known for their love of peace and lack of combativeness, which explained why they had no tails yet possessed immense power. However, it now seemed that Universe 6 held deeper secrets than he had known. Without hesitation, Yifei stepped toward the tombstone. Let me see what lies hidden here. A sharp glint flashed in Yifei's eyes as he sensed a lurking danger which surprised him. He was well aware of his own strength, yet even he could feel a threat within these Saiyan ruins, indicating the magnitude of the secrets held here. As he drew closer to the tombstone, Yifei felt an even more potent bloodthirsty force. Let me uncover the mysteries that make this place so enigmatic. Determination solidified in Yifei's eyes, undeterred by the bloodlust. No matter what, he was resolved to unravel the secrets here today. Perhaps only then would his power achieve a leap. Of course, this was still mere speculation, and only verification would confirm its truth. A tremendous pressure instantly descended upon Yifei. So immense was this force that even he with his strength changed expression and halted. It seems I cannot underestimate this. I must summon some real power, or I will not prevail. Yifei spoke slowly. As his words fell, he clenched his fists. A surge of immense power erupted from him in an instant. A golden light appeared as Yifei transformed into a Super Saiyan. In this form, his power became formidable. The pressure persisted but no longer affected him. He could now ignore it. With a flash of sharp light in his eyes, Yifei stepped forward. With that single step, he appeared directly before the tombstone. Instantly, a blood-red radiance emerged, enveloping his body. All this happened in an instant. Is it testing my identity to see if I am a Saiyan? Or perhaps to check if I am from Universe 6? Yifei's expression remained cold and indifferent as he allowed the blood-red light to engulf him without any reaction. Though the light carried immense pressure, Yifei stood calmly, unbothered by it. You are my descendant, yet not of the royal bloodline. After a moment, the blood-red light dissipated, leaving his body. A cold voice echoed in his ears. At the same time, a repulsive force emanated from the tombstone, barring Yifei's entry. It seemed only Saiyan royalty could enter, not ordinary Saiyans. Quite intriguing. Yifei sneered, his expression turning icy as he looked at the tombstone. Regardless, he had to enter and explore the secrets of the Saiyan ruins. He paid no heed to the repulsive force. Such a feeble obstruction was laughable if it thought to stop him. If you wish to block me, that's fine, but relying on such meager pressure. Do you overestimate yourself or underestimate me? A cold gleam shone in Yifei's eyes as he stepped forward against the repulsive force. With that step, his power erupted. In his Super Saiyan state, his aura was enough to shake heaven and earth. An invisible clash erupted as his aura met the tombstone's repulsive force. Though the repulsive force was strong, it was no match for Yifei's Super Saiyan transformation. In an instant, it crumbled. As it collapsed, Yifei's eyes flashed, and he appeared directly before the tombstone. Intruders shall die. A faint roar echoed, filled with extreme fury. Enough noise. Yifei raised his right hand and struck the tombstone with a palm. A burst of immense power surged toward it. Had the palm landed, the tombstone would have shattered without a doubt. But at that moment, a torrent of blood-red light erupted from it. This light collided with Yifei's palm instantly. A thunderous roar rang out as the blood-red light shattered. Yet despite this, the power within the light was formidable enough to also shatter the force of Yifei's punch. It even forced Yifei to retreat several steps. I underestimated this tombstone. It still holds such power. The secrets here are significant. What mysteries do the science of Universe 6 conceal? I wonder if these secrets will benefit me and help me grow stronger. Yi Fei's expression grew intrigued. Now his curiosity about the secrets here was piqued, and he was determined to uncover them. He had to enter today. This mere tombstone, let me destroy it. A cold glint flashed in Yi Fei's eyes as he finally decided to get serious. An immense aura erupted from him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. A power so vast that space itself could barely contain it burst forth from Yi Fei, threatening to shatter reality. Boom! Transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Yi Fei's power was undeniable, immensely formidable and terrifying. Though he was in the 6th universe, his strength was now sufficient to stand at the pinnacle. Even more if he employed the tenfold Kaioken without side effects, he could already contend with Hit. Such power made Yi Fei's movements effortless. He had initially thought the journey to Planet Salad would be a simple affair, but now it seemed the secrets hidden here were far more numerous. Especially the Saiyan ruins before him, which filled Yi Fei's heart with doubt and confusion. Yet more than anything it sparked his curiosity. However, despite having entered, he had not yet succeeded. Yi Fei understood clearly that to enter the Saiyan ruins, uncover their secrets, and see how much they could enhance him, he had to accomplish one thing. Do you truly believe a mere tombstone can stop me? Yi Fei's expression turned cold as he raised his right hand and pointed, instantly concentrating the power of Super Saiyan 4 at his fingertip. Whoosh! A blast of finger wind howled forth, racing toward the tombstone at incredible speed. Boom! Though this strike appeared calm, it contained an unimaginable force. A crimson light appeared in an instant and collided with Yi Fei's finger wind. But this time upon contact, the crimson light shattered directly, offering no resistance at all. After the crimson light collapsed, the force of Yi Fei's finger descended with a crash. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the tombstone, stripped of its protection, stood defenseless. The finger wind struck directly, causing the tombstone to shudder violently. Cracks appeared across its surface before it shattered completely, scattering into countless fragments that swept in all directions. Yi Fei's expression remained cold. After destroying the tombstone, he faintly heard a roar of fury, but he paid it no heed, dismissing it entirely and choosing to ignore it. With the tombstone gone and no further obstacles in his path, Yi Fei stepped forward, calmly advancing directly into a narrow passageway. Is this the Saiyan ruins? After traversing the long passage, Yi Fei reached the end. Gazing upon the scene before him, a flicker of shock appeared in his eyes. Here bones lay piled like mountains. Though they had been dead for countless years, Yi Fei could still sense that these were all Saiyans. So many Saiyan corpses. What exactly are the Saiyans of the 6th universe trying to do? Staring at the sea of bones, Yi Fei's confusion deepened. These Saiyan corpses aren't simply placed here, there. Yi Fei observed for a moment, then his gaze sharpened and his expression shifted to one of shock. Fertilizer. At this thought, Yi Fei drew a sharp breath. Though reluctant to believe it, the situation seemed to be exactly that. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Regardless of the reason or who they sought to revive, such a cost was far too great. Though these Saiyans had long since perished, to deny them peace, even in death, and turn them into nourishment, was something Yi Fei could not accept. He raised his right hand and pointed, and a powerful energy radiated from his body, transforming into a tempest that spread outward in all directions. Boom! As the finger wind howled past, countless corpses crumbled. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Everything returned to nothing. Yi Fei's eyes turned icy as he sped through the Saiyan ruins. He could sense several auras deep within the ruins, each one immensely powerful. Let me see who you really are. A cold light shone in Yi Fei's eyes as he moved with incredible speed, covering vast distances in an instant. As he passed, crackling sounds echoed behind him, the bones shattering one after another. The deeper he went, the more bones there were. So many Saiyan corpses. This place must have existed for an extremely long time. Yi Fei frowned deeply. After racing an unknown distance, he finally arrived at a golden pagoda. The pagoda had 9 levels, and the auras Yi Fei had sensed earlier emanated from within. You deserve death. Just as Yi Fei reached the golden 90-year pagoda, a cold, emotionless voice rang out from above. Deserve death. Yi Fei sneered, raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and hurled a devastating punch toward the pagoda. Boom! A tremendous force erupted. This punch channeled all of Super Saiyan 4's power, its might beyond imagination. Overestimating yourself. A mere junior dares to strike at me. The cold voice echoed. Boom! A massive fist projection materialized, carrying an inconceivable force as it shot toward the 90-year pagoda. Moving at lightning speed, it struck the pagoda instantly. Boom! A violent roar resounded as the fist's power erupted fully. The 90-year pagoda shuddered violently, thick smoke billowing and obscuring the view. Keep boasting. Yi Fei did not act rashly. To him, this place held secrets, and the constant sense of crisis looming over his mind forced him to remain cautious. As the smoke slowly cleared, Impossible. Yi Fei's gaze tightened. His full-force punch had failed to destroy the 90-year pagoda. This was completely beyond his expectations. Your strength is not bad. Just then the cold voice spoke again. Who are you? What are you hiding here for? Or are you afraid to show yourself? Yi Fei's face grew solemn as he addressed the pagoda. Who am I? The voice echoed from within, and a blinding golden light burst forth from the 90-year pagoda. The golden light was dazzling, and as it appeared, an unimaginable power radiated from within. I am a Saiyan. In a battle long ago, I was gravely wounded. After countless years of healing, though I have yet to recover my full strength, you are still no match for me, little one. Since you've achieved the fourth transformation, get lost. The cold voice spoke, but the figure did not emerge. If your strength is truly so great, why won't you show yourself? Or are you bluffing? A spent force trying to scare me off? Yi Fei's eyes flickered with curiosity about this point. Courting death. My form is not for a junior like you to behold. This is no place for you. Leave now, and I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, I will make you regret your choice today. Is that so? Yi Fei stared back with icy eyes. The threat held no sway over him. If that's the case, then I'm quite interested. Your power may be strong, but defeating me won't be so easy. Otherwise, you wouldn't be wasting words. And I'm very curious. What kind of person deliberately feeds on Saiyan corpses to heal their wounds? Yi Fei stepped forward as he spoke. His resolve was firm and his stance was clear. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Though my power has not fully recovered, dealing with you is still no problem at all. The cold voice echoed and dense golden light coalesced, revealing a figure radiating golden brilliance and wielding immense power. Super Saiyan 3. Upon seeing the figure's form, Yi Fei's gaze sharpened and his expression grew grave. Who are you? Yi Fei gazed at the golden figure before him, whose appearance was utterly unfamiliar, not having appeared in the Dragon Ball series. Yet the immense power radiating from the figure made Yi Fei's expression turn solemn despite himself. Clearly a Super Saiyan 3, yet the power is formidable, especially the sinister energy emanating from him. What kind of Saiyan is this? Yi Fei was deeply perplexed, unable to comprehend this. Is it strange? The golden figure spoke, looking at Yi Fei. Your strength is considerable, and your potential is decent to be able to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. But if that's all, it seems you are no match for me. The golden Saiyan declared. My name is Yi Fei. Who are you? Yi Fei asked, looking at the figure. Those who know my name are all dead. Do you still wish to know? The golden figure looked at Yi Fei, a hint of mockery in his expression. You're arrogant, but I wasn't born yesterday. Killing me won't be that easy. Perhaps before you kill me, I might just kill you first. It's not impossible. Yi Fei spoke with a smile, but his words made the other burst into laughter, as if Yi Fei had told a hilarious joke. Remember, my name is Qianlong. Qianlong, I want to know the secrets of this place. Why have you gathered so many Saiyan corpses here? Is it really just to heal your injuries? Yi Fei looked at Qianlong. Though a great battle was inevitable, that didn't stop him from voicing his confusion. You don't need to know that now, but if you wish to find out, there is a way. Qianlong clenched his fists, releasing golden aura. Defeat you? Though I'd rather not act so soon, it seems there's no other choice. Yi Fei shook his head. Qianlong and Yi Fei both clenched their fists. In that instant, immense power erupted wildly from both of them. Boom! Overwhelming power spread, distorting the entire space and making it unstable. Didn't expect your power to be this strong, Qianlong remarked, looking at Yi Fei. He didn't care much about the Super Saiyan 4 form, but was astonished by the power Yi Fei displayed after the transformation. This power was so formidable that it had already surpassed his own. I don't know what's going on with you, but clearly this isn't your full strength. But no matter what, you will die here today. Before that, I have a question. I hope you'll answer truthfully. Yi Fei and Qianlong both unleashed their peak power, but they didn't engage in combat. Instead, they locked eyes, staring at each other. Both could sense the other's strength. It was not a battle that could end easily. If you have a question, speak. I won't hide anything from someone about to die. Qianlong's eyes flickered as he spoke. I want to know your identity. Yi Fei looked at Qianlong. My identity? Hearing this, Qianlong suddenly laughed. I am a Saiyan from ancient times. A great war occurred back then, causing nearly all participating Saiyans to perish. I survived because I was weak. But even so, I was gravely wounded with only a breath left. Qianlong clenched his fists tightly, the memory causing him immense pain every time. Yi Fei, hearing about ancient times for the first time, yearned to understand what had happened back then. Enough talk. If you want to know more, defeat me. Qianlong looked at Yi Fei, his eyes blazing with battle intent. Boom! Yi Fei clenched his fists, unleashing his power instantly. Whoosh! With a flash, Yi Fei charged straight at Qianlong. It's been a long time since I fought a Saiyan. Let me see just how powerful you truly are. To be able to transform into a Super Saiyan 4 shows your extraordinary potential. I wonder how you compare to the ancient Super Saiyan 4s. Qianlong's eyes gleamed as he shot forward. As an ancient Saiyan, though his injuries had never healed, his power was not to be underestimated. Even in Super Saiyan 3 form his strength was formidable enough to rival Yi Fei's Super Saiyan 4, not falling far behind. Ada Ada. The two closed and instantly exchanging no further words as they engaged in combat. Bam! Bam bam. Thunderous clashes erupted as Yi Fei and Qianlong exchanged hundreds thousands of blows in an instant. Their speed was blinding, each strike a full power blow. With their power levels so close, the battle had little effect on either of them. Haha, exhilarating. Yi Fei laughed heartily. Ever since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, thanks to the system and his diligent training, he had remained invincible. Though he had fought a few times, those battles were barely even play for Yi Fei, failing to spark any interest. But this time was different. Qianlong, an ancient Saiyan, possessed immense strength. This power allowed Yi Fei to unleash his full potential. Especially since this was a life-or-death struggle, Yi Fei could exert his full power without any restraint. This battle was truly exhilarating for him. Only in moments like these could one understand the irreplaceable joy of battle, something more intoxicating and maddening than anything else without exception. Haha, I didn't expect a Saiyan like you to exist in this era. It seems that over the countless years the Saiyan race hasn't declined, but has retained considerable strength. Qianlong laughed heartily. Though they were enemies bound to fight to the death as Saiyans, both Yi Fei and Qianlong felt an inexplicable emotion upon witnessing each other's power. While Yi Fei was amazed by the strength of ancient Saiyans, Qianlong felt a sense of relief that the Saiyan race had not been annihilated but continued to exist. Especially seeing Yi Fei's formidable power, not only transforming into a Super Saiyan 4, but possessing such immense strength, filled Qianlong with contentment. As for their battle, it was merely a matter of different stances. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! After another clash, they separated. At the same time, Qianlong raised his right hand, and powerful ki erupted from him. A barrage of energy blasts rained down upon Yi Fei. In an instant, hundreds of energy beams shot forth, surging like a tidal wave toward him. Moreover, as these energy blasts approached, they sealed off all of Yi Fei's escape routes. Dodging was impossible. The only option was a heated confrontation. See how you like this move? Qianlong roared, his expression wild with frenzy. Facing the incoming torrent of energy, over 1,000 beams, each immensely powerful, and when combined unleashing a terrifying destructive force. All of this happened in an instant. Watching the incoming energy and sensing its terrifying power, Yi Fei remained calm, showing no concern. Did you think an attack like this could defeat me? If you truly believe that, you're far too naive. Yi Fei said, coldly clenching his fists as a surge of powerful ki erupted from him. Let me show you my true power. Yi Fei let out a low growl. At the same time, he clenched his right fist, channeling all his power into it, and threw a punch directly at the countless energy blasts. Boom! Yi Fei's fist contained unimaginable power, the full force strike of his Super Saiyan 4 form infused with the incredibly potent chi within his body. With that single punch, heaven and earth changed color. A vast amount of chi instantly coalesced, forming a colossal fist shadow. This shadow was immense, unleashing its ultimate strength upon emergence. Boom! The fist shadow shot forth, colliding directly with all of Qianlong's energy. The roar echoed. As the two forces met, they erupted with the most formidable power. Amidst the thunderous explosions, Yi Fei's fist power clashed heat-in with Qianlong's boundless energy. Boom! 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 This scene was earth-shattering. Under the storm of the collision, all Saiyan bones within 100 li radius of Yi Fei and Qianlong crumbled and vanished completely. Perhaps this was also a form of liberation for them. Yi Fei's body shuddered as the immense force struck, forcing him several steps back, his face pale. Such immense power. Yi Fei's expression revealed shock. He knew Qianlong was powerful, but he had not expected the enemy to have reached such a level, beyond Yi Fei's imagination. Clenching his fist, though the previous strike had not injured him, the force was nonetheless far from pleasant for Yi Fei. You are strong. I am surprised you withstood that blow. Qianlong looked at Yi Fei, a hint of gravity creeping into his expression. The earlier contempt had vanished, showing that Yi Fei's power had also put pressure on Qianlong. Are all ancient Saiyans as arrogant as you? Yi Fei spoke, looking at Qianlong. He believed that his own punch was not something to be easily withstood. Although Qianlong appeared unharmed for now, Yi Fei was confident that his power demanded Qianlong's serious attention. Only those with true strength have the right to be arrogant. Despite being astonished by Yi Fei's formidable power, Qianlong's nature would never yield or beg for mercy. Then I hope you can keep up that arrogance, otherwise I would truly look down on you. Yi Fei retorted without hesitation. It seems you still don't understand ancient Saiyans. Very well, today, I will show you just how powerful the Saiyans of the primordial era truly were. Qianlong spoke, fixing his gaze on Yi Fei. I am eager to know. Yi Fei looked back with keen interest, genuinely curious. You are a Saiyan, but not of royal blood. There's no denying your strength and talent, but that amounts to nothing. That era had no shortage of individuals with extraordinary potential. You are merely the darling of this age. But let me make it clear, although Saiyans are a race that values power, the nobility of bloodline is equally crucial. Pure Saiyan blood can unleash even greater strength. The Saiyans of antiquity possessed pure bloodlines, allowing them to explode with the ultimate power. Your transformation may seem impressive now, but in the ancient times such a form was merely rudimentary, nothing extraordinary. Qianlong spoke slowly. Is that so? Yi Fei listened quietly. But I am curious, if ancient Saiyans were so powerful, why did they become nearly extinct? What secret lies behind that? Yi Fei immediately asked. Boom. Although Qianlong was willing to explain the might of ancient Saiyans, he was reluctant to speak of that ancient battle or why all Saiyans perished simultaneously. Yi Fei will give you a chance. Defeat me. If you can kill me, I will grant you a great fortune. Qianlong said, looking at Yi Fei. As his words fell, an incredibly terrifying power erupted from Qianlong's body. This force was overwhelming. Moreover, after this power erupted, the nine-story tower in the distance trembled, emitting a dense golden light. And as that golden light appeared, it instantly merged into Qianlong's body at an unimaginable speed. All of this happened in an instant, so fast that even Yi Fei could not react. After absorbing the golden power from the nine-story tower, a low growl escaped Qianlong's lips. At the same time, his eyes turned bloodshot, devoid of any emotion, completely losing reason. His muscles swelled in that instant. Though he was still the same person, Qianlong felt like an entirely different being to Yi Fei, utterly alien. What is happening? Seeing Qianlong's state, Yi Fei frowned, sensing a very ominous premonition. At this moment, Yi Fei felt an even more dangerous aura from Qianlong. Boom. Qianlong's power surged in a terrifying manner. The overwhelming force caused Yi Fei's pupils to contract, and he involuntarily gasped several times. So strong and still increasing. Under Yi Fei's shocked gaze, he saw Qianlong's body swelling continuously, reaching a critical point in mere moments. The sense of life and death crisis intensified manifold. With a furious roar, Qianlong's body immediately underwent a transformation. This? Yi Fei stepped back, his expression one of terror. His hair turned black and thick fur covered his body. He had directly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. How is that possible? Yi Fei stared at Qianlong now in that form with intense wariness. Boom. After transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Qianlong's power did not stop, but instead it escalated with even greater ferocity. After a short while, though not yet at full power Super Saiyan 4, he was close. This is my full strength. Though my injuries haven't fully healed, I believe this power should be enough to deal with you. After transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Qianlong spoke calmly, his voice tinged with extreme coldness. Whoosh! With a flash, Qianlong appeared directly before Yi Fei, raising his right hand and throwing a punch at his body. So fast. Yi Fei's expression changed. Qianlong's speed now surpassed his own. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fei stepped back while raising his right hand to counter with a punch. Boom. Their fists closed in and collided instantly. A thunderous roar echoed as their fists slammed together. Though it was a simple strike for Yi Fei and Qianlong, this straightforward attack represented the full extent of their power. As the saying goes, great truths are simple. Within this simple attack lay immense force. Such was the nature of their blows. Seemingly simple, yet beneath that plain punch lay extraordinary might. The ground shattered. Giant fissures tore across the sky. At the point of contact, a burst of energy radiated outward, instantly enveloping both Yi Fei and Qianlong. One punch, a single unadorned punch. Yet the power contained within this simple attack was unimaginable, reaching a horrifying and appalling degree. The energy instantly engulfed Yi Fei and Qianlong, unleashing immense force that spread continuously. Though both were incredibly powerful, even such strength struggled to withstand this force. Especially since this energy was born from the collision of their strongest punches. As a result, its terror surpassed their imagination. Boom. Yi Fei and Qianlong's bodies trembled simultaneously, and they both took a few steps back. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and Yi Fei's face turned pale instantly. Qianlong was in slightly better condition. He only took 3 steps back, his complexion slightly pale, but he did not spit out blood. The disparity in strength between the two became evident after that strike. Is your power only at this level? Qianlong looked at Yi Fei and spoke coldly. TCH. Yi Fei said nothing but fixed his gaze on Qianlong. The fact that the latter had transformed into a Super Saiyan 4 was completely beyond his expectations. Especially after Qianlong transformed into Super Saiyan 4, the power he unleashed exceeded Yi Fei's own. Yi Fei knew very well that under such circumstances it was impossible for him to defeat Qianlong. Come on, let me show you what true power is. Although they were both Saiyans and had transformed into Super Saiyan 4, your power is utterly insignificant in my presence and cannot possibly harm me. Qianlong spoke confidently. He had absolute confidence in his own power, so he did not take Yi Fei seriously at all. Are you looking down on me? Despite feeling quite displeased, Qianlong indeed had the qualifications to do so. After all the others' power far exceeded his own. Do I really have to use the Kaioken? Yi Fei murmured internally. As his last resort, he did not want to use the Kaioken unless it was absolutely necessary. Show me your power. Didn't you speak arrogantly before saying you wanted to kill me? So now that you see I have unleashed my true power, are you not so confident anymore? Qinlong looked at Yi Fei and spoke coldly. Boom. In response to Qinlong, Yi Fei's imposing aura surged. It's not yet time to use the Kaioken. I refuse to believe that I cannot defeat him without it. Moreover, I have not yet unleashed all my strength. Yi Fei clenched his fists, and at that moment his aura erupted wildly. Are you finally ready to fight seriously? Qinlong glanced at Yi Fei, noticing the seriousness in his eyes, which only pleased him further. An ancient Saiyan barely surviving, although your power is strong, this is a new era. If you didn't die back then today I shall kill you. Yi Fei's expression was cold, devoid of any emotion. His mind held only one word: fury. Since coming to the Dragon Ball world, this was the first time Yi Fei felt such rage. A powerful aura erupted from Yi Fei, transforming into a storm that surged towards the sky. Remarkably, under this eruption, Yi Fei's power actually increased. Interesting. Qinlong chuckled, but he remained unfazed, not taking Yi Fei seriously at all. To him, as an ancient Saiyan, he was far above Yi Fei in status. Especially since his strength was much greater than Yi Fei's, Qinlong did not believe he would lose. He was simply toying with Yi Fei, enjoying the game. This was one reason, but it was not the main one. For Qinlong, he could only survive in this Saiyan ruined space. Once he stepped outside, he would be unable to bear it. However, Qinlong had his own methods. Qinlong. Yi Fei looked at Qinlong, his expression dark as he approached him step by step. Do you think this is enough to defeat me? Qinlong looked at Yi Fei and said disdainfully. Whoosh. Yi Fei said nothing. Instead, he vanished in an instant, his speed allowing him to reach Qinlong's side in the blink of an eye. He raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and struck down hard towards Qinlong. In response to Yi Fei's attack, Qinlong dodged with agility, choosing to evade. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yi Fei's attacks did not cease. If one missed, he would strike a second, a third. Continuing in this manner. Your speed is too slow. Qinlong easily dodged Yi Fei's attacks, each time narrowly avoiding them, further infuriating Yi Fei. Yi Fei threw another punch. Under this punch, a gigantic shadow of a fist appeared in the sky, emanating an unimaginable force of destruction. I can't let my guard down now. Qinlong glanced at the enormous fist shadow and immediately spoke after sensing the power above. Saiyan Destruction Ball. Qinlong raised his right hand, and a black energy sphere appeared. This black energy sphere contained an incredibly powerful force, causing Yi Fei's pupils to contract upon seeing it. Boom. The gigantic fist shadow collided directly with the Saiyan Destruction Ball. Although Yi Fei's fist shadow was powerful compared to it, Qinlong's Saiyan Destruction Ball was even more formidable. After the two forces collided, the gigantic fist shadow collapsed without any resistance. The Saiyan Destruction Ball did not collapse after destroying Yi Fei's fist shadow. Instead, it rushed towards Yi Fei at an even faster speed. All of this happened in an instant, the speed far too fast, leaving no time for reaction. Break for me. Yi Fei's eyes narrowed, and he immediately raised his right hand, gathering a powerful aura. Boom. A compressed energy sphere shot out, instantly crashing down towards the Saiyan Destruction Ball. Boom. A loud noise echoed. The two forces collided together just a yard in front of Yi Fei. The roar echoed as both forces unleashed their full power upon collision. Yi Fei's energy sphere collapsed directly, while the Saiyan Destruction Ball, though not dissipating, had its power greatly diminished. The residual power of the Saiyan Destruction Ball, despite being weakened, struck Yi Fei. Although the power was not strong relatively speaking, even after being weakened twice, the remaining power of the Saiyan Destruction Ball was still terrifying. When it hit Yi Fei, it caused his body to tremble, and he was enveloped by the Saiyan Destruction Ball. Die. Qinlong's eyes revealed killing intent as he clenched his right fist tightly. Boom. Under his action, the Saiyan Destruction Ball enveloping Yi Fei immediately contracted, aiming to utterly annihilate him under the energy ball. All of this happened in an instant, leaving no time for much thought. In battles between the strong, life and death can be determined in a moment. Boom. The Saiyan Destruction Ball exploded directly, unleashing a terrifying force that swept through and raised clouds of dust. Although the power of the Saiyan Destruction Ball is strong, after being weakened twice, the remaining power shouldn't be enough to kill you, right? Qinlong spoke as he looked at the smoke. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Qinlong's expression changed slightly when he saw clearly what was happening. You actually aren't injured. Qinlong's gaze turned cold. He thought that even if it wouldn't kill Yi Fei, it would at least heavily injure him. However, it seemed that not only was Yi Fei uninjured, but the Saiyan Destruction Ball had seemingly caused him no harm at all. Yi Fei's expression was somber. On the surface, it appeared he had no issues, but he knew very well that he had been injured by the Saiyan Destruction Ball. What? Are you unhappy that the Saiyan Destruction Ball didn't kill me? Yi Fei looked at Qinlong and spoke coldly. You managed to withstand it once, but can you withstand it a second time? Qianlong's expression was somewhat grim, but he raised his right hand, and a Saiyan destruction ball appeared. This time the Saiyan destruction ball was several times more powerful than the previous one. This time I really want to see if there will be any surprises. Qianlong looked at Yi Fei, his expression filled with indifference and a strong killing intent. Yi Fei's gaze was cold as he clenched his right fist tightly. It seems I no longer need to hold back. I can unleash all my power now. Yi Fei spoke calmly. What? Qianlong was taken aback, looking at Yi Fei with some confusion. What do you mean by that? Qianlong was puzzled. Yi Fei's words left him a bit bewildered. It means exactly what I said. How can you not even understand that? Yi Fei mocked Qianlong with a sympathetic gaze, as if caring for someone with a lack of intelligence. No matter what tricks you have, you stand no chance against my Saiyan destruction sphere. Accept the judgment of fate and die. Qianlong chose not to dwell on it further. As the Saiyan destruction sphere fully materialized, he hurled it fiercely toward Yi Fei. A thunderous roar erupted as the sphere, radiating annihilating force, surged straight at Yi Fei. Let me show you my ultimate strike. We shall see whether your Saiyan destruction sphere or my strongest attack prevails. Yi Fei spoke as he watched the Saiyan destruction sphere approach with its devastating power. Kamehameha. Yi Fei pressed his hands together, and in that moment his chi surged wildly, converging into his palms to form a pure concentrated energy. Though the energy appeared compact, the power it contained was terrifying. Regardless of the outcome after this strike, I must use the Kaioken even though I wish to avoid it now. Yi Fei murmured, clearly aware of the situation. He had no other choice, and his reluctance to employ the Kaioken until now was perhaps due to his Saiyan pride. But none of that mattered anymore. For now, settling the battle, with Qianlong using Saiyan strength, held great significance for Yi Fei. Go to hell. Qianlong's expression darkened as the Saiyan destruction sphere instantly closed in on Yi Fei, now less than 3 yards away. Huh. Yi Fei roared the final syllable at that moment. As the word left his lips, he thrust his hands forward with tremendous force. A thunderous blast erupted as the Kamehameha wave shot from his hands, racing toward the Saiyan destruction sphere at an unimaginable speed. How arrogant. Do you truly believe such an attack can defeat me? If so, you are naively mistaken. Qianlong spoke dismissively. As the Kamehameha wave surged forth, its power multiplied instantly, expanding rapidly into a colossal energy wave. In the blink of an eye, the Kamehameha wave collided directly with the Saiyan destruction sphere. Both energies possessed immense power. Yi Fei was unsure if Qianlong had used his full strength, but he himself had unleashed every ounce of his might. The moment the two forces clashed, a violent roar echoed through the air. The entire space trembled fiercely, as if the power of their strikes neared the limit of what the realm could endure. The two energies clashed relentlessly, each striving to annihilate the other. Yi Fei, in the end, I will be the victor of this battle. Qianlong remained composed, unbothered by the struggle between the forces. In his view, the outcome of this battle had been determined from the very start. Qianlong roared, channeling even greater power from his right hand into the Saiyan destruction sphere. With his infusion, the sphere's power surged, instantly surpassing Yi Fei's Kamehameha wave in an instant. Die! Qianlong bellowed, 10 times. Yi Fei shouted, immediately unleashing the tenfold Kamehameha. As the words fell, the wave's power multiplied explosively. In that instant, it repelled the Saiyan destruction sphere, preventing its augmented might from destroying the Kamehameha wave. Now this is interesting. Killing you too easily would have been dull. Seeing Yi Fei unleash the tenfold Kamehameha, Qianlong showed no surprise. Instead, he laughed heartily, his expression wild with delight. Qianlong roared, gathering all his strength and pouring it madly into the Saiyan destruction sphere. Moments later, a deafening, even someone as formidable as Yi Fei let out a scream of agony. The Saiyan destruction sphere detonated instantly, its terrifying force sweeping out and engulfing his body. The sensation of death surged to its peak in that moment. The sphere exploded, unleashing a colossal wave of power that enveloped Yi Fei entirely. In that instant, it transformed into an immense mushroom-shaped cloud. At the critical juncture of life and death, Yi Fei did not hesitate. He clenched his fists, unleashing a burst of powerful qi. Raising his right hand, he vanished in an instant, just as the sphere exploded. See if you survive this. Qianlong watched with excitement, convinced that Yi Fei stood no chance against his Saiyan destruction sphere and would surely perish within it. A violent roar echoed through the heavens and earth, shaking the very ground. A terrifying storm swept across the area, and thick smoke billowed, obscuring all vision. Is he dead? As the smoke cleared and no trace of Yi Fei remained, Qianlong laughed triumphantly. Blown to dust as Heath. Qianlong threw his head back, laughing maniacally. Do you think that's possible, eh? Suddenly, Yi Fei's voice rang out, reaching Qianlong's ears. What, eh? Qianlong's laughter froze. His hair stood on end, and he instinctively retreated without hesitation. Yi Fei raised his right hand and punched Qianlong with lightning speed. The proximity was too close, and Yi Fei's appearance too sudden for Qianlong to detect. The punch landed, unleashing tremendous force. Do you really think such power can defeat me? Despite taking the blow, Qianlong spoke coldly, unperturbed. What about this? Yi Fei suddenly condensed a burst of qi in his hand. A thunderous impact sent Qianlong staggering back several steps, his face pale. It seems my attack isn't entirely ineffective against you. At the very least, it can wound you. Yi Fei spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on Qianlong. You merely landed a lucky sneak attack. Do you truly believe that alone can defeat me? Qianlong replied with a cold sneer. Do you think I cannot defeat you? Yi Fei mocked, looking at Qianlong. Is that not the case? Or do you possess some power I don't know about? Qianlong stared at Yi Fei, his expression icy and unconcerned. Though Yi Fei's attack had indeed left him somewhat disheveled, it was ultimately due to his own carelessness. In terms of true strength, he still absolutely surpassed Yi Fei, so Qianlong remained untroubled. I hope you still have that confidence later. Yi Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. Then let me show you my true power. This is the first time I am using such strength, I hope you can withstand it. Yi Fei gazed at Qianlong, his expression brimming with icy resolve. Then bring out your strongest power. I am eager to witness it. Qianlong's eyes narrowed. Though he was skeptical, Yi Fei's serious expression stirred a hint of caution within him. It was not impossible that Yi Fei could indeed unleash a power that would astonish him. You will be satisfied. As Yi Fei spoke, he clenched his fists fiercely. A powerful force erupted. Though the battle with Qianlong had strengthened Yi Fei somewhat, the increase was negligible against such a formidable foe. To defeat Qianlong, Yi Fei knew he had to unleash his full power. Therefore, in this battle, regardless of the reason, he understood that he could no longer hold back and must fight with everything he had. Moreover, Qianlong had shown murderous intent toward him several times in their previous fight. Yi Fei never claimed to be magnanimous. He didn't hold grudges because he usually settled scores on the spot. A low roar escaped Yi Fei's mouth as a powerful aura radiated from him, reaching its peak in an instant. You don't seem that strong. Isn't this no different from before? Qianlong spoke slowly. Yi Fei's power had indeed increased, but to Qianlong this growth was negligible and hardly worth his concern. Is this the full power you spoke of? Qianlong's expression turned cold. He had lost patience to continue this stalemate with Yi Fei and intended to finish the battle, swiftly kill Yi Fei, and then use the preparations he had made over the years to escape this place. Although his injuries hadn't fully healed, his current strength was sufficient to leave this place regardless. Yi Fei ignored Qianlong, his expression darkening. After reaching the peak of his power, he didn't stop, but roared again, ah. As the roar persisted, Yi Fei's aura continued to surge. Kaioken. With a mighty shout, a red glow enveloped Yi Fei. What? Qianlong's expression shifted, and he immediately retreated several steps, staring at Yi Fei with unimaginable shock and astonishment. What's happening? How did your power suddenly increase so much? Qianlong couldn't believe it. This development completely defied his expectations, and he couldn't fathom that Yi Fei possessed such an ability. As Yi Fei activated the Kaioken, his power instantly skyrocketed. Too much. Yi Fei taunted Qianlong. I told you I would use all my power to defeat you. This is just a part of it. This is my true strength. Yi Fei's aura was formidable, but his words only darkened Qianlong's expression further. Kaioken. 10 times. Yi Fei roared, and as the words fell, an even greater power surged from him. A force so overwhelming that it defied Qianlong's imagination. The sheer intensity of Yi Fei's aura alone forced Qianlong to step back involuntarily. Qianlong, this is my full power. I wonder if this strength is to your satisfaction. After unleashing the tenfold Kaioken, Yi Fei cast a cold, merciless gaze upon Qianlong and spoke with an icy tone. This version of Yi Fei exerted immense pressure on Qianlong, especially from the overwhelming power radiating from him. Though Qianlong was reluctant to admit it, he was far outmatched. Yet his denial couldn't change the reality. Yi Fei's current strength far surpassed his own, leaving no room for comparison. Qianlong, let's fight again. This time I will show no mercy and use my strongest power. I hope you can muster strength worthy of my expectations and not fall so easily. That would be too disappointing. Yi Fei spoke slowly. Damn it. Qianlong's face darkened. He hadn't anticipated this turn of events. If he had known, he would have used his strongest power to kill Yi Fei from the start, preventing this situation. Qianlong regretted it deeply, but regret was futile now. He had no choice but to fight Yi Fei, as he was regardless of the outcome. Qianlong, come. With red aura surging around him, Yi Fei stepped forward. Whooshed. With a single simple step, Yi Fei instantly appeared before Qianlong. So fast. Qianlong's pupils contracted as he quickly retreated. Too slow. Yi Fei appeared right in front of him, his icy gaze sending a chill through Qianlong, whose eyes filled with boundless horror. How is this possible? Qianlong's pupils shrank, stunned by Yi Fei's speed. Weren't you quite strong before? As Yi Fei spoke, he raised his right hand and gently placed it on Qianlong's body. Take a good look. This is my current power. Yi Fei's palm strike appeared extremely light and soft, as if it carried no force. But the moment it landed, Qianlong's expression twisted in agony. A tremendous force slammed into him, sending him staggering back dozens of steps. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face contorted in pain. What's happening? Qianlong's eyes filled with terror. He realized that Yi Fei's power was both eerie and overwhelmingly domineering. The fusion of these two forces instantly inflicted severe damage on Qianlong. Qianlong, where is your power? Where is the pride and honor of an ancient Saiyan? Yi Fei didn't press the attack. His Kaioken had no side effects, so he didn't have to worry about straining his body. Thus in this state he could afford to take his time. You're asking for death. Qianlong's expression darkened. He admitted he had missed the best opportunity to kill Yi Fei. But Qianlong, after all, was an ancient Saiyan who had survived the legendary war of that era. So he still had tricks up his sleeve. Do I really have to use that? Qianlong hesitated. He hadn't fully recovered, and now he was severely injured from Yi Fei's attack. Using that technique recklessly under these circumstances would come at a terrible cost. Whoosh! Yi Fei didn't give Qianlong much time to think. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he raised his right hand, condensing a ball of energy at his fingertips. With a flick of his wrist, the energy shot forward at incredible speed, aimed directly at Qianlong. As it flew, it rapidly expanded, transforming into a sharp arrow that whistled through the air. So fast, Qianlong's expression changed. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand and threw a powerful punch to meet the attack. Boom! Qianlong's fist collided with the energy arrow formed from Yi Fei's fingertip. The impact echoed with a thunderous roar. The collision of the two forces unleashed unimaginable, terrifying power. Qianlong's body trembled as he stumbled back several steps, his right hand numb. Qianlong, is this all you've got? If so, then you can die. Yi Fei looked at Qianlong, his expression proud and aloof, embodying the spirit of one who stands atop the peak, surveying all beneath. Your power no longer concerns me. Now let me end you with my strongest strike. I suppose it will be a relief for you given how painfully you've lived. Yi Fei spoke coldly. Arrogant. Do you really think I have no way to deal with you now? Qianlong's face darkened. He knew his fate today would be grim, but that wouldn't stop him from unleashing his ultimate attack. Even if I die here today, I will have no regrets as long as I make you pay a heavy price. Qianlong's expression was grim. He had great confidence in his strongest attack, and with a bit of luck, he might even kill Yi Fei. Boom! A powerful force erupted from Qianlong. Yi Fei, I admit your strength is formidable. Even by ancient standards, it's above average. But even so, I won't surrender easily today. Let this battle be our destined showdown. I'm eager to see whether the power of ancient Saiyans or modern Saiyans prevails. I hope you win, but I will show no mercy or restraint. Qianlong looked at Yi Fei as he spoke. That's my thought as well. Yi Fei replied calmly. With this final strike, they were destined to settle life and death. I told you if you defeat me, I'll grant you a great fortune. So stop the idle chatter, and let's decide who lives and dies. Qianlong looked at Yi Fei, his expression cold. Then let's begin. Yi Fei nodded, not wanting to waste any more time. Boom! An immensely powerful aura erupted from Qianlong. This is my strongest strike. Regardless of the outcome, let this move decide victory and life or death. Qianlong's eyes showed determination. In that case, to show my respect, I will also unleash my full power so as not to dishonor you. Yi Fei clenched his fists and all the power within him exploded forth. Qianlong's eyes blazed with intense fighting spirit as the energy within him frantically converged. Boom! As the vast energy gathered, a black sphere of energy materialized before Qianlong. Is this your strongest strike, condensed from all your power? Yi Fei murmured. He could sense the immense force within it, but for him, now, even such power wouldn't cause significant harm. Especially under the effect of his tenfold Kaioken. Kamehameha. A sharp light flashed in Yi Fei's eyes. Although Qianlong's ultimate attack was powerful at this moment, Yi Fei also unhesitatingly unleashed all his power. For him, the outcome was already sealed. Qianlong's expression showed determination, not a trace of fear nor any hint of retreat. There was only the will to fight. Perhaps this was the resolve of the ancient Saiyans. No matter how formidable the enemy, they would never falter even in the face of death, even at the greatest cost. This was the warrior race, the Saiyans. They could die, but they would never surrender. Yi Fei, this is my ultimate strike. Take it. Qianlong let out a mighty roar. The black energy before him now contained unimaginable power. Its force was so immense that even Yi Fei couldn't help but narrow his gaze. Truly worthy of an ancient Saiyan. Though I know not how you survived until now, I must acknowledge the formidable might of this technique. Even in my current state, witnessing such a powerful blow leaves me somewhat awed. Yi Fei murmured. Though they were enemies, he held deep respect for Qianlong's strength. Qianlong roared, his expression wild with frenzy. He leaped into the air, hoisting the massive black energy. Super Saiyan Grenade. Qianlong bellowed as he hurled both hands forward, flinging the energy toward Yi Fei. Boom! The Super Saiyan Grenade shot forth with terrifying force toward Yi Fei. As it approached, massive cracks split the sky. So strong. Yi Fei's pupils contracted as he watched the incoming attack. Such immense power. A gleam of light flashed in Yi Fei's eyes. He acknowledged the Super Saiyan grenade's fearsome might, yet he remained largely unconcerned. Kamehameha. As the Super Saiyan grenade thundered toward him, murderous intent blazed in Yi Fei's eyes. With the final syllable, he thrust both hands forward. Boom! A colossal Kamehameha wave erupted from Yi Fei's hands, its power surging instantly as it transformed into a massive energy blast. Boom! Boom! The Kamehameha and the Super Saiyan grenade shot forth simultaneously, each carrying the force to annihilate, all hurtling toward the other. Time seemed to slow. Perish! Qianlong's eyes blazed with intensity. Boom! The immense forces collided, shaking the heavens and earth. Terrifying energy swept outward, tearing a vast rift in the space itself. This was merely the initial eruption from the clash of the Kamehameha and the Super Saiyan grenade. As the two powers fully converged, the Super Saiyan grenade, though Qianlong's strongest attack, proved insignificant before Yi Fei's might, utterly incomparable. Boom! Boom! A series of violent explosions echoed. After mere moments of resistance, the Super Saiyan grenade began to crumble under Yi Fei's Kamehameha. Qianlong's face twisted in anguish as he poured his power frantically into the Super Saiyan grenade. With the infusion of new energy, the Super Saiyan grenade gained greater strength, even seeming to suppress the Kamehameha. Impressive indeed. But before my power, all your efforts are futile. I must win this battle without exception. Yi Fei's expression was resolute. As he spoke, his inner power erupted. 10 times. A mighty roar rang out. Though only 2 words, as they fell, a surge of even greater power burst forth from Yi Fei. Simultaneously, the Kamehameha's power multiplied. Nanny! Qianlong, unable to withstand the tenfold Kamehameha, paled in despair. Boom! The Super Saiyan grenade instantly shattered, offering no further resistance. With its collapse, the tenfold Kamehameha tore through everything, hurtling toward Qianlong with unimaginable cataclysmic force. Is this where I die, eh? Qianlong murmured. Facing the world-ending tenfold Kamehameha, he knew he had no chance to resist. If so, he would face death calmly. This was the best choice for a Saiyan. As Yi Fei had said, for one who should have perished in ancient times, life was perhaps a torment. Death was his liberation. To die at the hands of Yi Fei, a fellow Saiyan, was the best possible end for Qianlong. Boom! The tenfold Kamehameha struck Qianlong directly. The immense force enveloped him, causing his body to disintegrate. You are strong. Before death, Qianlong smiled, his expression one of relief. In Yi Fei, he saw the future of the Saiyans, and he believed it would never again be like the ancient times. For you are the hope of the Saiyans. I trust that in your hands our race will ascend to new heights. Qianlong spoke slowly, then closed his eyes. I will surely achieve it. I will not let you down. Yi Fei declared firmly. Even without Qianlong's words, this was his intention. Boom! The full force of the tenfold Kamehameha erupted. Qianlong's body shattered completely, his death marked by a look of contentment. As he perished, the tenfold Kamehameha's power fully unleashed, obliterating every bone within the Saiyan ruins. Now in this space, Yi Fei stood calmly. After the battle, the space was nearly shattered. Yet he did not leave, he stood still. He closed his eyes. At the moment of Qianlong's death, he sensed a strange power emerge within the space. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Instantly, countless beams of blood-red light appeared within the Saiyan ruins. These blood energies, as if drawn by an unseen force, all converged at incredible speed toward a single point. That point was where Yi Fei stood. The blood-red lights all gathered toward him. Yi Fei's expression was serene. He could clearly sense the changes around him. Though his eyes were shut, he perceived the countless blood-red lights emerging throughout the ruins. These lights contained a power that startled him, the ancient bloodline force of the Saiyans. At the same time, an electronic voice echoed in Yi Fei's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission complete. You have obtained the divine energy. As the voice faded, a strange power merged into his body. With its infusion, Yi Fei felt a profound transformation. So this is the divine energy. Yi Fei sensed it. Though his power had not increased, the change in his body was unmistakable. The divine energy is important, but now I yearn to know what fortune Qianlong spoke of. Yi Fei murmured, filled with anticipation. Time flew swiftly, and in but a moment, a blood-red radiance coalesced and materialized before Yi Fei. Is this all that fortune holds? Yi Fei glanced at it, his expression serene. One by one, streaks of blood-red light appeared. These lights were not merely a few, but countless in number. Especially within these lights was a presence that made Yi Fei's heart tremble, the aura of a Saiyan. Yet the energy emanating from this blood-red radiance was incredibly pure enough to unsettle even Yi Fei upon beholding it. With a sharp whistle, the blood-red lights, without any pause, shot directly towards Yi Fei's body with extreme speed. Seeing the blood-red light truly hurtling toward him, Yi Fei's expression turned grim. Though he knew this was the fortune Qianlong had spoken of, Yi Fei's heart was filled with considerable resistance upon witnessing it. Especially before this blood-red radiance, Yi Fei felt a sense of familiarity, and his own body seemed to yearn for these crimson lights. Yet even so, Yi Fei remained resistant. He could not articulate why, but this feeling was profoundly real. In the instant the blood-red light descended, Yi Fei raised his right hand and waved it. An unimaginably terrifying force burst forth from him as he sought to halt the fall of the crimson radiance. Perhaps this seemed a fine choice to Yi Fei. However, he overlooked one crucial fact: this blood-red light was the blood of the ancient Saiyans. Could such power be easily resisted? The answer was clearly no. A tempest roared, its formidable energy sweeping across, yet such force proved insufficient to obstruct the blood-red light. As expected, when the blood-red radiance touched the violent storm, it passed straight through without lingering, leaving the tempest unable to cause any damage to it. Even before this blood-red light, the storm could not hold it back. This scene far exceeded Yi Fei's imagination. He had not anticipated that such a powerful storm would fail to halt the crimson glow. With a piercing whistle, the blood-red light pierced through the storm and directly struck Yi Fei's body. This, though it was only a single beam, it caused Yi Fei's body to shudder, and he sensed a subtle shift within himself. Yet the change was so minute as to be nearly imperceptible. At that moment, a second beam, a third. In an instant, countless streaks of blood-red light emerged from all directions, continuously merging into Yi Fei's body. These blood-red lights moved too swiftly to be dodged. Despite Yi Fei's many abilities, he was utterly powerless against this blood-red radiance, forced to let the lights merge into his body one after another. As more and more blood-red light entered his body, Yi Fei began to tremble. An intense agony instantly engulfed him, draining the color from his face. "With my blood, I merge into your form." As all the blood-red light fused into Yi Fei's body, a cold, domineering voice suddenly resounded. The voice was soft yet distinct, and as it spread, it transformed into a force that surged through Yi Fei's entire being. In an explosive burst, the blood-red radiance erupted from within Yi Fei, expanding outward to form a colossal crimson orb several zhang in size. Yi Fei was completely immersed within it, losing consciousness and falling into a deep coma. Though unconscious, the blood-red light that had previously merged into his body continued to fuse with his flesh and blood. Once the fusion was complete, Yi Fei's power would undergo a monumental transformation. Even his very identity would change, making him a truly atavistic Saiyan. Meanwhile, on the planet Salad, Son Gohan held an exalted status as a distinguished guest, treated with great respect even by King Salad. Yet Son Gohan did not linger long. After waiting just 2 days and seeing no sign of Yi Fei's return, he chose to depart. However, Son Gohan did not leave alone. He took 100 individuals with him, all of whom were elite Saiyan warriors. King Salad did not refuse Son Gohan's request. Instead, he agreed with great alacrity. In King Salad's view, as long as his people accompanied Son Gohan, some among them would surely be able to transform into Super Saiyans. One could not deny that his calculations were shrewd. Son Gohan saw through his intentions clearly, but refrained from exposing them. He considered it trivial to guide the Saiyans of the 6th universe in achieving Super Saiyan transformation. Moreover, to conquer the North universe, he needed their strength. Relying solely on himself was clearly insufficient. The group departed from planet Salad, but the distance was vast. Even with the finest ships of Salad, reaching the North universe would take nearly 2 years. Though it wasted time, it was unavoidable. Time flowed on, swift and unending. All was normal in the 6th universe. Though the god of destruction Kampa differed from Beerus, he was not so diligent as to monitor the cosmos. Nor was Vados any different. It was precisely because of their inattention that they failed to notice Yi Fei and the others upon their entry into the 6th universe. 2 years was not a long time, but it was far from short. Upon entering the North universe, Son Gohan and his group immediately began to suppress the local powers. With their overwhelming might, the North universe, never a formidable region, was swiftly conquered by Son Gohan and his forces. Yet the North universe was vast, occupying nearly a quarter of the 6th universe. To completely dominate, it would still require some time. Time passed, and 2 years became 4. Seasons turned, days and nights cycled, and before long another 2 years had slipped by. Adding the earlier period, 6 years had elapsed since Son Gohan and his group left planet Salad. 6 years could change a person profoundly. Son Gohan was a testament to this. Even he found his own transformation astonishing. In the chaotic North universe, strategy and cunning were essential. Prolonged exposure to such an environment made it nearly impossible for Son Gohan to preserve his former innocence and still survive. During these 6 years within the Saiyan ruins, the crimson orb had steadily shrunk until it was now the size of a grown adult. Though still shrouded in red light, it contained a formidable and terrifying power within. A crisp cracking sound rang out. For 6 years, Yi Fei had not ventured out, nor had he awakened. He remained in a state of deep slumber, never regaining consciousness. Although Yi Fei's body was now brimming with unimaginable power, he remained in a state of unconsciousness. Only when all the crimson hue had fully merged with his body and he had absorbed and integrated every drop of that blood-red energy would he awaken. At that moment his power would undergo a tremendous transformation. The magnitude of that change would surpass all expectations. Yet it still required some time. At the current pace the moment was drawing near. He entered the Saiyan ruins 6 years ago. Could he have truly perished inside? King Sadala gazed toward the location of the Saiyan ruins, asking himself this question almost every year. Though he suspected Yi Fei might have died within the Saiyan ruins, King Sadala never dared to confirm it. Even after 6 years the words spoken back then remained deeply etched in his mind. If he died it only means his own skill was insufficient, his power not strong enough. But if he succeeded? King Sadala shook his head. He did not believe Yi Fei could succeed. The possibility was far too slim, almost non-existent. I wonder how those clansmen who followed Son Gohan to the North Universe are faring. Have any of them achieved the Super Saiyan transformation? King Sadala was filled with anticipation, hoping that among the Saiyans who had gone to the North Universe some would return having mastered the Super Saiyan form. Though it was impossible to expect everyone to become Super Saiyans, it would be sufficient if even a few could succeed. And on this point King Sadala believed that among those Saiyans who had followed Son Gohan to the North Universe some would certainly achieve it, even if the task seemed far from easy. In the North Universe things had become markedly different since Son Gohan arrived with 100 Saiyans. Although the North Universe was vast, making its complete dominion an exceedingly difficult endeavor. But Son Gohan had his own methods. On a planet in the North Universe, he stood atop its highest peak, his expression cold and devoid of mercy. Although Yi Fei had not trained him since his arrival in the 6th universe, Son Gohan's innate talent and potential combined with prolonged combat had elevated his power to an extraordinary level. Yet even so Son Gohan had not broken through to Super Saiyan 2. He remained in his Super Saiyan form, but his power had increased significantly, incomparable to when he first arrived. All forces in the North Universe have submitted and are ready to act according to our will. Furthermore, all the heinous criminals in the North Universe have been obliterated, not a single one remains. Listening to the report, Son Gohan's expression remained utterly calm, as if all of this was perfectly ordinary and not worth his surprise. Is that all? Son Gohan stared into the distance. In recent days he had been feeling an inexplicable unease, as if something was about to happen. Strange, why do I always feel this restlessness? Son Gohan murmured. This sensation had surfaced a few days ago, yet now the North Universe was entirely under his control. Although various factions still existed, they were all under Son Gohan's jurisdiction. From today onward, all private conflicts in the North Universe must cease. Set aside personal grudges. During this period, intensify training and await my orders at any moment. Also make it clear who truly holds sway in the North Universe. Anyone who dares defy my commands will not be spared. Son Gohan spoke slowly, never shifting his gaze. Yes. Behind him stood 3 Saiyans, among the most talented of those who had accompanied him. Under Son Gohan's guidance and assistance, they had already transformed into Super Saiyans. These 3 were instrumental in helping Son Gohan establish a foothold in the North Universe and bring the chaotic region under his control in just a few short years. Though this control was achieved through brute force, one must remember that Son Gohan and Yi Fei had never intended to remain in the 6th universe indefinitely. Thus Son Gohan was not overly concerned about this. 6 years have passed. I wonder when Master will return. Son Gohan murmured. As the de facto ruler of the North Universe, his words carried absolute authority. Yet none of this mattered to him. What he truly desired was to be with Yi Fei. I won't dwell on it now. Even if something does happen, it doesn't matter. Besides, after all these years here, I've yet to encounter anyone truly powerful. Whoever comes, no matter how strong, I will test their mettle. Son Gohan clenched his fists, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. In the cosmos, a spacecraft was hurtling toward the North Universe at tremendous speed. It was small, carrying only 2 passengers. Lord Hit, that fellow named Son Gohan, is in the North Universe. At our current speed, will arrive in 2 days. Behind Hit stood a man, a survivor from an evil faction that Son Gohan had purged in the North Universe. He had managed to escape during the cleansing. No one had paid him much heed initially, but none expected that after escaping, he would spend a fortune to hire the universe's top assassin. Hit wrote, since I've agreed, I won't go back on my word. Though I rarely visit the North Universe, I will fulfill my promise. No matter who Son Gohan is, or how powerful he may be, I will kill him for you. Hit spoke calmly. As the premier assassin of the 6th universe and the strongest being beneath the god of destruction, Hit's strength was beyond question truly formidable. As for who his target was, or how strong they were, Hit did not care. Of course, if the opponent proved powerful, he would raise his price after the kill. Such was Hit, the strongest human in the 6th universe. The spacecraft streaked across the sky, hurtling toward the North Universe at breakneck speed. Son Gohan, aren't you supposed to be so strong and arrogant? Now that I've invited Lord Hit, I'm eager to see if you still have the gall to act tough before him. Rote spoke with an exceedingly dark expression. He could not defeat Son Gohan, but he could pay someone else to do it. Problems that could be solved with money were never truly problems. Rot understood this well. Hit shot a cold glance at Rot. He was fully aware of what the other party was thinking. Nonetheless, he did not decline the mission. For a killer, he was merely handling business for payment. Killing a single person was precisely what Hit did, and he was well versed in the rules of this trade. As the saying goes, one takes money to eliminate troubles for others. Hit cared not who hired him. The spacecraft moved at tremendous speed. With only 2 days left, the journey seemed short to Hit, and he paid it no mind. 2 days passed in a blink. On the second day, Hit's vessel finally arrived in the northern cosmos after a long voyage. Hit rarely visited this place. Though it was a chaotic region, the inhabitants of the northern cosmos usually resolved their own affairs. Thus, in all his years, Hit had only been here a few times and found it quite unfamiliar. Upon entering the northern cosmos, the spacecraft headed straight into its depths, aiming for the planet where Son Gohan resided. The moment Hit's ship entered the northern cosmos, it was detected. Son Gohan had been plagued by a foreboding feeling for days and had ordered that any anomaly be reported immediately. Thus, even before Hit's ship arrived, Son Gohan had already received the news. On planet Salad within the Saiyan ruins. After such a long time, all the blood-red light surrounding Yi Fei's body had merged with him. A formidable power now surged within him. As the last of the blood-red light fused with his body, Yi Fei trembled and slowly opened his eyes. Finally, succeeded. He glanced around, unsure how long he had been unconscious. To him it felt like mere moments, extremely brief. I never expected to successfully merge the bloodline of the ancient Saiyans by sheer chance. This is a complete surprise to me. However, fusing the ancient Saiyan bloodline has greatly enhanced my power. My strength in particular has increased significantly. Yi Fei clenched his fists, feeling the immense power within his body. Though he was unaware when he had returned to his base form, Yi Fei was astonished to discover that his base power had nearly doubled. That meant Yi Fei's base power now reached 4 billion. Such an increase left him both surprised and shocked. Previously, Yi Fei's power was only about 1.7 billion, but now it had soared to 4 billion. This was due to his fusion with the ancient Saiyan bloodline, which had fully transformed him into an ancient Saiyan. Yet even so, this enhancement still amazed Yi Fei. Aside from the power boost, successfully merging the ancient Saiyan bloodline has also brought tremendous changes to my transformations. Yi Fei murmured as he abruptly clenched his fists. Boom! A surge of immense power erupted. Let's see how powerful I become after transforming. Anticipation gleamed in Yi Fei's eyes. He clenched his fists again. Boom! Golden light radiated from his body. Yi Fei transformed into a Super Saiyan, then Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and finally Super Saiyan 4. Each transformation came without any difficulty. After becoming Super Saiyan 4, his power became terrifying, reaching an astonishing 16 tera. This might not seem significant, but expressed as 16 trillion, it was a different concept. I never imagined my power in Super Saiyan 4 would be so immense. And I can sense that Super Saiyan 4 is not my limit. I can become even stronger. Though I cannot yet transform into Super Saiyan 5, I can still grow more powerful. Yi Fei murmured, finding it hard to believe, yet the feeling was unmistakable, a profound sense that he had not yet unleashed his full strength. Yi Fei clenched both fists and began to elevate his ki. Boom! As he pushed further, his power surged once more. While it was not enough to achieve Super Saiyan 5, it allowed him to go further within the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. A mighty power erupted, and Yi Fei's aura skyrocketed, swelling in an unimaginable manner. After a brief moment, the surging aura halted and finally stabilized. Is this all of my current power? Yi Fei murmured, his expression filled with disbelief. I've actually reached the full power state of Super Saiyan 4. Yi Fei spoke in shock. His hair now had a faint reddish tint and emitted heat, a result of the overwhelming ki within him. His power had directly increased from 16 tera to 20 tera. I never expected the full power Super Saiyan 4 to boost my strength so much. This is beyond my imagination. Yi Fei was astonished. With 20 tera of power coursing through him, he believed he could change anything. And this was not even his full potential. He still had the Kaioken technique. What would happen if he used the 10 times Kaioken without side effects while in full power Super Saiyan 4? Even Yi Fei dared not imagine it. It was completely beyond his comprehension. He could envision that after unleashing all his power, he would have no rival below the gods of destruction. He would even stand a chance against Jiren. Moreover, he could contend with some of the weaker gods of destruction. Nevertheless, Yi Fei was self-aware. He understood the power of a god of destruction. Even if he could fight the weakest one, victory was impossible. At full effort, he might manage to escape. However, there was a method to kill a god of destruction, a very straightforward one: kill the Supreme Kai. Once the Supreme Kai died, the god of destruction connected to him through their divine link would also perish. Yi Fei knew this well, but the consequences were severe. If he used this method, and other gods of destruction found out, the repercussions would be grave. Given his current power, it was certainly unwise. Moreover, having fused with the ancient Saiyan bloodline, he had acquired some Saiyan traits. One such trait was recklessness. The stronger one became the more reckless they grew. This was a common Saiyan ailment, one that was incurable. Yi Fei felt helpless about it, but could do nothing. Time to leave. He raised his right hand and punched the air before him. Boom! The world trembled as an unimaginable force erupted, striking directly ahead. On Planet Salad, everything appeared, as usual, unchanged from its normal state. Yet at dusk that day, every Saiyan remaining on Planet Salad felt a sudden tremor throughout their bodies. An overwhelming pressure that made their spirits tremble instantly descended, enveloping them entirely. What is this? What's happening? In an instant, every Saiyan on Planet Salad, regardless of their strength or status, felt that strange sensation resonating from their hearts. Even the King of Salad was no exception. Though he was the ruler at that moment, it seemed a purer bloodline than his own had emerged. This development darkened the King of Salad's expression. Yet deep in his heart, a profound confusion lingered. Who could it be? What kind of being could radiate a bloodline power surpassing his own? This baffled and puzzled the King of Salad immensely. Could it be him? Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, the King of Salad's expression shifted. Yi Fei had not anticipated that merely releasing a trace of his bloodline would yield such a tremendous effect. It completely exceeded his imagination and was beyond his comprehension. I must thoroughly refine the bloodline power, or it will bring me little benefit in the future. Yi Fei murmured to himself. As his figure emerged, he glanced at the Saiyans trembling under the pressure of his bloodline and shook his head slightly. He had not intended this. Though he had fused with the bloodline of the ancient Saiyans, it still required time to fully master. Until then, a powerful pressure would naturally emanate from him. Outsiders might pay it no heed, but any Saiyan would be instantly drawn to the ancient Saiyan bloodline radiating from Yi Fei, potentially leading them into peril. Moreover, while the ancient Saiyan bloodline was formidable, it held no significance for Saiyans who had reached a certain level of power. Yi Fei, congratulations on your enhanced strength. The King of Salad approached Yi Fei and spoke with reverence. I must thank you for this. Yi Fei glanced at the King of Salad, his expression calm. Where is Gohan? After scanning his surroundings and failing to spot Son Gohan, Yi Fei turned to the King of Salad and inquired. Yi Fei, over 6 years have passed since you entered the Saiyan ruins. Son Gohan departed with 100 Saiyans 5 years ago, heading to the North Universe. So many years have gone by, and I know not of their specific circumstances. The distance is far too vast. Even if we wish to go, it would consume an immense amount of time. The King of Salad looked at Yi Fei as he spoke. He has already gone to the North Universe. Yi Fei nodded. He believed that with Son Gohan's strength along with 100 Saiyans, such power was more than sufficient to conquer the North Universe. Furthermore, the most crucial point was that using the North Universe as a springboard to survive in Universe 6 had been Yi Fei's earlier plan. Now, with his power elevated, such a notion had lost its importance. Yi Fei had no intention of leaving for the North Universe immediately. Before departing, he needed to fully master his bloodline. This would not take long, at most a few days. Without further delay, Yi Fei's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared in a distant open expanse. He raised his right hand and swept it, and an overwhelming force instantly radiated from his being. This force was immensely powerful. As it emerged, it transformed into a storm, instantly enveloping Yi Fei's body and obscuring everything within from view. To fully control the bloodline power and make it my own is simple. With just a few days of cultivation, I can succeed. Moreover, this bloodline fusion has granted me mastery over many ancient Saiyan techniques. These are my greatest gains. Yi Fei murmured to himself. His weakness had always been his lack of techniques. The Kamehameha and instant transmission were the only two he had, and the rest were unworthy of mention. Even those 2 moves were creations of his own. However, from this day forward, that weakness would cease to exist. This enhancement to Yi Fei's overall power was far from trivial. We are all Saiyans, yet we are utterly incomparable to him. Unworthy even to be compared. What is his identity? He is not a Saiyan from here. Could it be? As the King of Salad reached this thought, his expression shifted abruptly, and he dared not dwell on it further. In the North Universe, Son Gohan gazed up at the sky. The heavens were gray and overcast, hinting at an impending rain. Boom. Suddenly, a spaceship appeared on the planet, landing atop a mountain peak not far from Son Gohan. What's happening? Numerous Saiyans on the planet, alerted by the commotion, immediately rushed out. What must come has come. Son Gohan's expression darkened as he watched the sky and the descending spaceship, his face clouded with gloom. None of you are to act. The enemy this time is immensely powerful, charging and would only mean certain death. Son Gohan commanded those behind him. 100 Saiyans had originally followed him from Planet Salad, but now only 70 remained. Though they harbored no complaints, Son Gohan was reluctant to see them make unnecessary sacrifices. We are not afraid of death. The enemy is upon us. If we retreat now, can we still call ourselves Saiyans? Exactly. We fight to the death. Fight to the death. All the Saiyans present shouted in unison. They feared death, but they did not dread it. Especially a death in battle. That was something they could accept. Unbeknownst to them, the Saiyans of Universe 6 had begun to undergo subtle changes in their nature. Saiyans, whether from Universe 6 or Universe 7, should be the same. Yet the Saiyans of Universe 6 were not strong, nor were they a warrior race in their universe. They did not even possess the iconic Saiyan tail. This was peculiar. Was a Saiyan without a tail, or one born without one, truly a standard Saiyan? Their malevolence and battle lust, these negative traits, had been absent because they had been absorbed by the Saiyan ruins over the long ages. Now that Kanran, the ancient Saiyan within the ruins, was dead, the ruins no longer absorbed these negative energies. While this would not drastically alter the Saiyans of Universe 6 in the short term, given time, they would become like those of Universe 7. They would love battle and grow tails. Of course, these were matters for the future. Yet, even now with Kanran's death, the Saiyans' natures had recovered some of the fighting instincts that rightfully belonged to their race. With a resounding boom, the spaceship slowly descended to the ground under the gaze of the crowd. As dust billowed up, the hatch opened, and two figures emerged from within. It's that bastard Rot. He managed to escape before, but now he's foolish enough to hire someone and come back. As soon as the two figures stepping out of the ship were recognized, someone immediately identified Rot. That person seems to be. It's Hit the assassin. What? Hit. The legendary assassin who has never failed a single mission, the strongest killer. Upon recognizing Hit, the Saiyans behind Son Gohan all changed their expressions and involuntarily stepped back. Hit the assassin. The mere mention of these four words carried immense deterrence. Lord Hit, he is Son Gohan. Rot immediately spotted Son Gohan and spoke to Hit. Son Gohan. Hit gazed at Son Gohan. Although he could tell that Son Gohan's strength was considerable, it was not enough to trouble him. Rot, I let you escape before, but now you've returned and brought someone who seems formidable. Despite his grave expression, Son Gohan forced himself to remain calm. Son Gohan, spare me your nonsense. I brought Lord Hit here to kill you. Though you are powerful, you stand no chance against Lord Hit. Rot said with a dark scowl. To secure Hit's services, he had exhausted all his wealth. Lord Hit, please kill him. Rot spoke to Hit with deference. Rot. Suddenly a loud roar rang out, and at the same time a figure charged out from behind Son Gohan. With a swift whoosh, the figure moved with incredible speed, instantly appearing before Rot. Die. A roar erupted as a fist accompanied by a howling wind hurtled straight toward Rot. Hit, save me. In the critical moment, Rot shouted. But Hit paid no heed to his plea for help. With a thunderous impact, the fist landed, unleashing a colossal force that surged into Rot's body. No. Impossible. Rot's expression twisted in despair. He couldn't understand why Hit hadn't intervened, given the vast fortune he had paid. Stand down. Son Gohan addressed the Saiyan who had struck. He was acutely aware of Hit's immense power, and a chilling force emanated from his opponent. Hit, this matter is between us. Since you are an assassin, I assume your target is clear. Only me. It won't involve anyone else, will it? Son Gohan said, looking at Hit. Naturally. I was hired to kill you, and no one else. Hit replied with a calm expression. All of you withdraw. I will face this battle alone. I may lose, but regardless, I will unleash my utmost strength. The gap between you and him is too vast. Your presence here would be of no help. Son Gohan addressed the group. Whooshed. With those words, Son Gohan shot off into the distance, his speed so immense that he was far away in an instant. Seeking a different venue. Hit glanced after him, then departed as well. What should we do? After Son Gohan and Hit had left, the remaining Saiyans spoke at a complete loss. If the enemy were anyone else, they might have mustered the courage to fight. But their opponent was Hit. Going there would only mean certain death. Moreover, angering Hit could very well cause the entire planet Salada to pay the price. Forget it. Their battle is not something we can interfere with. Even if we rushed over, we couldn't change the outcome. One Saiyan spoke. It wasn't cowardice, but an acknowledgement of reality. And indeed, it was Son Gohan's wish that those who had followed him would not die for his sake. Above a range of endless mountain peaks, Son Gohan and Hit stood in midair. Your strength is not weak. I rarely encounter someone like you, so I'll give you a chance to fight back. Hit said, looking at Son Gohan. A chance to fight back. Son Gohan glanced at Hit. With a fierce cry, he clenched his fists and his aura exploded outward. In that instant, he unleashed his full power. Since you are so strong, I won't hold back. I'll use all my strength to fight you. As Son Gohan spoke, a golden radiance emanated from his body. In that moment, his power surged in an unimaginable way, skyrocketing. With a mighty explosion, his strength increased 100-fold. So this is the Saiyan transformation. Hit observed Son Gohan. Before coming, he had heard that Saiyans could transform into golden warriors, and it seemed to be true. Especially after Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, his power had clearly increased dramatically, which suddenly piqued Hit's interest in the Saiyans. Having unleashed his full power, Son Gohan's expression turned cold, and his eyes revealed a merciless glint. Is this all your strength? Hit asked, looking at Son Gohan. Though the transformation was intriguing, the power was still not enough to concern him. Yes, this is my full power. A cold light flashed in Son Gohan's eyes. With that, he shot forward. With his full power unleashed, Son Gohan's strength was already immense, reaching a terrifying level. Closing in on Hit in an instant, he raised his right hand and delivered a devastating punch. Let me see just how strong your so-called full power really is. After all these years, no one has ever made me take notice. You are the first. Facing Son Gohan's assault, Hit remained unfazed. A cold glint appeared in his eyes as he stepped forward, assuming a combat stance. With a resounding crash, the two clashed. A fierce exchange of blows erupted and intense shockwaves reverberated through the air. As their fists and feet met, terrifying ripples swept out in all directions. Though these were merely ordinary attacks, each strike carried immense power. Yah! Son Gohan unleashed a flurry of punches, fighting with wild abandon amidst his roars. Interesting. Faced with Son Gohan's furious assault, Hit remained calm and composed, not taking it too seriously. Kamehameha. After one exchange, as they created distance, Son Gohan brought his hands together and a sphere of energy began to gather between his palms. With a mighty roar, Son Gohan. Following this motion, a colossal energy wave erupted from Son Gohan's hands, roaring forth with unimaginable force, carrying the power to annihilate everything as it hurtled toward Hit. Overestimating yourself. Do you truly believe such power can defeat me? As the incoming Kamehameha wave approached, Hit shook his head, showing no concern, nor did he take this formidable energy blast to heart. Huh? Gohan roared, unleashing the Kamehameha wave with his utmost strength, hurtling toward Hit. The immense energy emanating from it carved a massive chasm into the ground. This Kamehameha wave was extraordinarily powerful, containing within it a force capable of annihilating everything. However, for Hit, such a level of power posed no threat whatsoever. As the Kamehameha wave approached, a cold glint flashed in Hit's eyes. Raising his right hand, he thrust a fierce punch directly at the incoming blast. Boom! The immense pressure of the punch erupted instantly, colliding head-on with Gohan's Kamehameha wave. A thunderous roar echoed. Tremendous forces clashed in an instant. Though Gohan's Kamehameha wave was exceedingly powerful, Hit's strength surpassed it far beyond Gohan's level. Under the pressure of Hit's punch, the Kamehameha wave crumbled. Black smoke billowed, shrouding an area of dozens of yards. Hit did not press the attack, but gazed into the smoke, uncertain whether his punch had slain Gohan. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Gohan's figure emerged. Though he had survived the previous assault, Hit's power was formidable. Even though Hit had only used the pressure of his punch, it was more than Gohan could withstand. I didn't expect you to have some skill. My previous strike wasn't at full power, but given your level enduring, it shows you have some ability. Hit looked at Gohan. Gohan's expression darkened, and he let out a fierce roar. Boom. With that roar, Gohan's power surged dramatically, transforming into a mighty energy that shot into the sky. Nanny. Hit's gaze sharpened. Though Gohan's power was not enough to concern him, the intensity of the energy erupting from Gohan now surprised him. It seems you have even greater strength. A hint of anticipation gleamed in Hit's eyes. Hit. Gohan ceased his low growl, staring at Hit with bloodshot eyes. Whoosh! Gohan dashed forward, appearing directly before Hit. Nanny. Hit's expression shifted slightly as Gohan's fist came straight at him. So fast. How did his speed increase so dramatically? Hit was astonished. Gohan's fist moved with incredible speed, arriving before Hit in an instant, poised to strike. But at that moment, Hit's figure vanished, reappearing to Gohan's right. He raised his right hand and delivered a powerful punch to Gohan. Thud! The punch landed, sending a tremendous force through Gohan's body, forcing him to stagger back several steps. What happened? Gohan was taken aback. Hit's previous attack had completely exceeded his expectations. He could not even fathom how it was done. Adadada. Without pause, Gohan vanished and charged at Hit again. Upon closing in, he launched a frenzied assault. In the span of a moment, Gohan had unleashed hundreds of punches. The speed of his attack was extraordinary, yet no matter how fierce or rapid his assault, he could not land a single blow on Hit. Is this all the speed you have? Hit effortlessly evaded Gohan's relentless barrage, speaking calmly as he watched him. Damn it! Gohan roared, instantly appearing before Hit. Raising both hands, he released his full power, which radiated outward in all directions. Naive. Hit sneered at Gohan's move, dismissing such an attack entirely. From the very beginning, their battle had been on an utterly unequal footing. Under such circumstances, no matter how hard Gohan tried, he could never be a match for Hit. The gap in strength was simply too vast. Meanwhile, on planet Salad, after a period of cultivation, Yi Fei had succeeded in fully integrating the ancient Saiyan bloodline with his body. Finally succeeded, Yi Fei murmured. He raised his right hand and waved it, dispelling the thick smoke around him. At that moment, he had completed the true fusion of the ancient Saiyan bloodline. Moreover, if Yi Fei wished, no Saiyan could detect the ancient bloodline within him. Yet its presence also allowed him to suppress other Saiyans using the bloodline. However, Yi Fei had no intention of doing so, as it served no purpose. Unknowingly, so many years have passed. The rule of the North Universe is no longer important. Since that's the case, I should make haste to do what needs to be done. Engage in battles, and experience them, then leave. With my strength, leaving the Sixth Universe should not be too difficult. I can accomplish it. Yi Fei had a clear understanding of his current power and was confident he could depart. Of course, before that he desired to fight the god of destruction of the Sixth Universe. As the weakest god of destruction, such an opponent was one Yi Fei did not want to miss. I wonder how Gohan is doing. But given his strength, especially with 100 Saiyans ruling the North Universe, should be no problem. So much time has passed now. Yi Fei murmured, closing his eyes. With his previous power, he could not perform long-distance instant transmission. But now it was different. Not only had his strength greatly improved, but he also possessed the energy of the gods. In terms of aura, he was a god. A Saiyan god. This was entirely different from the Super Saiyan god forms of Son Goku and Vegeta. Yi Fei's current state was that of a true Saiyan god. The moment his eyes closed, Yi Fei's will expanded outward. As it spread, it merged with heaven and earth, instantly extending beyond the planet. I wonder how Gohan is. Yi Fei's will expanded, instantly surging far away, covering most of the universe in a mere moment. As his will spread, Yi Fei saw many things, but soon he witnessed a battle taking place on a planet in the North Universe. Upon seeing that battle, Yi Fei's eyes snapped open, his expression darkening. Hit! 2 words escaped his lips. He raised his right hand, waved it, and vanished in an instant. North Universe. Hit's power is overwhelmingly strong. Despite Sun Wukong's impressive strength and exceptional talent in battle, he finds himself completely at a disadvantage. Even so, when facing Hit, Sun Wukong is entirely on the defensive. No matter how he attacks Hit, it proves ineffective. He is completely suppressed. Hit maintains a disdainful demeanor, which makes Sun Wukong particularly uncomfortable. Boom. Sun Wukong's aura erupts as he charges directly at Hit with all his might. Too weak. Hit raises his right hand and takes a step forward. Magic converging light killing cannon. At this moment, Sun Wukong places his right hand on his forehead, concentrating all his energy to his fingertips. What? Hit's expression slightly changes. Even he feels a formidable power emanating from the magic converging light killing cannon. While this power may not be enough to kill him, it is quite formidable. Whoosh! Sun Wukong points forward, and an energy beam shoots out, heading straight for Hit. This is one of Piccolo's signature moves, the magic converging light killing cannon, which possesses immense power. This move has some merit, but it won't be of use to me. Hit charges forward without retreating in the face of the magic converging light killing cannon. He steps up close and raises his right hand to form a fist. Boom! With a single punch, Hit's fist directly strikes the magic converging light killing cannon. The roar reverberates. The earth trembles, causing nearby mountains to collapse. The terrifying shockwave spreads outwards. What? Under Hit's punch, the magic converging light killing cannon is utterly shattered. The vast difference in power is evident at this moment. Puff! Sun Wukong spits out a mouthful of blood. The force of Hit's punch combined with the previous attacks leaves him severely injured. So strong, your power is unexpectedly immense. Sun Wukong finds it hard to believe, but this is the truth. Even if he is unwilling to accept it, he must come to terms with this reality. It seems you have no remaining strength. If that's the case, let's end this. Hit speaks slowly, having recognized that Sun Wukong has reached his limit and cannot muster any greater power. Although Sun Wukong's performance has surprised Hit somewhat, it is still insufficient to satisfy him. Is it over? Sun Wukong's expression darkens as he clenches his fists tightly. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushes from Hit's hand, containing a powerful force that speeds straight towards Sun Wukong. You want to kill me? Sun Wukong roars, his expression turning wild as an overwhelming aura erupts from him. Even if you are powerful, it won't be so easy to kill me. Boom! A tremendous force surges forth and all of his energy converges into both hands. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong's gaze is resolute, determination shining in his eyes as he unleashes the Kamehameha wave in response to Hit's oncoming gust. Even though Sun Wukong knows this attack may have no effect on Hit, it signifies his attitude. He will never yield and will fight to the end. Boom! The gust of wind carrying the power to obliterate everything rushes towards Sun Wukong. Hit pays no mind to Sun Wukong's final strike. Wave! Sun Wukong shouts, pushing both hands forward with great force. Boom! The Kamehameha wave bursts forth, instantly swelling to the size of 10 feet. A terrifying power erupts from the wave, containing unimaginable strength. The two forces collide simultaneously, racing towards each other, both seeking to annihilate the other. Hit's expression remains calm. He acknowledges Sun Wukong's strength, but it does not warrant much concern from him. Sun Wukong bellows, channeling all his strength into his hands, bringing the Kamehameha wave's power to its peak. Boom! The Kamehameha wave collides with Hit's gust in an instant. The roar reverberates. This strike's power is immense, affecting both Sun Wukong and Hit. The intense roar echoes as the two forces collide. A terrifying power erupts at this moment, sending shockwaves sweeping outward. The mountains collapse amidst the booms, and the earth opens up with massive fissures spewing forth hot magma from the core. It seems as though the entire planet is rendered fragile by their battle on the brink of annihilation. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the Kamehameha wave shatters while Hit's gust likewise dissipates. Although it seems to occur slowly, everything transpires in an instant, leaving no time for hesitation. Sun Wukong's body shakes, the immense force rebounding against him, causing him to stagger back several steps, blood gushing from his mouth. His complexion turns pale. Interesting. Hit observes Sun Wukong, surprised that even at this stage Sun Wukong can still unleash such powerful energy, exceeding his expectations. I told you it won't be easy to kill me. Despite his pale face, there is no fear in Sun Wukong's expression. You are in this state now, and do you really think you can survive in my hands? Hit shakes his head. Unexpected events may occur occasionally, but they cannot happen indefinitely. I don't care if I die, but if I die here today, you will accompany me to the grave. Naive. Hit does not believe Sun Wukong's words. Hit, I admit your strength is formidable, but there are always those stronger than you out there. Your power is not the strongest. Today, while I may not escape death, my master will not spare you. Sun Wukong looks at Hit. Your master? If your master is truly as powerful as you say and can defeat me, then why hasn't he shown up? Hit speaks with interest, but chooses not to continue the banter. He raises his right hand and waves it, revealing a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Sun Wukong, didn't you say your master is strong and will avenge you? Now I'm going to kill you, and I want to see if your so-called master can come. A flash of murderous intent crosses Hit's eyes as he charges straight at Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Hit moves with incredible speed, arriving right in front of Sun Wukong. Die! Hit growls, clenching his right fist and bringing it down fiercely on Sun Wukong. Boom! At that moment, an incredibly powerful and violent force appears, accompanied by a chilling voice that slowly resonates. My disciple, is it you who can harm him? Hit narrowed his eyes and instinctively retreated instantly, putting some distance between himself and Sun Gohan. The moment he moved away, a figure appeared before Sun Gohan. Master! Sun Gohan, who had resigned himself to death, was overjoyed to see Yi Fei suddenly appear. You did well, exceptionally well. If not for the unexpected incident on Planet Salad, I wouldn't have let you face this alone. Yi Fei smiled at Sun Gohan. As for Hit, he completely ignored him, showing no regard for the assassin. Master, he is incredibly strong. Hit, the first assassin of Universe 6. Sun Gohan spoke, fully aware of Hit's formidable power from their earlier battle. Rest assured, leave the rest to me. You have nothing to worry about. Yi Fei gently patted Sun Gohan's shoulder, and an immense surge of power flowed into his body. Sun Gohan's severely wounded body instantly healed, and his strength even increased. Rest now. As for the North Universe, we no longer need it. Let the Scions of Universe 6 return. Take care of that, and don't worry about what happens here. Yi Fei said with a faint smile. Understood. Sun Gohan nodded. Though Hit was powerful, he had absolute faith in Yi Fei's strength, knowing that with his master here, all problems would be resolved. With a whoosh, Sun Gohan vanished, darting into the distance at incredible speed. After Gohan left, Yi Fei turned to face Hit, his calm gaze turning icy. The first assassin, let me see what you're made of. You injured my disciple. As his master, I can't simply let that slide. Yi Fei said coldly. Even though the man before him was the strongest being in Universe 6 below the God of Destruction, Yi Fei showed no sign of concern. If this were the Yi Fei who had just arrived in Universe 6, he might have been wary of Hit, as his power was not yet at its peak, and he lacked confidence against such an opponent. But now the situation was entirely different. For the current Yi Fei, Hit was no longer a threat, especially this version of Hit. You are truly powerful. No wonder Sun Gohan believed you could avenge him. Hit did not attack immediately. He could sense that Yi Fei's power far surpassed Sun Gohan's, making even him cautious. Who knows? Yi Fei clenched his fists, his aura surging wildly. Another Super Saiyan transformation. Hit frowned, but did not intervene, watching calmly. Suddenly, a tremendous aura erupted, unleashing a wave of terrifying force directly at Hit. Having merged with the bloodline of ancient Saiyans, Yi Fei's transformation now carried a hint of their savagery. Though he disliked it, he accepted it given the nature of Saiyan transformations. At least in Sun Gohan's eyes, this was no longer a major issue, something easily manageable. Yi Fei let out a low growl. Instead of transforming into a Super Saiyan, he directly assumed the form of Super Saiyan 4. Moi. Hit's eyes sharpened. Your transformation is different from Sun Gohan's. It's far more powerful. His gaze grew heavy with caution, surprised by Yi Fei's form. Aren't you the strongest below the God of Destruction in Universe 6? Then it's only fitting that I use even greater power against you. Besides, you harmed my disciple. Did you expect me to have a friendly chat? Yi Fei's gaze turned icy as he spoke coldly now in his Super Saiyan 4 form. then so be it. Hit's eyes blazed with battle lust. In an instant, Yi Fei vanished and reappeared directly before Hit. Such speed. Hit's expression shifted. Yi Fei's velocity exceeded his expectations, leaving him no time to react. Yi Fei threw a punch, unleashing immense power. His strike was so swift that it caught Hit completely off guard. Under such speed, Hit couldn't dodge. The blow struck him squarely, sending him stumbling back several steps. How can this be? Hit was stunned by Yi Fei's sudden surge in strength. But Yi Fei didn't pause. The moment he repelled Hit, he closed in again. Another punch landed, then another, and another. Yi Fei's speed was overwhelming. Under his full assault, Hit had no defense. A final blow struck, but this time his fist met only empty air. Hit had evaded. You dodged. Not bad. Yi Fei halted and turned to face Hit. I admit you're strong. Defeating you would be quite a challenge for me. Hit was forced to concede. Assassin Hit, aren't you supposed to be formidable? You had no trouble bullying my disciple, but now what? Show me your true power in battle. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that the myth of Universe Six's greatest assassin will survive this encounter. Yi Fei said coldly. I have lived for a millennium, my power stagnant for centuries. Though I am strong, I yearn to grow even stronger. For so many years I've been undefeated, and that feeling is unbearable. I have longed for a worthy opponent, someone who could ignite my spirit and break through this long-standing plateau. For years I found none, but today I believe I have found that person. Hit's eyes gleamed with intense light as he looked at Yi Fei. You want to use me as a whetstone? Yi Fei frowned. Come, let us truly battle. I hope you can give me a sensation I haven't felt in ages. Hit's eyes shone with anticipation. A surge of immense power erupted from his body. Though displeased, Yi Fei clenched his fist and charged forward. The two dashed toward each other, closing the distance rapidly, each gathering tremendous energy in their fists. As they converged, they simultaneously unleashed a thunderous punch. This battle is the mightiest clash between the destroyers of the 6th universe and the 7th universe. Yi Fei and Hit. One represents the strongest combat power under the destroyer of the 7th universe. The other represents the strongest force under the destroyer of the 6th universe. Such a duel between these two individuals is bound to be incredibly exciting. With a loud boom, Yi Fei and Hit's fists drew closer in an instant. Though their fists had yet to collide, the power contained within them had already erupted. Just as their fists were about to touch, both of their figures suddenly vanished. Bang! 3 meters away, Yi Fei's fist collided directly with Hit's. A thunderous roar echoed, and the shockwave immediately swept outwards. How is this possible? Hit's expression revealed disbelief. He never anticipated that Yi Fei could see through his instant transmission, a realization he found hard to accept. With a booming punch, immense power erupted at that moment, causing Hit's expression to change as he spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back several steps. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, both Yi Fei and Hit unleashed their formidable strength, and amid the roaring storm their speed reached its zenith. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fei and Hit had already fought hundreds if not thousands of exchanges. In such a battle, Hit finally experienced the exhilarating feeling of a full-blown fight. After being away for hundreds of years, the emotions he felt were beyond words. Yi Fei had no desire to ponder what Hit was feeling, he simply lacked the mood to do so. Originally, he thought that achieving a constant power of 4 billion after merging with the ancient Saiyan bloodline was incredibly powerful. However, at this moment, as he battled Hit, Yi Fei realized that his own power was growing in a terrifying manner. This was something Yi Fei had never anticipated. I never thought that fighting Hit would cause my power to grow so explosively. The bloodline of the ancient Saiyans, such a characteristic attribute, made me think of someone. Yi Fei murmured, finding the situation astonishingly similar to Broly. Could it be that Broly is the bloodline of the ancient Saiyans? A thought arose in Yi Fei's mind. It was precisely this discovery that prevented him from unleashing his full powers to defeat Hit. Hit sought to enhance his own strength, but Yi Fei was thinking the same, and his urgency was even greater. Both individuals harbored their own schemes, each with various thoughts, causing what could have been a swift conclusion to the battle to fall into a stalemate. Boom, boom, boom. As the violent roars echoed, despite both Yi Fei and Hit exerting immense power, neither wished to end the battle. After handling some matters, Sun Wukong rushed over and witnessed the battle between Yi Fei and Hit. With his strength, he couldn't discern the intricacies of Yi Fei and Hit's fight, but he was completely captivated by the intensity of their battle. Bang! Yi Fei and Hit's fists collided once more, pushing each other back slightly. Your power is nothing extraordinary. I didn't expect my growth to be so rapid that I have caught up with you in such a short time. Hit clenched his fist and spoke. Clearly, even he was somewhat astonished by his own rapid growth. Do you think you've kept pace with me, eh? Hearing Hit's words, Yi Fei smiled slightly. Isn't that the case? Hit looked at Yi Fei calmly. Compared to before, when I couldn't withstand your attacks, at least now your strikes don't inflict significant damage on me. Though I know this isn't your full strength, I also haven't shown all of my power. Hit gazed at Yi Fei and spoke. You're not wrong. During this battle, your power has indeed increased significantly, but that's only in relation to yourself. The main reason you've been able to last this long against me is that I didn't want to end the fight so quickly. Yi Fei spoke calmly. What do you mean? Hit was taken aback, catching the implication in Yi Fei's words, his gaze sharpening. Is my meaning not obvious enough for you to understand? Yi Fei sneered. Hit stared at Yi Fei, his expression fluctuating. Hit, do you think it's possible that the real reason I haven't ended this battle is that my growth is actually greater than yours? Yi Fei said teasingly. I know you don't believe it, I have no need for you to believe it. In any case, I won't let you off today. Yi Fei said coldly. After finishing, he raised his right hand and waved it, instantly unleashing immense power. The exploratory battle is over. It's time to unleash my true strength. Yi Fei's gaze was firm, his expression serious. I share that sentiment. It is indeed time to end this. Hit looked at Yi Fei, realizing that the upcoming battle would be the real fight. Unlike the previous probing skirmishes, the next battle would be intense. At the same time, they would determine the victor and the fate of their lives. The final battle, huh? Sun Wukong immediately focused, knowing that the ensuing fight would be spectacular. Boom. Yi Fei's powerful strength erupted instantly. This was merely a fraction of his power. If that's the case, I shall hold nothing back and fight with all my might. Hit's expression grew serious, no longer hesitating, and similarly unleashed all of his power. Yi Fei remained cautious of Hit, as he was after all an assassin. Although Hit's performance in Dragon Ball Super was not particularly remarkable, it's important to note that killing was prohibited in Dragon Ball Super. Whether in the matches between the 6th universe and the 7th universe, or in tournaments held by the Omni King, this rule was always in effect. Thus, Hit's true strength had never truly been unleashed, especially his assassination techniques. Let me experience it then. Simultaneously, I am very curious about how far my strength can reach in this battle. I hope it can elevate me to a level where I can contend with a destroyer. Yi Fei murmured internally, acknowledging that while his strength was formidable, he still fell far short of the destroyers. With a thunderous roar, Yi Fei and Hit simultaneously unleashed their most formidable power. This force was so cataclysmic that the entire planet trembled, barely able to withstand the eruption. This was even with Yi Fei restraining his energy, otherwise under his full outburst the planet would have instantly shattered, unable to endure. Although Hit did not compel Yi Fei to exert his true strength, Yi Fei was eager to discover how much this battle with Hit would elevate his own power. Hit shared the same thought, as Yi Fei both seeking to use the other's strength to enhance themselves. Such an intention was fine, but the immediate priority was not these considerations. It was to defeat the opponent while simultaneously advancing one's own power. That was the paramount objective. Whoosh, whoosh. Yi Fei and Hit both dashed forward, hurtling toward each other at incredible speeds. Their velocity was immense. In an instant, they closed the distance and converged. Such a battle seems even more spectacular to me. Son Gohan focused his gaze. Although his strength made it difficult to clearly perceive a fight of this caliber, he strove to see as much as he could. Bang, 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 bang. Yi Fei and Hit moved with blinding speed, clashing dozens, even hundreds of times in an instant. Each strike was a full-powered output, its might not to be underestimated. The battle between Yi Fei and Hit reached its zenith in that moment. Amidst the booming echoes, their power surged to its peak. Yet though this confrontation was fiercer than before, it still hadn't reached its ultimate limit. Clearly both were holding back. Whoosh. Hit instantly appeared before Yi Fei, raising his right hand and driving a fist directly toward him. In that instant before the punch landed, Hit's right hand gathered immense power, a vast concentration of energy that elevated the strike to its pinnacle. Naive. Observing Hit's move, a cold glint flashed in Yi Fei's eyes. Unperturbed, he raised his right hand and extended his index finger, pointing forward. Boom. Hit's fist arrived, colliding directly with Yi Fei's extended finger. The moment their attacks met, a thunderous roar reverberated. Terrifying force swept outward, expanding in all directions. Whoosh. Both Yi Fei and Hit flickered simultaneously, resuming their fierce combat. Bang. Another violent boom echoed as their battle continued, a truly spectacular display. Especially as the fight wore on, Hit's power steadily increased, his time-skip technique employed with greater finesse. As for Yi Fei, his strength grew in a terrifying manner as the battle persisted. This growth was beyond Yi Fei's imagination, completely exceeding his expectations. In this span of battle alone, his power had surged more than tenfold. Is your strength only capable of elevating me to this extent? Though somewhat reluctant, it seems this is the limit. To continue growing, I must seek out even stronger opponents. Feeling his power increase markedly, Yi Fei decided to hold back no longer. Hit, we fought long enough. It's time for you to witness my true power. As they exchanged a punch and created distance, Yi Fei's calm voice rang out. What do you mean? Hit was taken aback, looking at Yi Fei with suspicion. Do you mean to say you haven't been using your real strength all this time? Hit was astonished, unwilling to believe it. You don't believe me? Yi Fei spoke calmly. I know you doubt it, but now I'll show you. Yi Fei clenched his fists, and an even more formidable power erupted from him with a resounding boom. This force was immense. The moment it erupted, it shook the planet, causing massive fissures to appear instantly. Mountains were obliterated under the shockwave. Towering flames burst from the ground. Apocalypse. This was an apocalypse. Impossible such power. How can he possess such overwhelming strength? Hit's expression changed. In that instant, he sensed an irresistible force, one that surpassed his own by far, leaving no possibility of resistance as it exploded from Yi Fei. So powerful. Son Gohan also stared at Yi Fei. Though he knew his master was strong, this level of might was beyond anything Gohan could have imagined. What happened on Planet Salad that caused such a dramatic change in his power? And there seems to be another force within him that unsettles me. What is that about? Son Gohan watched Yi Fei. After more than 6 years apart, Yi Fei's sudden appearance filled Gohan with immense bewilderment and even more confusion. He couldn't understand what events had transpired to bring about such a profound transformation in Yi Fei during this time. Boom. Yi Fei's power radiated fully with no restraint, unleashing his complete strength. So strong. How is this possible? Under Yi Fei's overwhelming aura, even Hit, who had lived for a millennium and witnessed countless marvels, found it hard to be perturbed by anything. Yet now, seeing the immense power emanating from Yi Fei, even Hit's ordinarily unshakable heart stirred with tumultuous waves. He found it almost impossible to conceive that a single being's power could reach such heights. Hit, this is my power, all of it. Having unleashed his full strength, Yi Fei's gaze turned icy, fixed directly upon Hit. Hit's expression darkened, yet he showed no fear. He knew that today's matter could not be easily resolved between him and Yi Fei. One would have to face life or death. As for fleeing, Hit never considered it, though he was an assassin with certain tricks up his sleeve. If the gap in power were small, escape might be possible. But with Yi Fei's strength so vastly superior, Hit knew he had no chance to run. Since that was the case, he might as well fight with abandon. Even if he fell here today, it would not matter. Universe 6, O realm of the gods of destruction. Kampa stared idly at the sky. Vados, is there anything interesting we can do? This is so boring. Kampa turned to Vados and spoke. Interesting things. Vados glanced at Kampa, then thought for a moment. Lord Kampa, there is indeed something interesting, but I'm not sure if you'd be willing. Vados smiled slightly. What is it? Kampa looked at her expectantly. We could spar, or I could train you. Wouldn't that be interesting? Vados smiled again. Kampa felt speechless. Boom. At that moment, a powerful aura surged forth. What's happening? Kampa's gaze sharpened, and he immediately looked over. Not entirely certain, but since the power can propagate here, it shows that the opponent is quite formidable. Bardock shook her head, as she was not fully aware of this aspect either. As for Kampa, although he was the god of destruction of Universe 6, he generally paid no heed to the affairs here and was not well acquainted with the strong beings of Universe 6. When did Universe 6 produce such a powerful individual? This truly caught me off guard. Kampa immediately became intrigued. Though he had little interest in human battles, a human possessing such immense power piqued his curiosity. Yi Fei, why can't I trace his past activities? Bardock suddenly spoke. Could it be that he is not from our Universe 6? Kampa's gaze sharpened, and he immediately looked up. I don't know. The only traceable activity I have here dates back 6 years. Beyond that, there is nothing. Bardock smiled faintly. Although she found it odd, it almost confirmed that Yi Fei was certainly not from Universe 7. Moreover, he was a Saiyan. The fact that he could arrive in Universe 6 silently without her detection made Yi Fei's origins no longer a mystery. Is he from Universe 7? Kampa's voice carried a hint of coldness. It seems so. Bardock nodded. She knew Yi Fei was indeed from Universe 7, but how he had arrived and managed to evade her detection remained a perplexing mystery. At the same time, she felt a flicker of curiosity toward this human named Yi Fei. For a human to pique Bardock's interest was unprecedented. Bardock, let's go take a look. I never permitted anyone from Universe 7 to set foot in our Universe 6. Kampa spoke slowly. To him, the most detestable being was the god of destruction of Universe 7A, and consequently, he despised everything associated with Universe 7. It's quite a distance that will take about 12 minutes to get there. Bardock looked at Kampa. Set off. Kampa frowned, but did not refuse immediately giving the order. Bardock nodded, and with a gentle tap of her angelic staff on the ground. Under this simple motion, Bardock instantly carried Kampa out of the realm of destruction, hurtling at the universe's fastest speed toward the battlefield, where Yi Fei and Hit clashed. Hit, I hope you can still hold on under my ultimate power. Having unleashed all his strength, Yi Fei addressed Hit. His voice was calm, yet beneath those words, Hit's expression darkened even further. I'd very much like to try. A fierce fighting spirit blazed in Hit's eyes as he met Yi Fei's gaze without a trace of fear. Regardless of the final outcome today, he had to fight to the end without any hesitation. Gohan, he was originally your opponent. So what do you think we should do? Yifei suddenly turned to Son Gohan and asked, Master, I lost this time, but I still want to defeat him with my own hands. Son Gohan did not answer directly, yet his response was enough to convey his stance. This answer also brought great honor to Yifei. Since that's how you feel, I won't kill him today. Yifei pondered for a moment before speaking. As if you could defeat me anytime you wish. Hit felt deeply uncomfortable. Being asked such a question in his presence was a blatant disregard for him. This was something Hit could not tolerate. Your current power means nothing to me. You don't even qualify as my opponent. Yifei said coldly, raising his right hand and waving it. Instantly, an immensely terrifying force emanated from his body. This power was so formidable that even its mere aura was enough to shake heaven and earth. Let me have a try. Hit immediately activated his time skip technique, his ultimate move. Initially, his time skip could only leap 0.1 second, but after this brief battle with Yifei, Hit's growth was not limited to his raw strength. His time skip also evolved from 0.1 second directly to 0.3 seconds. Although it might not seem like much considering the short duration of their fight, improving time skip from 0.1 second to 0.3 seconds was an extraordinary feat. Though Hit knew this was only the beginning, it was undeniable that the current situation no longer allowed him to continue growing. Despite the reluctance in his heart, there was nothing he could do. Boom. A beam of energy instantly appeared at Yifei's fingertip. This energy did not appear exceptionally powerful, nor did it radiate a terrifying aura. It seemed like an ordinary attack with nothing remarkable about it. But upon seeing it, Hit's expression turned grave. He knew that an attack from someone of Yifei's caliber could not be simple. He could not afford to be careless, or the consequences would be dire. Hit understood this clearly. Boom. Yifei gently flicked his fingertip forward. This subtle motion instantly released the energy from his finger, and the moment it left his hand, it began to expand at an unimaginable rate. In an instant, it transformed into a massive energy sphere radiating a terrifying power that shook the heavens and the earth. Is this it? Hit's gaze was solemn. As the colossal energy hurtled toward him, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he charged straight at Yifei. Boom. As this immense force erupted, it immediately engulfed Hit's entire body. Under such circumstances, Hit's power was not to be underestimated. It was indeed formidable. Swish. Boom. Hit closed in instantly, and in that same moment, he clenched his right fist and delivered a devastating punch toward the oncoming fingertip energy. As their attacks collided, a thunderous roar that spread in all directions and echoed through heaven and earth erupted. Especially since these two forces were immensely powerful, the destructive energy unleashed by their collision was beyond imagination. Boom. The immense force of impact erupted in an instant, rampaging wildly in all directions. A thunderous rumble echoed through the sky. As the deafening roars reverberated, the entire sky twisted and warped. Such formidable power. Is this their current strength? Son Gohan watched the battle between Yifei and Hit. This fierce confrontation was one he could not participate in. Yet witnessing such a clash up close was an invaluable experience for him. Moreover, to observe at such close range, Gohan had to exert his full power, otherwise he could not even perceive the fight or withstand the storm raging around him. The mighty power roared and massive fissures appeared in the sky, interconnecting with one another. At that moment, bolts of lightning streaked across the heavens, strange black lightning. Both combatants' attacks were immensely powerful, imbued with unimaginable terrifying force. Although Hit unleashed his full strength, a vast insurmountable gap still existed between his power and Yifei's. With a deafening blast that resonated across the entire planet, Hit's attack shattered. Simultaneously, a beam of energy shot from Yifei's fingertip, striking Hit directly. Even Hit let out a pained cry as an excruciating agony enveloped his entire being, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and stagger backward several steps. How can this be? Hit stared at Yifei in shock. I will not kill you today, for this battle has greatly benefited my growth. Yifei spoke to Hit as he reverted to his normal state. I will remember the pain you have inflicted upon me. One day, I shall repay it twofold. Hit declared, then vanished in a flash. He is immensely strong, and he will only grow mightier. Yifei addressed Gohan. To defeat him, you need far more effort. I understand. Gohan nodded, fully aware of this truth. Yet becoming stronger was no easy feat despite years of diligent training. Originally, I brought you along to enhance your power, but the incident on Planet Salad delayed us considerably. Even I did not foresee such a turn of events. However, do not worry. The time has come to unleash your full potential. Yifei said to Gohan. He knew it was time to return, having been away for so long. Though he had not formally trained Gohan, the continuous battles had significantly boosted Gohan's strength. Especially through these unending conflicts, Gohan had undergone remarkable changes, particularly in his character. We have been here for several years now, far longer than I anticipated. After all these years away from home, do you wish to go back? Yifei asked Gohan. Go back. Gohan was taken aback. Unknowingly, he had spent so many years here, and naturally he longed to return to Earth. It has been so long since I last went home. I miss it dearly. I wonder how everyone is doing. Gohan said to Yifei. The sudden prospect of returning felt somewhat surreal, especially recalling that he had left without telling his mother. After so many years suddenly showing up at home, he could not imagine what would happen. Gohan, your potential is immense. After the Cell games you must have realized that. Especially the battles of these past few years, though they haven't dramatically increased your power, have kept your potential at its peak. However, I cannot unlock that potential myself. Yet I do have a way to maximize it. Yifei said slowly, then raised his right hand and placed it on Gohan's forehead. In that instant, Gohan's entire body trembled as a strange force surged from Yifei's fingertip and merged into his being. It happened in a flash. In truth, Yifei did little more than infuse a trace of ancient Saiyan bloodline into Gohan's body. Though this bloodline was extremely precious, Yifei did not hesitate. After all, Gohan was his first disciple. What did it matter if he granted him some ancient Saiyan blood? Gohan's body jolted. A peculiar sensation washed over him, though he could not quite describe it. This is the ancient Saiyan bloodline I obtained from the Saiyan ruins on planet Salad. Merging it will enhance your power somewhat. More importantly, as a half-Saiyan, half-Earthling hybrid, your Saiyan genes are not particularly strong despite your incredible talent. With this bloodline infusion, you will become more attuned to your Saiyan heritage. This is crucial for you. A pure-blooded Saiyan with Earthling blood has never existed before. I am eager to see if something extraordinary will happen with you. Yifei looked at Gohan. He was not entirely certain about this, but he hoped it would bring about a miracle. Gohan's aura exploded skyward. His power, already at Super Saiyan 2, surged even further. Time passed slowly. Yifei waited patiently, hoping to witness Gohan's transformation. Gohan's aura grew increasingly intense, yet he did not transform into Super Saiyan 3. Instead, he continued to amplify his power within the Super Saiyan 2 state. So he didn't transform into Super Saiyan 3, Yifei observed. How do you feel? He asked calmly as Gohan opened his eyes. Very strong, Gohan said, clenching his fists. After fusing with the ancient Saiyan bloodline, my blood has become purer. I am now a true pure-blooded Saiyan. Gohan addressed Yifei. Indeed. With this bloodline merge, your potential has reached its maximum. Gohan, your talent is exceptional among Saiyans. I hope you can forge a unique path of your own. Lin Fei said to Gohan. Compared to Gohan's Super Saiyan form, Yifei was more eager to see his mystic Gohan state, especially the transformation beyond it. That was when Gohan's true power would shine. Are we going back now? Gohan looked at Yifei. Though anticipation filled his heart, a trace of doubt lingered in his eyes. After all, in his view, although they had come to the 6th universe this time, they had not accomplished much. As for Planet Salad, that was entirely an accident. Let's go back. Matters here are essentially settled. There's no pressing reason to stay. Yifei nodded. But how do we leave? Should we seek out the Supreme Kai of the 6th universe? Gohan asked, puzzled. I believe I can now tear through the cosmic barrier with my current power. Yifei's voice was calm, yet it carried an absolute confidence. Is that so? That simplifies things. Gohan nodded, aware that this method was the most straightforward. However, the strength required to achieve it was beyond imagination. Not to mention himself, even when they first arrived from the 7th universe, Yifei's power at that time was insufficient to accomplish such a feat. Otherwise, they would not have gone through all the trouble of traversing the realm of the Supreme Kai. Let's give it a try. How else will we know? Yifei smiled faintly. As he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and waved, preparing to use instant transmission to leave with Gohan. But at that moment, his gaze suddenly sharpened and astonishment flashed across his face. What's wrong? Gohan asked in confusion. It seems leaving won't be as easy as we thought. I didn't expect even him to show up. It looks like a major battle lies ahead. Yifei murmured. Who's coming? Gohan inquired. The strongest being of the 6th universe. I never anticipated his arrival, but I eagerly await the clash. Yifei's eyes gleamed with intensity, his expression brimming with fierce battle intent. His strength is immense. In my current state, I may not be his match. I must take precautions, otherwise we might not be able to leave today. Yifei raised his right hand and waved, unleashing a surge of powerful energy that coalesced into a figure. He gently tapped the clone's right hand, infusing it with a stream of consciousness. The clone's eyes snapped open, and it took a single step forward, vanishing instantly. Where did it go? Gohan asked, bewildered. Our opponent is immensely powerful. Even with my current strength, victory is uncertain. I must make preparations. This way, even if we are defeated, we can easily escape from here. After all, this upcoming battle is crucial for me. I believe I can fully awaken the ancient Saiyan bloodline within me. At that moment, my true power will manifest. I wonder just how strong it will be. Yifei's eyes blazed with fervent battle spirit. Vados, how much longer? Kampa asked impatiently. 10 seconds. Vados' voice rang out as she streaked across the sky, carrying Kampa toward a planet in the northern quadrant of the universe. That was the very planet where Yi Fei and Gohan currently stood. Vados moved at incredible speed, covering vast distances in an instant. They're here. Yi Fei looked up at the sky, clearly sensing the approaching power. The moment Yi Fei's words fell, a beam of light shot toward them from afar. The light moved with such speed that it appeared almost instantaneously. By the time Yi Fei reacted, it was already before him and Gohan. Is it them? Gohan's eyes narrowed as he stared intently. The battle ended so quickly. It seems we arrived a bit late. The light dissipated, revealing two figures, none other than Kampa and Vados. Kampa fixed a cold glare on Yi Fei, his eyes radiating menace. Yi Fei, a being from the 7th universe, intruding into my 6th universe without my permission. That hardly seems proper. Kampa said, staring at Yi Fei. God of destruction of the 6th universe, Kampa. Yi Fei addressed him. You know of me. That's somewhat surprising. But that has little bearing on my question. Who authorized your presence in my universe? How did you get here, and what is your purpose? Kampa spoke with a dark expression. Lord Kampa, as for how I arrived, that is not something I can disclose. However, I came to the 6th universe with no ill intent. In fact, I have done some good deeds. Yi Fei smiled lightly, utterly unfazed by Kampa's intimidation. His demeanor remained calm, betraying no fear, a composure that few could muster. To evade my perception and arrive here is certainly no trivial feat. Vados smiled and spoke. Yi Fei glanced at her. Vados was beautiful, though her skin color struck him as odd, falling outside his aesthetic preferences. Even if you don't say it, I know it's that lazy sleeper Beerus. Don't think you can do as you please just because he's backing you up. This is the 6th universe, not your 7th. Here Beerus cannot protect you. This is my domain, meaning no one here can be your shield. Kampa declared. Oh. Yi Fei smiled, faintly, showing no concern over Kampa's words. He simply regarded the god of destruction with a calm expression. You don't seem surprised by my arrival. Did you know I was coming? Kampa suddenly asked. No. I sensed a trace of energy earlier, though I couldn't be certain. But anyone capable of emitting such an aura could only be the god of destruction of the 6th universe. After all, I have heard that among all the universes, the most powerful god of destruction is the 6th universe's Kampa. Yi Fei stated. Hearing this, Kampa's eyes lit up. Whether true or false, the words were immensely pleasing to him. You speak well. Though you hail from that detestable universe of Beerus, you are an honest man. Kampa smiled. Lord Kampa, your dignity. Vados interjected, seeing his smug demeanor. Ahem. Kampa cleared his throat, then turned to Yi Fei again. Yi Fei, despite your honesty, a mortal trespassing into another universe is a grave offense. I have the authority to eradicate any threat I perceive in my universe. So today, nothing you say will change that. Kampa declared coldly. Actually, if you are willing, this is not a major issue. As long as Lord Kampa does not pursue it, no one else will. Vados spoke with a gentle smile. How can that be? If I let it slide, I would lose face. Moreover, such a situation must be stopped. This unhealthy trend cannot be allowed to continue. Kampa declared firmly. He had his reasons for insisting. After all, Yi Fei was from Universe 7, and Beerus of Universe 7 was the person he detested most. If Yi Fei were mediocre, it might be forgivable, but the power he had displayed was already astonishing. Thus, he absolutely could not allow Yi Fei to leave alive. Then may I ask what Lord Kampa intends to do? Yi Fei's gaze flickered as he calmly looked at Kampa. Yi Fei, your strength is passable. I will give you two choices. I believe you are a wise man and will make the most correct decision. Kampa spoke, looking at Yi Fei. Then I am very curious to know what those choices are. Yi Fei smiled faintly. First, stay in my Universe 6. In that case, I can overlook this matter and even help you. Second, you refuse, and I will destroy you. I know your strength is decent, but before me you stand absolutely no chance. You are far from being my match. Kampa glanced at Yi Fei as he spoke. Offering him two choices was already quite generous. As for how Yi Fei would choose, Kampa believed he would understand. Lord Kampa, I choose the second option. Without any hesitation, Yi Fei replied decisively. What? Kampa was stunned, and his gaze towards Yi Fei instantly turned icy. So this is your choice? Though somewhat unexpected, it is also within reason. Kampa looked at Yi Fei. Lord Kampa, although I have heard that you are the strongest god of destruction, whether that is truly the case remains to be seen. After all, who can say for sure? Yi Fei spoke slowly. The implication was unmistakable, causing Kampa's gaze to darken. Are you implying that you wish to spar with me? Kampa's eyes glimmered as he stared coldly at Yi Fei. If it is possible. Yi Fei clenched his fists, a surge of battle intent welling up from within. I have no interest in sparring with you. However, I am very interested in killing you. Kampa's voice rang out coldly. Killing me is no problem, but I will not go down without a fight. I have never battled a god of destruction before, so I have always been eager to know the extent of a god of destruction's power. I wonder how great the gap is between my current strength and that of a god of destruction. Yi Fei spoke calmly. Arrogant. Kampa snorted coldly. I have never seen such an insolent person. Kampa looked at Yi Fei. Well, you are seeing one today. Yi Fei looked at Kampa. Although the other's pressure was immense, it was far from sufficient to shake him. Since you are so arrogant, show me what gives you the capital to be so audacious. Kampa raised his right hand and waved it, instantly releasing a terrifying force that transformed into a violent storm surging in all directions. Most of this storm landed on Yi Fei, with only a small portion heading elsewhere. So strong. Son Gohan's expression changed, and he immediately retreated. Although only scattered pressure fell upon him, it contained an aura that made him tremble. I didn't expect him to be so serious from the very start. Vados glanced over, raised her angelic staff, and waved it. A beam of light instantly appeared, enveloping Son Gohan. On this planet now, besides Kampa, Vados, Son Gohan, and Yi Fei, there was no one else. As for the Saiyans of Universe 6, they had all left earlier. I wonder how capable he is. Although he is no match for Lord Kampa, he seems far from ordinary. Vados observed Yi Fei. She had seen countless individuals and races, yet she could not explain why, but there was always something about Yi Fei that she could not quite fathom. This inscrutability only deepened Vados' curiosity about Yi Fei, as expected of a god of destruction. Even though he is the weakest among them, his power is still astonishing. Yi Fei exclaimed in shock. Under Kampa's pressure, the Saiyan blood within him was instantly stimulated. In that case, I will hold nothing back and unleash my full power. Only then can I barely contend with you. Yi Fei looked at Kampa with determination. As he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and waved it, releasing a surge of immense power from within. Boom! The storm instantly shattered, and Yi Fei's aura erupted violently, escalating at an unimaginable speed. Interesting. Kampa glanced at him unconcerned. As a god of destruction, Yi Fei's power was far too insignificant for him to take seriously. Roar! A loud roar suddenly burst from Yi Fei's mouth. What is this? This is not a transformation. Son Gohan, also a Saiyan, was very familiar with Saiyan transformations. Although he could only transform into a Super Saiyan 2, he could clearly see that Yi Fei's current state was not a transformation. The roar continued. In the previous battles, his power had greatly increased. Although Yi Fei had grasped this power, he had yet to fully digest it. Roar! A series of low roars echoed, and Yi Fei underwent subtle changes. First, his muscles enlarged, and an even greater power radiated from his body. However, he was not transforming, he was in his base form. Boom! A terrifying storm erupted from Yi Fei, his gaze icy, and his power reached its peak in that moment. Is this the power of the ancient Saiyan bloodline? Making Super Saiyan 4 my base form. I never dared to imagine such a thing before. Yi Fei murmured. Even he found it hard to believe, yet it was undeniably real, especially the surging power within him now. Before, although Yi Fei had merged with the ancient Saiyan bloodline, and his base power had reached 4 billion. But now, through continuous battles with his power had been steadily increasing. Especially now he had achieved Super Saiyan 4 without transforming. Ding! System detects the arrival of Kampa. Please make the following choice. Choice 1. Proactively admit your mistake and join Universe 6. Reward Special Beam Cannon Flash Strike. Choice 2. Fight Kampa. Reward Tenfold Dragon Fist Ultimate Kamehameha Ultimate Cannon. Choice 3. Flee. Reward a 100-fold increase in speed. At that moment, a synthesized electronic voice echoed in Yi Fei's mind. Yi Fei had come to understand this system of his. It only activated when facing someone stronger than himself. Otherwise, even if he were to die, it might not appear. All 3 choices were not bad. If it were before his power had surged, he might have considered the first and third options. But now Yi Fei knew there was only one choice for him: the second. I choose the second. Yi Fei made his decision without any hesitation, knowing it was absolutely the right one. And now he possessed the strength to do so. Host selection successful. Rewards will be distributed upon mission completion. An electronic synthesized voice echoed in Yi Fei's ears. The system's choices were now merely additional bonuses. Yi Fei had long since begun to rely less on the system, wanting to grow on his own. Otherwise, if the system were to malfunction or vanish one day, he would be left with nothing. Although such a scenario was unlikely to occur. Moreover, relying on oneself had another benefit: it allowed one to cultivate a strong heart. Otherwise, no matter how powerful his strength became under the system's guidance, it would all be illusory. To truly grow strong, one must depend on oneself, and a strong heart was absolutely indispensable. Yi Fei understood this principle clearly. From the very first time the system granted him a reward, he had ceased to depend on it so heavily, preferring instead to rely on his own power. Moreover, having acquired the bloodline of the ancient Saiyans, he could become immensely powerful even without the system. So this is the extent of your current power. Kampa looked at Yi Fei and spoke. Although some changes had occurred in Yi Fei's body, they were not particularly significant. Yi Fei remained silent. He was unsure whether after fully awakening the ancient Saiyan bloodline and becoming an ancient Saiyan, he could still undergo further transformations. For instance, could he transform into a Super Saiyan 2, or even Super Saiyan 4 in his current state? This was something Yi Fei did not fully understand. Who knows? Yi Fei smiled faintly. Boom! He clenched his fists and a powerful force erupted with a roar surging as an overwhelming aura. Furthermore, upon activating the ancient Saiyan bloodline and combining it with divine energy, Yi Fei's ki turned red, a deep crimson hue. Yi Fei clenched his fists, a low growl escaping his lips as a formidable aura spread wildly, shaking heaven and earth. Can you become even stronger? Kampa spoke calmly. His own power far exceeded Yi Fei's by a vast margin. Even if Yi Fei could transform, could he truly surpass him after doing so? What a joke. Such a thing would never happen. Boom. A violent storm erupted, and with continuous rumbling, Yi Fei's hair turned a dark red. A thick coat of fur appeared on his body. At that moment, he underwent a transformation. However, he could not transform into a Super Saiyan. He could only assume the ancient form. Now Yi Fei had condensed the power of Super Saiyan 4 into his base state. Under these circumstances, his only transformation was the ancient form. What kind of transformation is this? Son Gohan stared at Yi Fei with a grave expression. He had never seen anyone like this before, but considering his master had accomplished so many incredible feats, this did not seem too absurd. Boom. After completing the transformation, Yi Fei's gaze turned icy, and the entire planet shattered in a single thunderous roar. I didn't expect you to possess such power. Just by transforming, you've made the planet unable to withstand it. It seems my previous understanding of you was far too limited. Kampa watched Yi Fei. Although he was unconcerned, he was somewhat surprised that Yi Fei could unleash such strength. Apologies, this is my first transformation, so I haven't fully mastered the control of this power. I accidentally leaked some energy, causing these consequences. Yi Fei spoke calmly. Leaked some energy, did you? Kampa looked at Yi Fei, suddenly becoming more interested. It seems you are quite arrogant, daring to speak like that in my presence. Do you truly think I have a good temper, or what? Kampa's eyes flickered. The aura emanating from Yi Fei was now formidable. Although Kampa was not concerned, he knew that defeating and destroying Yi Fei would not be a difficult task. But as a god of destruction, would he really need to use his full power against a human? Kampa was uncertain about this. He felt that doing so would be utterly embarrassing, especially if others found out. Beerus, may I ask you a favor? Yi Fei looked at Beerus and spoke. Speak, what is it? Beerus looked at Yi Fei. Please look after Gohan. I don't want him to be caught up in the coming battle. Yi Fei smiled, faintly gazing calmly at Beerus. No problem. Until your battle ends, I guarantee he will not suffer any harm. Beerus nodded. This was a trivial matter for him, easily accomplished without any concern. Thank you. Yi Fei nodded, then turned to Kampa, a fierce battle intent blazing in his eyes. Boom. A powerful aura erupted instantly. Lord Kampa, let us begin. Yi Fei's aura exploded with full force. This power was astonishing. Now Yi Fei had condensed Super Saiyan 4 into his base form and transformed into a red-haired state. Although this red hair was not the Super Saiyan God in terms of power, or rather an amplification, this red form was far more astonishing than the Super Saiyan God. In terms of raw power alone, the Super Saiyan God could not compare to Yi Fei's current state. Even Super Saiyan Blue was no match for him. Yi Fei was well aware of this. And this was not the most crucial point. The truly terrifying thing was that this was merely the state Yi Fei had just attained, and his power could grow even stronger. Not to mention that he possessed divine energy. Fusing his current power with divine energy was Yi Fei's true ace in the hole. Although there was still a vast gap between him and a god of destruction, Yi Fei could certainly hold his own against an ordinary candidate for god of destruction. To put it in terms of Son Goku and Vegeta's strength, it was comparable to the power of Deep Blue Vegeta and Super Saiyan Blue Son Goku using Kaioken during the Tournament of Power. Boom. Kampa clenched his fists and a purple light radiated from him. I will show you the might of a god of destruction, which your puny strength cannot match. Kampa spoke coldly.